The Duchess Morwen of Daggerford is having guests for dinner, and you are invited. No strangers to Daggerford, you have come to the town's defense on more than one occasion in the past several weeks, and you count Lady Morwen as perhaps a friend, perhaps a benefactor, or perhaps a to-be-respected nuisance, depending on your perspective. With that, a cool autumn breeze blows through the streets as you begin to make your way toward the keep, having been contacted by a courier earlier in the day requesting your presence. That said, as you approach the keep, you all have an opportunity to once more see and or greet each other. If we would like to take it around the table, starting with Winley on descriptions of character.
Sure. So Winley is a furbolg.
I was going to ask about this, sorry to interrupt right away. How do we know that? Because you kind of look like a large... do we know that? Human. Maybe a question for...
I mean, look pretty humanish. I'm like 7 feet tall.
Yeah, you're
7.5 feet tall.
Yeah, cool. So that would be a giveaway.
You probably would be like, that's not
like,
a normal...
Bolgs are not a common, they're pretty isolationist, right?
Yeah.
They, keep to themselves enough that we wouldn't necessarily have seen for Bolgs.
Right. But if you asked,
okay,
I would be forthcoming.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. I wouldn't be like, no, you can't know what I am.
I won't interrupt again.
That's
sorry.
fine.
Yeah.
You've probably seen me take other forms because I have disguised self, so I've probably, if necessary, looked more like a human or, made myself shorter or things like that.
Okay.
But my natural state, I'm like 7.5 feet tall, large, very Irish, red hair, silver eyes type of situation. I'm actually carrying a club, not a mace. I changed that. So the token is... Yeah, exactly. The token is not quite right. But yeah, the main things to know about Winley are that you've noticed her always carrying this kind of fancy-looking dagger, but never actually using it. And also, she kind of talks to... something you guys can't see. You just see her kind of talking to herself sometimes, and it's very strange. But if you ask her about it, she won't. She'll just stop talking. She won't talk about why she's or who she's talking to. So you guys just probably think she's a little strange. But yeah, that's good company. That's Winley. Yep.
All right, Harmony.
Yeah. So Harmony is dressed in... She's... Those of you who have worked with her before, who I think is everybody at this point, but Mina, know she's a tiefling. She often dresses in such a way to disguise that, or at least not make it immediately apparent to those who... from a distance. Today she is wearing her usual kind of work outfit, which is just pretty common dark breeches and a shirt with a hood pulled up over her head and horns to kind of obscure the more obvious demonic features. Her tail isn't visible at the moment, but she has one. Her hooves are currently wrapped in cloth wrappings that serve as sort of a footwear and also deadens the clip-clop of them on the cobblestone roads approaching the manor, assuming the manor has cobblestones.
Sure does.
Great. Harmony is most visibly armed with a rapier that notably it's sheathed, obviously, but has colorful cloth wrappings around the handle and a set of beads hanging from the pommel. And you've seen her probably carry... She also has a dagger. She borrowed a crossbow from Ash during the Cackle Fever incident, saying something about not wanting to catch the Cackle Fever and preferring to attack from a distance. You've probably also, for those of you who have fought alongside her, seen her use a flute as a sort of focus for her bardic magics, though she has yet to grace you with performance. She in general walks she carries herself with a very self-assured kind of I know what I'm doing, I know where I'm going, and no one can tell me what I'm about. But it's also very it's confident, but also not welcoming. Like, she never looks like she wants to be, like, somebody to be walking with her or, like, inviting anyone to be a companion or anything like that. Which is to say, how soon after, like, the cackle fever incident would this summons
3 or 4
come?
days.
Oh, okay. So not necessarily the moment after. Okay. But yeah, she's just kind of seems to be dressed practically, probably debated heavily what to wear for a invitation to dinner at a noble woman's house, but having met Duchess Morwen before, she didn't feel the need to put on any airs.
All right.
Really quick before you go, admin, do you want someone to play scribe? Like, take notes?
I'm that's if you hear me typing, I'm trying to take just like bullet point notes.
I was going to say his fancy ass
But they're-
timeline has room for.
I am
stuff as
going
we
to
go
try to
on,
add
so-
things each session, but
I wasn't even going to try to compete with it, honestly.
I am not. Although my backstory may be maybe pretty thorough. Yes, I'm not a great note taker. So if like someone else wants to take notes, just so we can kind of have multiple
Somebody is welcome
sources
to take notes.
of info.
Okay.
Still thinking about taking that keen mind feat so that Dan is obligated to remind me of things, but I don't know. So would you say that you are wearing you said you're like not putting on airs for the Duchess?
No.
Like you're just wearing kind of your traveling not traveling, you said kind of like work breeches.
Yeah, just very common.
Are you carrying your crossbow?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, just
The
curious.
assumption, she's sort of under the assumption that this is a work call, and so...
So presumably the Duchess knows what she's buying.
Yes.
buying.
Yes.
But
also, she figures Ash might want the crossbow back at some point.
I don't
Was a
want
loner.
I don't want to assume that Ash is going last. I mean, Ash can go last. Just for
Ash
the
is
sake
going
of it.
last.
Okay, cool. Well, so Mina is we're kind of walking along the road, and she looks like she's been traveling. She doesn't have any kind of fancy wear on or anything, so it falls right in with the kind of the work garb. Muddy boots and a traveling cloak and a backpack that's nicely streamlined now that lost some of that superfluous gear. And she has black hair and white skin, and as you can see in some of the pictures that are on that backstory thing, she has some piercings on her ears and eyebrows. She does have an eye that's missing, and she has kind of this like strapped eye patch that looks very sturdy, so if she needs to like move around, it's not gonna have any problems. And among all her other just general exploration gear, the most noteworthy thing that she has is obviously her crossbow, which is not actually significant in any mechanical way, but it's just a really cool, sleek-looking, small, pistol crossbow.
It's a hand crossbow.
Yeah, yep. And she wears that kind of proudly, clipped to her belt with an obvious bolt container, which are kind of these strange quiver-like things. And she also has a short sword and a dagger, and various other gear, but we don't need to go into all of that other than to say she has her backpack on. And then trotting up behind her is her white wolf, who has kind of this ugly, smushed, and heavily scarred face. And she just looks like she's been traveling and kind of preoccupied.
What was the wolf's name again?
Sunny.
Sunny, that's right.
Yeah.
All right.
Not remind me, because I never got around to asking it, but I was going to ask and forgot, is Sunny open for, pets for people that he knows?
Yeah, yep. He doesn't respect...
Friend that he and Sunny probably get along pretty well.
Yeah, he's not... he's fine without it. He doesn't cling to someone if they pet him. He doesn't follow you around. But he has zero boundaries as far as food or beverages. Like don't leave shit out around Sunny. So yeah, you can pet him, but don't.
Your beef jerky is his
Right,
beef jerky
right.
if you're
Just
not
be
careful.
Yeah, got to keep the good berries
I
tucked
kind
away.
of figured that would be the case, especially with people that you knew for a long time or he knew for a long time. But I didn't want to make that decision for you.
No, and he's even... Yeah, totally. I get you. Yep.
Okay.
That's me.
Docrin. Okay. Darkrin is actually a fairly standard gnome. Just wearing... You're holding onto my bag if we wanted to start out with that, so maybe I arrived with you, and you're just helping me out with that. Is wearing just... like I complained earlier, I wasn't able to find a good armor model for the character, but I'm imagining something halfway between the scale and plate with like just a bunch of runes are like carved into the trim along the edges and stuff. And it does the reason I say the plate is kind of it extends over his left arm, which I mentioned in the backstory is kind of messed up. If you're a native of Daggerford, he's probably like told the story at like a Halloween of the terrible accident, and you always be careful with, and just this fucked up arm that he can show off and everything. And otherwise is fairly jovial, probably trying to shoot the shit with you as we approach. Whether or not you're amenable to that is entirely beside the point, because shit will be shot regardless of your... Yes, regardless.
It's gonna happen.
Yes, exactly.
I'm not an unfriendly furball.
Sure.
I just talk to myself
Actually,
a lot.
the size differential there is probably inherently comedic to anyone watching anyway.
Well, and we probably talk, even
Right.
though Mina looks distracted, but Doc and her are old friends, so we probably chat and catch up, briefly on our way up there.
Okay. And Ash.
Ash is a woman in her 40s. She's pretty tall and pretty built. She's been a soldier for most of her life, as she will tell you about if you ask. She also carries around a symbol of Bahamut, obviously, because that's her god. Newly to the church, as she will also tell you. She pretty much is open all about her backstory. She has brown hair that's darker brown hair that's slightly graying, but she also has a streak of blue down the middle. And anyone who knew her before she was a cleric knows that wasn't there before. It came about after she took the powers from Bahamut as something that he did to her when she got her powers. Right now she's building a spear and shield, but you also know that she has a sword on her back, and she has chainmail armor.
All right. Well, you...
Sorry, I'm laughing about something else.
Fair enough. You ascend... the sword.
Well, I was laughing about...
you ascend the steps up into the duchy, and make your way essentially through the main hall, which both doubles as kind of the larger dining room and receiving room and whatnot. Essentially from front to back, from the front double doors all the way to the back of the building, or as one large chamber. At the table, you realize quite quickly that you might be the only actual guests. The Duchess is seated. Some members of her family are seated, but nobody from around the town or otherwise seems to have been invited to the occasion. Still, she seems uncharacteristically hospitable and welcoming, and speaks fondly of your recent endeavors in dealing with the cackle fever and whatnot. The dinner proceeds in somewhat muted fashion, perhaps a bit of a pall coming over the occasion after a certain point. And she voices a concern about a band of travelers who's camped out outside of the town's walls. And in fact, as she brings this up, she points out the window. When you first arrived, it was kind of sun setting, and so you couldn't see this, but as it's darkened over the last half hour or so of the dinner, you can see that on the hill that sort of overlooks the town to the northeast, there is what looks to be a couple of tents and some fires up on top of the hill. She tells you that they've been there since yesterday, and she sent the town guards to remove them today, and when the guards came back, they spoke sympathetically of these travelers and seemed perhaps to have been charmed or enchanted in some way, shape, or form, although she has no magical skills with which to truly evaluate how that came to be.
The guys who came back seemed enchanted?
Yes,
Sorry,
yes, they'd been mind tricked away.
Okay,
yep.
Gotcha.
She looks to you and says, I'm not looking for violence per se, but it would mean a great deal to me if you would perhaps send them on their way. Perhaps to threaten you might burn their tents down if they're not gone by tomorrow or some such. I don't want violence, but I do owe it to the people of the town not to allow vagabonds and layabouts to camp on our doorstep.
When
I'm sorry, have they done anything to warrant this?
Beyond...
Has there been thefts? Has there been vandalisms of property?
They've harassed a few passers-by. They're running some sort of games, the table things where with cards and the like. It's not good
Those
for
are
the...
usually voluntary. People go up and play the game, play their luck.
Well,
They don't have
perhaps,
to play.
but it's also unfair to the innkeeper to simply deny him the stowage of potential customers and passers-by, to allow them to simply camp outside the gates. I have a responsibility to the town itself.
It's also not safe for them to be camped outside of the gates for them, for their sake.
Of course.
The walls are there for a reason.
When she points toward the window, is there still enough light that is the camp visible out the window? Harmony will kind of get up as she's kind of talking and kind of walk over to the window to see if she can see this camp that was...
It's about maybe 200 yards away or so out the window and past the walls of the actual town. But they're up on the... You can kind of get the silhouette with the sunset kind of starting to kind of fall over the ocean in the opposite direction. So it's a little hard to see. It's a little twilight washed out, but you can see the silhouettes of people up there.
Any
I would say ballpark how many?
Maybe a dozen or so.
any telltale signs?
Of...
Vistani?
No.
Okay.
Hard to say from this distance.
Right, sure. I wasn't sure if there was anything super obvious that would be visible.
No, I mean you can see some carts, a couple of horses, tents, fires.
Nothing.
Which is not.
They're not like flying like an enormous flag or something.
I didn't think so. Okay, yeah. Harmony will kind of like spend a moment. She's at the window, kind of like looking at the camp and just kind of staying quiet at the moment as the Duchess speaks with Ash.
Can I count on you to deliver this message?
I can go down and I can see if your fears are warranted, but I think that we should be welcoming new people to our town instead of sending them on their way.
Well, as Mia pointed out, it's a matter of safety for all involved, so I understand.
So let's bring them into the walls.
She looks less than pleased at that suggestion, but doesn't say anything.
Would you be willing to allow that?
If they would pay for rooms at the inn and to stable their horses, all would be welcome.
So like spend their coin.
We are a town of people who work for a living.
Well, I think that's reasonable. I don't think I'm willing to commit to going and threatening to like burn their tents
Arson
down.
seems extreme.
Although I know, Duchess, that you mean the best, of course, by asking us to clear the roadway, to clear the area outside the walls. So if that's what you're asking us to do, then happy to do that. But if you're asking us to go and make that specific threat, and or to coerce them to leave by any means necessary, I don't know if I can agree to that. But I'm happy to go and speak with them. Happy to go and appeal to them.
No harm in seeing what we're dealing
Yeah.
with at the very least.
Well, that's all
Surely
I can
some
ask.
kind of arrangement can be reached.
Of course. And that's all I can ask of you. Thank you so much for your help in this. And with that, she seems to be more than happy to return to the dinner and seems at least a little bit cheered, considering the obvious maybe anxiety or anticipation she had about making the request in the first place.
Fair enough.
She as the kind of dinner resumes and conversation starts, Harmony will eventually kind of look over at Duchess Morwen and say, the guards you sent to speak with the travelers, you said you suspected they had been magically compelled to return to you and speak favorably of them?
They're normally stout men, and yet they couldn't seem to articulate why they couldn't run these folks off.
Interesting. Well, wayward magical use is...
Could we potentially talk to one of those soldiers?
I imagine they're probably off shift at this point. I don't really pay attention to those sorts of things, but you'd be, of course, more than welcome. I also don't see what the great difficulty is in simply asking them to leave.
That's fair.
Yeah, if they've been, magically persuaded in some way, we may want to know what they encountered when they tried to talk to them, just to give us a better
if
idea.
they were magically encountered and it was mental magic, they're not going to... It seems
true as
unlikely
well.
that they would remember it anyway. That's the way that kind of thing tends to work, yes?
Depending on the variety.
Sure.
Are we, other than these guards who were enchanted, are we the first you've asked to go and speak with them?
Yes. Well, and it's a small town, There's only so many reliable hands about.
Of course.
Are you offering us any kind of payment to go and speak with them?
She very clearly was not ready for you to ask that, and sort of kind of has a bit of a stammering, stumbling. Some recompense could, of course, be made for your troubles, for your efforts. Perhaps a few gold pieces apiece. Simple task to walk up the hill and ask, I'm sure.
I was going to say, can I do an insight check just to see what I can get from that?
Sure.
I would be more willing to do this for the good of the city if I was more convinced that it was just for the general good of the city. But Duchess, I don't know. Yes, I'm willing to talk to them, but I don't know what true harm is being done, especially since we cannot speak with these guards.
Well, that's not her
to
fault that they're
determine.
not.
I know,
Yeah.
but it makes it hard to fully understand why we should do this purely just out of the goodness of our hearts.
And
It's
perfectly
why
well.
I asked about it.
Perfectly understood. You can tell that she's not bluffing about payment or anything like that. She's just very clearly seemed to think that because of her
She was
status,
expecting
you were
us
just going to do it.
Okay. So, yeah, it was a
obviously-
because I said so
Were we-
kind of thing, not...
Were we compensated for the cackle fever or the the ghoul hunt or anything like that?
So you were paid for the those of you who were involved in the bandit piece and the ghoul piece were compensated, and this is where some of your extra coin has come from. In the case of the cackle fever, that was a bit more of a danger to the town since it was spreading fairly quickly.
More because it was more handled because it was an existential threat than...
Yep.
Fair enough.
Let's go talk to them.
Sure.
Okay.
No harm in at least talking to them.
Sure.
And I'm sorry, one last thing. So you said that they were accosting passersby. Was that just inviting them to play these games you mentioned, or was it anything more serious than that?
Games and perhaps the odd look at the passing women and whatnot.
Okay.
So they were different than you.
I haven't encountered them myself.
All
I'm
right,
merely
I think we
reporting.
should take care of this right away. And I stand up and I just leave the table.
All right.
While we have the light, I suppose.
Sure.
We don't have the light anymore.
Oh yeah. What day is it? Of the year? I mean, I guess
It's
that
in
probably
autumn.
doesn't matter. Okay, it's autumn.
No.
Cool. I like it.
Okay. Heading up the hill, you have to kind of walk essentially across town to get out the main gates on the west side, and are able to loop around on the north end, just in a clockwise fashion. Walking up the hill, you can see that there's some kind of cart tracks and a bit of a trail starting to form from where they must have been walking to and from the hill down to the road or down to the town. But upon approaching, it has officially kind of gotten dark. The sun is more or less set behind you over the sea. And upon approaching the camp, you can see a couple of things. About a dozen men and women are gathered around a large bonfire. These folks appear to be in good spirits. You can hear a bit of music being played. Some of them are singing a song in some language I don't believe any of you speak. And some are dancing around the fire, drinking from flasks and wineskins and the like. There are 3 barrel-topped wagons parked at odd angles, kind of in a perimeter around their camp here. And tied to a nearby tree grazing are about half a dozen draft horses who have bright coats with bangles and tassels and bells attached to their harnesses and whatnot.
I speak Common, Elven, and Draconic. So,
On the way over, since we were just as we kind of leave the Duchesses and are walking up the hill, Harmony will kind of like turn to the rest of the group and say, well, okay, she'll turn to the natives of Waterdeep, or not Waterdeep, I'm sorry, Daggerford, Ash, Mina, and Doc, and say, has she always been like that?
Actually,
I personally have not had very many encounters with her.
She's always been She's always been fairly pumped and kind of stuffy.
Yeah,
kind
Mina
of
nods.
yeah, aloof, typical aristocrat kind of.
I mean, big mayor in a small town sort of feelings.
Gotcha.
Okay. Harmony, you can go ahead and make a history check.
Sure. Love history checks.
Can I? What would we roll to recognize the language? I guess.
I mean, I know for a fact none of you speak it. So
No, well, not to understand the language,
to-
just to recognize what language it is.
Arcana.
Arcana.
I'll give it a shot.
I don't know what language it is. I don't speak that.
I know what language it is.
They are speaking they're singing a song that seems to be kind of a blend of both Elvish and Infernal.
Okay.
Call it Quebecois to French, though.
I got an 11 on the history check.
Okay, it's enough for you to recognize that this is a Vistani camp. The bright colors, the bangles, that sort of stuff fits their style quite well. You might also easily mistake them for like a circus troupe or something like that, barring the lack of an enormous tent or much bigger group. But it's a fairly similar aesthetic.
As we come into view and Harmony takes in enough up closer to the camp to recognize this for what it is, she'll turn to the rest of the group and say, I had my suspicions when the Duchess described them, but this is indeed a camp of the Vistani. Has everyone here heard of the Vistani? Are they common enough?
Have they been through here before?
They have not.
Okay.
No, they would not have been heard of.
Okay. They are in my travels as a bard, I've had some encounters with they're wandering travel. Yes, sorry. I was trying to think of the rights.
Who are you? No, I'm sure we've introduced
Interacted,
yeah. on this. Yeah. Sorry.
No, yeah, I was trying to think of the right word. They're a group of kind of nomadic.
I actually couldn't think of that. I went through the same thing just taking notes. I called them a culture of traveling enchanters.
Yes.
So, same deal.
So
trying not to use the word gypsy.
Yes, exactly.
And just it. But,
so if you wouldn't mind, I'll make the proper greetings. Not that they won't be hospitable.
fine by me.
Okay.
If you... Are you saying you know them, or just...
Not this group personally, or I guess I don't think I do.
No.
I guess we'd have to get... Okay. But I know a little about their culture, so...
Well, I probably lit a torch unless someone was against that, since it's nighttime. And
Doc has dark vision and is not particularly disposed one way or the other.
Okay.
I do not have dark vision, so a torch would be lovely.
Yeah, I mean, if we're doing this at night, then I'm gonna probably light a torch.
Whenever I'm out at night, I put light on my amulet. So.
Okay, then let's do that, and I won't light a torch.
Save the torch.
Yes. But the reason why I bring that up is they probably just see us coming.
Yeah.
So
we're not trying to sneak up on them.
So how far away would you like us to wait? And...
Come right up with me.
Okay.
They're going to be very
take the
welcoming
lead.
to
I
travelers.
gotcha.
Okay, so they're
I'll make the introduction.
so they're not problematic.
I
Is
see.
more what I'm saying. They're not initially going to be hostile.
That's so long as you keep a close eye on your valuables.
Please keep a close
I
eye
was
on my
gonna say.
valuables.
I pat
The
my
bag of
crossbow.
holding is held slightly closer.
Yeah.
Is there a traditional greeting that Harmony would know to use, just to kind of let the Vistani know, hey, seen you guys before?
There's not a traditional greeting, but you know from a cultural level that they are going to be hospitable. Whether that hospitality is genuine or not is sort of to be determined.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But they will by default be welcoming to you.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Then Harmony will kind of lead the group up to the. Does it look like everyone? Have they posted guards?
No.
Okay. So they're
Not at all.
just surrounding the fire.
I'll have Sunny just kind of wait down off. I'm imagining it's like a hillside, like down in the grasses, like 30 feet away or something.
Okay. Do you want to have her stealth or anything like that?
No, she's just kind of down there.
Okay.
In the darkness, so whatever natural stealth that kind of provides, but she's not actually like...
Slinking.
Yeah, she's just kind of standing there.
Okay. Well, approaching the camp, as you kind of get within about 100 feet or so, one of the figures kind of around the fire, being a little shadowy or hard to see, grabs what appears to be an unlit torch, sticks it in the fire, pulls it out, having a light source, and kind of walks out to greet you as you approach the last 20 or 30 or so feet. He goes, welcome, I'm Stanimir, welcome to our camp. Please, come join our fire. What brings you here, friends?
And Harvey will just kind of not say, well met, travelers. So we appreciate your offer of a seat by your fire, and we'll be happy to take you up on it. We are from the town you've camped up outside, Daggerford.
Nice town you have here.
Did he say what his name was?
Stanimir.
Mina looking at Harmony just like very intensely as this introduction is happening.
And as it were, the Duchess Morwen, doubt you've had the pleasure of making her acquaintance, asked us to come and speak with you about your travel plans, as it were.
And what would the good Duchess want of us, we simple travelers?
It shames me to say this, but the Duchess is closed-minded and not willing to take in new peoples and new ideas. I am very open.
Oh, well, don't worry. We have no wish to make...
More about you, and more about people. My name is Ash.
Well, it is a pleasure to meet you, Ash. Don't worry. We have no wish to make enemies of Lady Morwen. I tell you what. You sit by our fire. I'll tell you a story. You listen, and then perhaps we will go if that is her wish.
What's your name?
Stanimir.
Sorry.
That was the player, not the character, probably.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was his name?
Stanimir.
Call him Stan.
Sorry, Stanimir.
I accept, Standamir, I can't speak for the rest of my group. I will accept your invitation on one condition. Do you have something to drink?
Of course we do. Our wine is always for sharing with new friends.
Excellent. I thought you might say that.
Okay.
And Harvey will kind of like approach the fire.
How long do you imagine this will take, Stanimir?
Oh, a fair few minutes, but why rush? We have wine, we have warmth.
A good story
What a good hurry is there, eh?
A good story takes as long as it needs to.
I'm already feeling more welcome at their fire than I did up in that stupid manor anyway. I'm taking a seat at the fire.
So Doc's a sucker for a good story, so...
No time for stories, Mina?
Well, depends on how long it ends up being, but
come on.
we're not trapped here.
I'll say we got nowhere to be. It's all good.
Sure.
No. Okay.
The Stani stories are always worth it.
Winley's taking a seat.
I look forward
She'll
to that.
stand, but yeah.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Standing like at the edge of the firelight, but watching and listening. Yeah.
Okay.
Harmony,
Sitting.
Harmony will happily take a cup of wine if offered, and will sit by the fire attentively. Always. For, however, the prospect of any new story always excites her enough to open up a little more than usual.
Before we, Stanimir, just before you get into your story, because I don't want to interrupt it mid-story, can me and my group just confer briefly, and kind of indicates over here.
Is that towards where Sunny
don't
is?
see why not.
Or-
Thank you. No offense intended. Just since we're changing the schedule, the itinerary a little bit here.
Harmony will kind of like motion to the wine cup, like, alright, if I bring this.
So let's just remember that the last people that we know that interacted with them were like magically enchanted, and maybe drinking their wine and listening to their stories is, I don't know shit about magic, but that might be
Maybe not the best.
it might be a good in for being enchanted. I don't know.
None
Just
of
saying.
her guards were hurt. None of her guards were hurt.
Don't
They
worry.
were asked to
Okay.
leave.
And Harmony will,
They came to go and kick these guys out. I would have charmed them too if I had the spell.
Well, we're already not doing what we came to do. So let's listen to the story.
She didn't give us a schedule, and we have
He did put a condition on the story that after we listened, they would go if that was our wish.
Okay, all right.
And worry not,
That just
Mina.
wants us to remove them.
I
We
will.
get around to having a polite discussion about moving them, and I have a very nice monastery down the road that they can go and take shelter in if they.
Isn't it like a stone hovel?
It's very
It's
nice.
not the best of conditions, but
You
it
know,
still has
nice is
4 walls and a room.
subjective.
I have a gnomish burrow, but I doubt I can host a dozen people and their shit.
Harmony will put
7 foot tall
likely
troll.
too familiar hand on Mina's shoulder and say, "Your vigilance is appreciated."
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Let's go back. I don't want to draw
As
undue
your
attention.
permission to drink your share of the wine.
Sure. All right. Well, let's hear this story then.
Okay.
I like it.
Well, returning to the circle, Stanimir fills his mouth with wine and spits into the fire. The flames go from kind of orange and gold to green, and you start to see sort of shapes forming within the fireplace. Looks something like this, if that popped up for everybody.
Sure did.
Okay. We come from an ancient land whose name is long forgotten, a land of kings. Our enemies forced us from our homes, and now we wander these lost roads. The dark shapes in the fire take the form of a man being knocked from his horse, a spear piercing his side. One night, a wounded soldier dragged into our camp and collapsed, staggered into our camp and collapsed. Forgive me the wine. We nursed his terrible injury and quenched his own thirst with wine, and he survived. When we asked him who he was, he would not say. All he wanted was to return home. But we were deep in the land of his enemies, and we took him as one of our own and followed him back to his homeland. His enemies hunted him. They said he was a prince, yet we didn't give him up, even when assassins fell on us like wolves. Deep in the fire, you can see the dark figure standing with sword drawn, fighting off a host of shadowy shapes. This man of royal blood fought to protect us, as we protected and cared for him. We bore him safely to his home, and he thanked us. He said, "I owe you my life. Stay as long as you wish, leave when you choose, and know you will always be safe here." The figure in the dancing fire vanquishes its final foe and disperses in a cloud of smoke and embers. Stanimir's face becomes a somber mask. A curse has befallen our noble prince, turning him into a tyrant. We alone have the power to leave his domain. We have traveled far and wide to find heroes such as yourselves who could end our lord's curse and put his troubled soul to rest. Our leader, Mandymod, knows all. She could tell you more. Would you return with us and speak with her?
What was her name?
Mandymod.
Doc probably got distracted by the flames and is trying to figure out how that worked. Cause
I don't know. No, I don't know if anyone's paying attention to Harmony. But she was like, kind of like, being very, kind of cheerful, clinking wine glasses, trying to, make friends, be friendly. A little ways into this story, if anybody happened to catch a glance of her body language out of the corner of their eye, she kind of locked in on it and pretty much stopped all, like any of the, glad handing or schmoozing she was doing until it finished. And pretty much as soon as the question leaves his lips at the end of his story, Harmony kind of almost involuntarily says, "Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I would be happy to, but again, I cannot speak for the rest of my companions."
He wants us to go meet her elsewhere.
And you all will come with.
Of course. We would have to take you there.
I assumed. I didn't know.
How far would the journey be?
From our home, we are perhaps a week or so. It depends on the roads, the weather, of course.
Where? In what direction?
Up the river. We would be heading to the north.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That was that bit of Harmony's reaction. She hasn't heard this story before, has she?
She has not.
Okay, I didn't think so. All right. Yeah. She seems kind of like. She looks up at Stanimir and says, "I think my group, we might need another moment to confer amongst ourselves, if that's all right with you.
What?
I'll go.
God damn.
That tracks.
It seems some of you are already so encouraged, but of course, converse as you need.
And when you say your lord has come under a curse, what? Doc starts getting into like the mechanic, like probably super like into the nitty gritty of like whatever this thing is probably loses the old man within 30 seconds.
Starts like rambling off a bunch of curses.
Yeah, exactly.
Schools of magic,
Right,
necromantic
exactly.
curse, or an enchantment.
I could not say. Madam Eva has sent me to find someone to help him.
What makes you think, within half an hour of meeting us, that we are not to
Qualified.
not to downplay our qualifications? Of course, we could tell you of our exploits in Daggerford, but I just mean, what do you see in us that?
The first who came here to ask us to leave were not but rubes, small-minded people you send to run errands. Who else would they send but their greatest champions, their strongest warriors, to make us leave a second time?
He has the Duchess pegged.
Yeah.
Do we want that moment to confer as a group then?
I didn't need any time.
Oh, okay. I mean, Harmony said yes as soon as the story ended. But would we need? I suppose that's Doc and Winley then, since Ash has said yes. Well, Mina hasn't said anything.
Do you have reason to believe that this curse has? Is it limited to your lord and his domain, this realm or this homeland that you spoke of returning him to, or is there possibility that curse has had further-reaching effects?
In my travels, when we last visited our homeland, a shadow had fallen over the land. It was darker, it was crueler, colder.
Yeah, I'll come with you. I'm in.
Harmony kind of looks over at Mina in surprise, doesn't say anything, just kind of like, that's not the answer she was
I
expecting.
was expecting to.
This is 100% up Winley's alley. She's definitely, let's help these people out.
Does she say anything, or is she just kind of nodding quietly, or?
No, I mean, she'll say, I think that, if we can help these people get their homeland back and uncurse their prince, we should.
This sounds magical and weird, and Doc likes magical and weird, so. And
Ash?
helping people is awesome too. So
Ash said yes.
But why? Tell us why. Why are you in, Ash?
Winley wants to ask, what sort of curse has fallen over the prince? What has he
kind
been
of already,
doing?
Yeah.
Winley's not
like
asking
how
the
they were
academics.
kind of evasive.
Like,
when-
how has his demeanor changed, or what has the curse done to him?
I always knew of him as a kind, generous man, or so I am told. I have never met him myself, but I understand when we met with our leader, Madam Eva, that she was deeply concerned for him. His behavior had changed towards the monstrous and cruel.
Love it.
Not to gainsay your story, my friend, but I found those behavior changes in humans don't require magical curses to happen.
True enough, but kind and genuine people you have been. Surely, even if it is not magical, a curse of personality, of character, could be rectified by the appropriate heroes.
Well, I am very persuasive.
Do you think that this is a curse that could be removed, or will it end
I mean, they
when
wouldn't
he
ask
dies?
they wouldn't ask for help if they didn't think it could be addressed.
I can only hope you can remove it. I know not what would cure him, or for that matter, what truly ails him.
Awesome.
Sorry. Did Mina ask Ash, verbally why she's in, or?
I was mostly just prodding Tom to give
Because everyone
more.
else was giving
yeah,
at
we were
least
all kind of
baseline motivation.
Yeah,
He
but
was
no,
like,
it's
"I'm in."
okay. It's great. It's great.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, it's okay, Tom. Unless you want to explain specifically why Ash is in, which
Well, so Ash was uncomfortable with the Duchess wanting us to kick these guys out. just because they're different. And my plan coming down here was to be like, look, the local Duchess doesn't like you and doesn't want you here anymore. I'm really sorry, I don't agree with her, but I have a nice temple down the road. You guys can set up camp there. We don't have much, but we'd share it, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But then these guys came in saying, hey, we need help, and we're willing to leave. If you give us that help, I'm all for it. And so I'm all in, just kind of based on that.
Okay.
So, yeah, Harmony will look up at Stanimir and say, well, it sounds like you have your band of heroes recruited. Did you say we would leave come the morning?
We'll leave now if that is what is required.
Do you all have any preparations you need to make? Do you need to tell the Duchess, or...
I'm ready to travel now. I mean, we didn't even...
I'm carrying everything I own on my back right now.
Is this from us being here for however long? Is it particularly dangerous to travel at night in this area? Like, would we
More
be
so-
like we
more
should
so of
probably wait
late.
till the morning?
I mean, we should just go. It would be
Alright,
my
let's do
opinion. I mean, we're as likely to be, in my opinion, we're as likely to be attacked on the road these days during the day as during the night. We're traveling with light on the road. Cool. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Just my opinion.
And Harmony will kind of look over at Stenimir and say, just one moment with my companions, if you don't mind. But we can, sounds like we can make preparations to leave now, if that is, I don't know how much time you need to break down this camp.
We will begin while you prepare.
Excellent. And Harmony will kind of gather the group in a circle, just the five of us, or I guess the six of us if Sonny rejoins.
Sure, yeah.
And we'll kind of look over at Winley and say, now, I know why I'm going, and I know why the Biggin's going. We've talked about her desire to right the injustices of the world. But you three, Daggerford's your home. So I guess I don't mean to seem suspicious, but why drop everything you know to leave with a band of travelers to complete a quest and leave your home behind, especially given the troubles since we've arrived, we've had to solve multiple problems for the town.
I am a seasoned campaigner. I'm used to traveling. I'm used to going wherever I'm needed. Yes, Daggerford is my home, but I have spent many years away from it. And if I need to leave in order to help
Middle door.
I now serve, I need to go where I'm needed and where I can do the most good.
That is a satisfactory explanation for me, certainly. I failed to even mention, do you not have your temple to look after? And again, this is not to discourage you from going, I just like to know the motivations of those...
Part of the duty of a cleric of any given temple is to go out into the world and to help support it from above. We're not always to be there, at hand. Our skills would be useless if we were just sitting around the grounds. We need to travel. Sometimes we can earn a little gold that way and send it back, or sometimes we can get just more people to go and listen to scripture and the good word.
I suppose this does seem the sort of quest that great shiny lizard you worship would be in favor of. Meaning no disrespect, of course.
Just the cross, but the wrong way.
Whatever
or
the
something.
symbol.
Yeah.
And rar, flat flap. I don't, and again, I respect your desire for, if your reasons are your own, I'm merely
Not
curious.
at all. This would not be the first time I've left town for a walkabout in the pursuit of knowledge, and this sounds interesting enough to warrant one such trip. So,
not to mention he has a nagging wife back at home.
I don't have a nagging wife. How many times have I told you?
So Mina is not in a great mood, but she is a very outgoing, naturally person, and she's willing to tell you basically the whole story of why she's interested in going. but I don't really want to get that into it because you can go read it. But basically, these ghouls attacked the grove where my adopted mother lived and lives, and I have reason to believe ghouls. I think I don't know much about. I'm just learning and getting to know more about these new enemies, and it sounds as though there's a possibility. Which, by the way, having hunted and ranged in this area for my entire life, ghouls are a new presence. So I have reason to maybe suspect that there is a connection with between this new curse, especially if he says that it has spread to their homeland. Perhaps that's what brought this new menace here. So at this point, I've been chasing them, hunting them for weeks, or I don't know, with DM permission, something like that. Months, weeks, somewhere in there. A long time, and I'm frustrated. So I'll take whatever trail I can find at this point. So yeah, thanks for asking. Nice to meet you again.
Yeah, we could go back. I guess we would have met before.
I know. No, we don't need to.
I realized we sort of jumped right into the Duchess's dinner. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is Sunny, and Sunny growled. He's not very friendly seeming. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's why I want to go. You are new as well. I mean, I know we've hung out and
she was on the ghoul hunt.
I know, yeah. We've done things together, but I'm curious since we're as we're walking over to, or as we're waiting for them to pack up their stuff, as we're chatting about this, what is Winley? I mean, you kind of indicated that this is like something that you're obviously on board for.
Winley is open about wanting to eradicate evil and help others that are being, attacked or oppressed or things like that, but won't say why or much more about that.
But you're just like,
it's
fighting evil.
I left my home to, pursue helping others escape similar things that I have been subjected to. So, helping someone reclaim their homeland that has been cursed is definitely, I'm into it.
Well, I think we'll make at least fine traveling companions for now, and it's nice to be working with Doc and Ash again. Good to see you both, obviously.
So for the record, Doc's preparations are going to his workshop and sets because one of my things is I can set voice recordings onto an object, so I just have a gone adventuring, we'll be back eventually, and just leaves it on the front counter. This is not, like I said, I choose to believe this is not the first time he's I need XYZ obscure reagent, or I heard this rumor about this obscure book that's off in the wild blue yonder.
Gonna go looking.
And just so this would not be the first time his workshop's been abandoned for an indeterminate period of time.
Yeah.
And Harmony sort of as Doc kind of goes off to his workshop and his preparations are concluding, Harmony kind of strokes her chin thoughtfully. He's like, there is the manner of extracting our payment from the Duchess. We have gotten them to leave.
Yeah. We just got her to promise she'd pay us something. That's enough for me.
Someone should probably go back and
character
say,
for her then.
Taken care of,
for the Duchess to
Yes.
promise to. I don't know. I don't know. Probably. She
I mean,
doesn't usually pay. Sorry, go ahead. Winley.
It's not like we went so far from town. Someone should go back there and just say, yeah, they're packing up. We're going, with them. We don't want the town to think they kidnapped us or something.
Escort them.
Yeah, just let them know.
Harmony's happy to, but should a native do it instead?
Yeah, I'm not native.
I'll go. Fine.
So
I can.
Doc is content for the aristocracy to just owe him a favor. That's good enough for Doc.
I kind of am too.
You say shouldn't a local do it, and Ash is just not me, no goes.
Winley's happy to go.
I mean,
just tell her.
Yeah, Harmony will go.
Yeah, we're taking care of it.
Yeah,
They-
Harmony will go let the Duchess.
Yeah, I'm almost more inclined not to.
Okay.
When you return to the Duchess, give her the news that they're leaving. She's She seems quite pleased and kind of bubbly about that. When you say that you're going with them, a bit of a shadow of am I getting? Was this all along? Was this always the plan? Right? Were you always with them? Sort of flashes her face, and then she seems to realize that she's being silly, knowing that some of you have lived here like your whole lives, and hands over a pouch of 50 gold pieces.
Great. Harmony kind of weighs it and
That's 10 each.
considers momentarily, but we'll see it. We'll see how much the individual share.
We found the new flex.
And Harmony kind of like will assure the Duchess, none of us are under any magical compulsion. We're not being kidnapped. Please do not send guards. I don't know if I need to roll a persuasion check to.
She honestly seems bemused when you say that, as if even if you were, she wouldn't have.
Exactly.
Well,
She doesn't care about us too
the
much.
last group she sent, I figured it would be the natural conclusion if nobody came back and told her what happened and we were just all gone the next day.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Like, the last people she sent were charmed. Wouldn't want them to think that
Yeah. So
these people were like kidnapping.
I don't know if there's a magical sobriety test Harmony can pass, but it doesn't seem like the Duchess would know a charmed person from an uncharmed person either way.
Not too much.
Okay.
At an administrative level, does anybody need to go buy a thing, sell a thing, offload or unload anything?
Nope.
Assuming we have full permission from Doc to throw stuff in his bag of holding, then
Which
Harmony...
is then being held by...
Yes.
I'm carrying it.
Okay, then Harmony will keep all the gear she purchased, and then unpurchased, and then...
And then repurchased.
But yeah, I mean, Harmony doesn't really... There's nobody really... We kind of said there's nobody really in town that Harmony's been in contact with worth letting know that she's leaving, so she's just gonna leave.
I said more or less what preparations I was
You
making.
put an out of office.
Yeah, basically, and probably has some obscure set of traps for the back of the office kind of thing. It's like almost for any intruder's security than his own. It's like, yeah, and if they tip that over, it's gonna we don't want that to happen kind of thing.
Okay. Ash?
I'd like to buy a dagger and put stuff in the bag of holding.
Man, I got 2 daggers. Do you want one of them?
I will take one of your daggers.
Have one of my daggers now. Fucking hell.
All right.
Wait, does Ash have a great sword, a long sword, a halberd, a whip, and a spear all just sort of strapped to her person?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
Not
On
yet.
my back, and I have a shield and a spear. And you don't know about the whip. The whip is in my backpack.
I know. That's what I was asking, is if they were visibly displayed upon your person.
Okay.
I probably
yeah.
wear the dagger behind my cloak, behind my back.
But Harmony will make her way back to the camp after her meeting with the Duchess.
Okay. Everybody else?
I probably just was crouching next to Sunny just outside the Vistani camp. You guys, if you want to share some of that 50 gold, great, but...
Actually, when Harmony gets back, assuming the group is assembled, she'll kind of motion them all in and say, boy, you all should have seen the look on the Duchess's face when I told her that not only had we gotten them to leave, but we'd be leaving with them. Actually, I think I remember it, and Harmony will cast Minor Illusion to kind of make a replication.
Is it super hammed up, though?
Yeah, of course, obviously. Doing the Kevin McAllister face. But she did, in fact, pay up. And Harmony will pull out the bag that, the full bag.
I was
She
gonna
didn't
say the full bag.
purloin any for herself. 10 gold apiece, I believe it is. But if somebody better with numbers than me would prefer to do the counting,
yeah, it's 10 apiece.
No, to verify that there is actually 10 apiece in the bag.
Gotcha.
but yeah, I think everyone...
Mina completely misses your humor.
Doc takes it
Harmony, I'm
int
surprised
20 just
Harmony
does the
didn't
math
split it
based
up
on the
into,
weight. Yeah, that's
4 equal piles of gold and then 1 pile of rocks, and be like, I'll take this pile of rocks.
No, please give me the rock. Yeah, okay, so 10 gold apiece.
Okay.
Leo.
All right. The camp is, by the time you're all getting back, pretty well packed up. They pitch tents and whatnot, but it seems that they are very well practiced at pitching camp and breaking camp.
Which is travelers, they would be. That makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
As sort of you gather and approach, Stanimir approaches you with another young male Vistani. Bearing in mind Stanimir is an older gentleman, says, "This is my son, Ratka. You can ride on his wagon. He will take you with us. After all, no reason to wear out your boots on a long journey."
And we can imagine that the picture you sent us is of Stanimir.
Yes,
Okay.
that was Stanimir.
Great.
Yeah. And Ratka looks much like him, but younger, a little bit more of a belly. Clearly, maybe the call it the lazier son in terms of perception, given that Stanimir is kind of a bony, well-weathered individual.
Is that the correct spelling in the chat?
Maybe. Yes. No, Ratka. And with that, unless anybody has anything else, they all pretty much mount up onto the wagons and start to head out.
They said it's like a week's journey. Harmony will find some moment, either during the preparations or presumably everyone's riding in wagons, no one's walking along when the traveling begins.
Yep.
Okay. Harmony, as Stanimir goes to leave, will kind of walk off, kind of with him away from everyone else, just once there's enough distance that they could speak quietly amongst themselves. She'll kind of call to him, Stanimir. I hope you don't mind. I wanted to ask a question of you in private.
He leans in. Yes.
So, my mentor, who taught me the ways of being a bard, was a Vistani. She kind of motions to the rapier on her belt that kind of is adorned with Vistani, in the Vistani style of beads and cloth and stuff. And she seems hesitant, kind of she's searching for the right words, and then she kind of looks at him and she's like, I don't know. Would you be able to tell me anything about the keepers?
I couldn't say, to be honest.
I'll make an insight check if that's all right.
Yep.
Okay. For as much as Harmony likes lying to people, she is not particularly adept at reading people, so... 12.
He does not seem to be lying.
Okay. She nods and says, I appreciate it. It's just something my mentor mentioned that I was curious to know more about, but didn't have the opportunity before we parted ways.
I see. Well, I can't say that I've ever heard of these, but perhaps I'll keep an ear out for you.
That would be appreciated. Perhaps I'll ask. If it's not something that you know is taboo among the Vistani, I might ask your Madam Eva after our meeting is concluded.
Well, she's a great answerer of questions. Perhaps, she's a great answerer of questions. Whether you understand the answer, that can be the trick. But you'll see. You'll see.
I'm certain I will. Thank you for your hospitality. And
Of course.
she'll turn and head back to Ratka's wagon. Rotka's wagon.
Okay.
Right, there.
6 drum sheet. Anyway. All right. Well, then hopping onto the wagons and beginning the journey, they, as promised, essentially start traveling through the night. By morning, you are well out of sight of Daggerford, and true to the description, you seem to be following a bit of a wagon track that seems to parallel the river. In some measure, sometimes it gets within 100 yards or so. Sometimes it winds away around a hill or the lakes. This part of the journey is familiar, particularly to Mina, somebody who's ranged this territory fairly extensively. By the first evening following a long day of travel, which they don't stop, you are about at the boundary of as far as you've ever kind of ranged around Daggerford. Anybody else local probably has never even been out this far specifically. To the best of your knowledge, then unless you were taking the river up or down for that matter, this is kind of not well traveled, but you could get to civilization eventually following this route or merging with roads further to the north. Yes.
As they travel. Does Rotka seem particularly talkative? Like, is he? I mean, his father was very, outgoing and sort of like engaging. If Harmony tries to engage him in conversation, is he receptive to that, or not particularly?
He is, although Harmony will note very quickly that he is perhaps a fair bit duller than his father is in both wit and capacity.
Right. So yeah, she'll like kind of make casual conversation at certain points throughout the day. She might try to get an answer from him about like, so what do you think of Madame Eva? Had you met her before?
She's perhaps a bit wiser, perhaps as smart as my father, certainly. But mysterious, right? She once told me when I was a boy that I would likely die in the sky. What? I'm going to go wings?
She kind of like, Harmony tries to keep herself from making an annoying glance at his paunch, and she's like, that does seem unlikely. And of your homeland, have you traveled back and forth from there before?
Oh, many times. We've come and go all the time. As a people, we gather, we make camp, we celebrate, we have occasions and weddings and the like, and we go our separate ways and come back again in the future.
Fascinating. Can you tell us anything about it? I'm certain I've never been there before.
It is a large forest and valley, many tall, beautiful mountains, great, beautiful waterfalls where we often make camp. But there are many places that we call home.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, I imagine you've seen far more of this world than I have, so I look forward to the opportunity and appreciate the use of your wagon.
My pleasure. He seems very proud that you're riding with him and that you're complimenting him, albeit doesn't seem to quite get when you say that you're more well traveled. You being a bard have seen plenty of the world.
Certainly. But yeah, so okay, yeah, just not the keenest fellow,
not
but
so much
friendly,
perfectly friendly and nice, but definitely apple fell a decent distance from the tree.
Sure. What's everyone up to while we travel?
Well, so I'll raise that point.
Sorry,
you have essentially a whole day of travels on this wagon. You effectively can take a long rest, and so if there's anything you'd like to do in terms of prepared spells, items, activities, crafting, whatever, you can do that, because while riding this wagon, you are pretty much at rest.
Any children in the camp?
Not children. Probably the youngest would be maybe about 16 or 17, but more or less an adult.
And do people, just as the wagons are proceeding, do people like hop down? Do they like kind of like, are people like walking along the wagons? Are they setting a pretty fast enough pace that it'd be slowing things down to get out of the wagons?
No, their pace is actually pretty lackadaisical, honestly. Like, they could certainly be pushing it a little bit harder, even though the track isn't like a well-paved road or that sort of thing.
Right.
Certainly, on a handful of occasions, folks are hopping out to kind of do their business off the road from time to time. But otherwise, more or less, most folks are riding. There seems to be a fairly relaxed sense. To that extent, other than any kind of watchfulness amongst your party, they seem highly unconcerned with being accosted or anything like that. Nobody's really keeping watch or not. Well, I mean, how would you tell? How would you know? But to the extent that you while traveling the country might consider being a little more watchful or.
By the way,
security.
I'm always alert for danger while we're traveling.
Yeah,
and mechanically and thematically, yes. So natural explorer means, I mean, like, it probably doesn't mean we're immune to being surprised, but yeah, she's always
very hard to see upon radar.
Well, from one side.
Yeah, 90 degrees.
Yeah. Well, is it
Sunny's
90?
got
Is
the
it
other
90 for Mina, or is it more 45?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Sunny's looking to. Well, if we're long resting, so Mina kind of has this process that she goes through, and I'll just describe it now, and then in the future I'll just say, like, Mina kind of goes through her process or does her thing, which is if she has a spell slot, she casts Goodberry, so she'll sit there and, like, probably gets, like, some... what Goodberry, she needs to use a sprig of mistletoe, so she has like these herbs in her hand and kind of crushes them around, and then when you see her hands again, they're full of these weird purpley berries. So she always does that before a long rest, and then once she's done that and kind of tucked them away, she'll take care of her crossbow and take it all apart and oil it and put it back together, mend and sew up any clothing or equipment that has any trouble, and then she also will make this, whether with it's some she has some dirt or just some charcoal or whatever ash. She'll make just some ash with water that she can. She likes to draw this little symbol on Sunny's forehead that kind of looks like vaguely like I don't know, kind of like Hallister's sigil from Waterdeep. But no, it's literally just like a random. It's probably different every time or something. So anyway, so she does that as we're like bumping along in the wagon. Sunny's very unhappy to be sitting in the wagon for a minute while she applies the sigil, and then he quickly gets out and continues trotting alongside.
Yeah, Tarby will kind of watch this ritual curiously, and then when Sunny hops out afterwards, will kind of like look over at Mina and like, you and the dog, what's the story there?
Well, Sunny is a wolf. Not to split hairs. I know we just met, but
I'm sure the distinction's very important.
He's quite large as well. Just, but yes, we've known each other for a few years. Not as long as I've known this one. Elbows Ash and nods over at Doc as well.
Probably tinkering with something or other, and
but just between you and me, and Mina like kind of looks to see if Sunny is within close earshot. He can be kind of a prick sometimes, but we've forged a close friendship.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Harmony kind of like observes everyone's like kind of
Cleaning crossbow
rituals throughout the
Winley is sitting in a corner talking to herself.
Right.
over the dagger.
Actually, yeah, Ash. When Mina's cleaning and taking care of her crossbow seems to remind Harmony, and she looks over at Ash and says, "Oh, Your Eminence, I completely forgot." And she like kind of pulls out Ash's crossbow, like, "I forgot to return this to you. I appreciate the loan. Would you like it back?"
I don't need it. Also, did you call me Your Eminence?
I was gonna say, Doc, like Brent did this, but Doc is also going to.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that with you.
I apologize. I don't know the proper term of address for a member of Bahamut's clergy. Your scaliness.
No. We should keep that. Mina will say.
Yeah, Doc is here for it.
Army will kind of like offer a low fist bump.
I was a common soldier for most of my life. You can call me whatever you want, but I'm not Your Eminence by any stretch of the imagination.
Well,
yeah, Mina gets a good chuckle out of that.
Set your sights higher than that, Your Holiness.
Scaliness is what we landed on.
Your scaliness.
Your scaliness.
Yeah.
I do like
It's
that.
a thing now.
Is that offensive? Is that would Bahamut dislike that? Does he care about dragon jokes?
I think he is indifferent about them.
Oh, good. Lots of potential.
Excellent.
I'm gonna start writing some
At
down.
least I haven't been struck by lightning yet, so we'll see.
Early days.
He's known for his sense of humor, I'm sure. Mina says, knowing nothing
But
about it.
Harmony will kind of pat Ash's crossbow and say, I will appreciate the extended loan. If you ever need it back, let me know. But until then, I plan to make good use of it.
How much of a dick would it be if I just took that?
Hey, it's yours.
Nah, I don't.
Harmony doesn't like being in debt to people.
If you leave that out, Doc might, like, as part of his routine, because, like I said, he's probably constantly making little tiny adjustments to his armor and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you leave that crossbow out, he will absolutely do this kind of, actually the exact same routine that Mina's doing for her crossbow, because he taught it to her.
Yeah.
Please, I don't know the first thing beyond
fine-tuning.
point and shoot.
Yeah.
Wait, you have to
Like,
clean
which-
these things?
Which, like, mechanically I know won't do anything, but
Right.
is still,
Yeah,
like,
that's what we're doing. Downtime. Yeah.
I also like the
I'm
idea
probably
of,
twiddling the sword and taking care of my ear and
This
stuff.
might be where Ash or Harmony actually gives Ash. Yeah, actually, Harmony will kind of like pull a whetstone out of her pocket and kind of like make sure her rapier and dagger are sharp while we're taking care of our weapons, and then she'll kind of like think about it and be like, "No, I know this isn't a fair trade in terms of value, but I have noticed that extremely beautiful sword you're carrying around, and I hope, assuming you don't have one of your own, she'll hold out her whetstone and say, you might want to make sure it's properly taken care of."
I appreciate that. I forgot my whetstone at home, it seems.
And Harmony will kind of like put her like blades away and be like, "Mine are more for show. Yours seem more in need of more likely to see practical use."
Mina kind of rolls her eyes when you say mine are more for show. I'm sure you don't see it though.
Of course not.
Rolls the one you
sitting
can't
there.
I would
see.
say, how's that passive
yeah.
perception looking
Yeah,
over there,
yeah,
buddy?
It's all right.
You can see it if you want. You
What
can,
is my
I'm fine with
passive
you seeing it if you want
perception?
to.
16. It's pretty good.
Any other long rest actions?
Harmony probably. I mean, just beyond the nothing like mechanically speaking. She probably like sharpens her blades, takes the crossbow back. Probably at some point, takes out her flute and cleans it up a little bit. Kind of like just make sure it's not dusty or clogged or anything like that.
Does she ever like just idly play it?
I mean, probably she after she finishes cleaning it, will kind of like just tweedle out a little tune on it just to make sure it's in tune and stuff like that. But otherwise, isn't going to like unpromptedly serenade people.
Oh, sure.
Not putting on a show for us.
Well, I'll ask. It's a long ride. If you can play that thing, feel free.
Well, I'm not quite the showman that other traveling bards are, but I'm capable. Do you have any requests?
No.
Okay. Well, company's appropriate given the setting, and she will start her hoof will kind of start tapping a rhythm on the floor of the wagon, and she'll start playing a Vistani travel song that she probably picked up along the way.
Ratka, is this all right with you? If
yes.
do you mind a little?
Rekka, would you mind providing me vocal accompaniment? I'm sure you've heard this one before.
Certainly have. And he is more than happy to sing along, a little off key, but he clearly knows the words.
His heart's in it, so it's good.
Yep.
And maybe if the song's been going on for a while, Doc will kind of pull out some just tinkering parts and mess with it, and after about an hour he produces a music box that plays kind of an accompaniment to one of the songs or something, if you like cycle around for him or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get the Vistani one going. Huh. You whipped that up really quickly. That's you just carry around.
Yes, I do. Mechanically, yes, I do carry around just a bunch of Tinker's parts for laughs, but yeah, no.
Harmony will kind of
Artificers.
Harmony will kind of like look close at him. It is.
If you start
fascinating.
looking too closely, Doc will start like in excruciating detail explaining how it works.
Harmony attempts
In like
to
basically another language.
Yeah, and
Harmony attempts to nod along.
Understandingly.
Well, yes,
like-
understandingly. Yeah. And Tom, to your question in the chat, I believe, yes, we're all in the wagon and this is taking place.
Correct. Yeah.
So Sunny wants to run.
Sure. Well, so the evening arrives. The Vistani make camp. You all can certainly do as well, but the night passes relatively uneventfully. I'm sure Mena pulls a watch somewhere in the middle there.
Yeah, Sunny and Mina can split watch pretty effectively if one other person can take like 1 2-hour shift.
Dark
then we can
vision
cover it.
would make sense for Doc to do that.
Sure.
Then,
Yeah.
probably.
The Vistani again seem entirely unconcerned with any form of security. They seem quite comfortable, perhaps to a fault, on the roads. But
It's a great time.
in either event, the next morning you're able to break camp and continue the journey. Just within the caravan and the 3 wagons, Rotko's makes up the last one within the order, and so you're sort of the last to catch the sights around the various bends and twists. But as you continue along this path, kind of in mid-morning, you come around a bend in the trees to quite a sight, and one that, again, being kind of out of your normal ranging range, is unfamiliar to any of you. This big darn wall and gateway lurks within the sort of valley you're following. Obviously, ahead of you have enormous stone walls, as well as these sort of headless knights emblazoned. But as the caravan sort of pulls up to these gates, which are not barred, they're just kind of sort of loosely open, Standomir hops off the lead wagon and kind of walks up the side and goes, we're here! Home at last! And he kind of kisses his fingertips and pats the stone affectionately, and then hops back up on his wagon.
So, sorry, this is the second day we've been of travel.
I was going to say, Winley will turn to whoever is closest and be like, I thought they said it was going to take a week.
We might maybe to get to Mandymod.
Maybe to the specific place in there, yeah.
And
She's suspicious.
And Harmony kind of like looking up at these gates, and can I roll a history check? Can see if it's a pretty like noteworthy
prominent feature
landmark.
of the
So see if she can think of anything. Okay.
You can, and also Mina can roll a survival check.
Fun. I love survival.
I'll run the history check. as
What
well.
am I?
That's pretty good.
What am I doing to survive? Or what- yeah.
We're seeing if something occurs to you.
Okay.
You're under attack.
Yeah, I love that. All right.
Isn't every attack roll a survival check?
You know,
Most technical sense. Yes.
Everyone else's rolls are survival checks.
all right.
For you. So as far as the history piece here, other than kind of what you observed as far as just the appearance, this clearly may have been actually like a defended wall and gate at some point. It's now just part of the thoroughfare of the road. For you, Harmony, you recall it's Danior, correct? You recall Danior talking about sort of grand gates to the Vistani homeland, and so that sort of checks out. The particular cause of this or where. It does occur to you, though, that he was never very specific about where it was, and it seems perhaps a bit peculiar where you met him that it would be here.
Right.
And that is something similar that Mina experiences, which is there are mountains to the north or to the northeast of Daggerford, but they are traditionally, or to Mina's best knowledge, like 60, 70 miles away. And in a day of travel, you're just having kind of a weird, like, how did we get here so fast?
Spatially,
feeling.
this doesn't quite make sense.
Harmony will sort of like whistle, and then under her breath, well, maybe loud enough that anybody near her could hear. Will just say, "Grand indeed."
Winley will approach Stanimir and just ask, like, you said it was going to take a week to get here. How far, like, how large is your homeland if we have 5 more days of travel to reach?
Oh, I
where
mean,
we're
just to pass the mountains here will take easily another 2 days before we reach the first valley. From there, we still have perhaps another day or 2 of travel across the valley before we reach the falls.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I probably just kind of sidle up to the conversation that was just happening. I should have asked this earlier, and I apologize, but you mentioned that you and your people are the only ones that can move freely in and out of your homeland? I kind of assumed at the time, just subconsciously, that meant, like, guards and border patrols and stuff, but I don't see any guards out there.
As a matter of law, we are the only ones who are permitted to come and go.
Is this your prince's
Is it okay that you bring in guests?
Of course. It would be silly if we couldn't bring guests. We are travelers, after all.
Okay, so under the law, we're covered.
Absolutely.
Harmony will kind of like look at him like, your prince's law?
Indeed.
What is just curious? What do you call your homeland and these mountains?
This is Barovia. These are the great Barrock Mountains that encircle the valleys of our homeland.
Does that trigger?
None of us have ever heard of Barovia.
You have never heard of that.
Harmony will kind of like look over, maybe just kind of like quietly to like, I don't know, who's not near Stanimir. Harmony kind of like lean over to Mina and say, "Didn't you say the name of their homeland in the most of the time, or did I misremember that little part of the story?" Did I remember that part as a player? Did I remember that part of the story? Did he? I thought he said something about the name of their homeland having been lost to time.
That he did.
Okay.
Strange. Good catch. Because no, I did not remember that.
Yeah, I thought I didn't write down this whole. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure I had heard that.
Not in my notes.
Yeah.
But no, I believe it. What are the mountains called? Sorry.
Baroque.
I'm assuming that kind of was grouped with Barovia.
Your Thornwhip.
Literally never heard of it.
I'm just testing to make sure
Never heard of it.
the spell is as I put it in there.
Which, again, is in the same sense of being like, the mountains are 60 miles away. You're just like, how am I not familiar
This
with
is triggering some... Okay. Yeah, cool.
Like, you can see them. They're clearly
the Great
there.
Barrock Mountains. Cool. Might we confer?
Do we need? Is anyone guarding these gates? Standing me?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
can we just
quite clearly, this is not like a defended wall of any sort.
Before we head through, do you mind if we just speak as a group momentarily?
But we're going to be carrying on here, but sure.
Well, just convey what, like, what Mina has noticed, these mountains are unfamiliar. This doesn't feel like the landscape that I know of north of Daggerford, but this is a little further than I've ranged up this way.
But
but it's and I mean I can see, and there are not mountains, at least in my knowledge and experience, that should be here.
And Harmony will mention, I could have sworn I may have had too much wine, but I could have sworn during his story he mentioned that the name of their homeland had been lost to time, and yet he certainly seems to know the name now.
Well, I mean, so I would like to correct you there, Harmony. I'm pretty sure that he said that their original homeland was lost to time.
And then they were traveling.
They were welcomed into this land and said, this can be your new land.
Oh!
As they helped the prince.
I see. That might have
I
been...
misunderstood the story. That's how I took it.
I might have misheard it. Then.
It all sounds right to me.
You're both right. All of the
Yep.
above.
Alright, well, I mean, I certainly trust the ranger's expertise as far as...
Well, I guess more what I'm saying is it seems obvious to me, and trying not to be meta here, just my character is noticing we're walking into something strange, and that might be
cool.
Yeah, that might we're gonna.
And Dan, I'm not sure how much I don't know if you want me to make a roll or anything like that, but me traveling around with the army a bunch, I definitely went up north before, and I've obviously never seen these gates before. So,
well, you've never followed this path. Like you're on like a wagon track, not a road.
Okay.
Can I do like an Arcana check to see what would just cause weird spatial? I can't do both of you right now. Sorry. I'm sorry. What was that, Ash?
Oh, I was just saying, like, so in the conversation as a whole with the group, I'd probably mention, I've been up north many times. I've been all over, but I've never been up this road before, so maybe this was always here.
Well, but the mountains... Ash, I see what you're saying, but the mountains weren't always here. So...
Maybe you just can't see the mountains from the other road.
I'm feeling pretty confident, but sure, maybe.
So taking Mina's concerns into consideration, can I do an Arcana check to see what kind of spatial bullshit could be involved with this? A couple of theories occur to Docrin. You might say that the wagons could be enchanted in such a way that they travel further than you think they appear. You could have teleported in the night potentially. There's
certainly options.
Somebody could have transmuted some mountains out of nowhere, but that's a hell of a spell.
Okay, fair enough.
You can think of magical reasons, but you're not clear about what could be the case here, or if there is magic involved here.
Fair enough. Okay. So none of them. There are plenty of explanations, none of which probably cleanly fit fully with what we've seen. Okay.
Yep.
Well, okay. Just as long as we're all on the same page, I think we are, in for a penny, in for a pound at this point. Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's too late to turn back now.
Yeah.
I don't think...
It definitely is not. But
Well, I mean, we've just traveled for
helping,
2 days.
It might be once we walk through there.
yeah, Winley is going to, in the conversation with Stan and Mir, probe a little bit into the law that says only the Vistani can come and go. So she'll ask something along the lines of, if for whatever reason we're separated from you, what do we need to do to ensure that we're safe and welcome here if we're not physically with you, and how do we leave if we are separated from you?
As far as leaving, take the road back. There's no one's going to stop you. The law is the law, but do you see guards? Do you see towers or archers or anything stopping you from coming or going here? The law says we are the only ones permitted to come and go, but no one has ever even bothered so much as to ask who we are. Okay, the player knows that's bullshit.
I mean, as suspicious as I am of this, I have no real in-character reason to think that we're gonna be like suddenly. Yeah, if he says, okay, like, it's a door. We'll come back through the door.
Yeah. Yeah, if he, explains that as if, it's just, the law of the land and not, some sort of magically
law.
imposed, this must be followed, then Winley will be like, oh, okay.
Can I make an insight check just in general on Stanimir now? I mean, I won't retroactively say, just to get his vibe earlier, but now just, is... Okay.
I'll make an insight check around that conversation as well.
I like him.
You sure do.
Seems neat.
I like him.
I like him more than
Holy
you
shit,
do.
guys. Yep. You both are both.
Like the cut of his jib.
Yep. I'll say he seemed to be a straight shooter.
Yep. Right on.
Okay.
Well, that's unfortunate.
It is noteworthy, by the way. You can see through these gates. It's not like a black shadow.
Yeah,
or something
right.
or other. But
no shining yellow,
swirling
white
portals.
Yeah, great.
no, that said, the caravan does start to move again.
Yep.
Is anybody hopping off,
No,
refusing
we're
to
in.
go?
I'll go through on foot, but I'll walk alongside.
So Army will kind of look at the rest
Or
of the
behind.
group and say, well, in for a CP, in for a GP. Or in for a copper, in for a gold.
I like it.
All right.
I like it.
Well,
These are really cool gates, so Doc's probably hanging out the back of the wagon trying to do Oh man, that's so
Is
cool.
the design of the statues, is their armor distinctive, or their weapons? Is there anything distinctive
long
about them?
swords and plate.
Just
no sigils or marks of any sort
Okay.
that you can see.
Cool.
Okay. Well, the road beyond the gates certainly actually becomes a road as opposed to this wagon track you've been following up to this point. It's not cobblestone or anything like that, but it's a well-packed earth and just rock. The path now quickly seems to be deviating from sort of a meandering path through sporadic woods and fields into kind of following a mountain pass, much as you might see if you were going up to Estes or Allen's Park or something like that. Quite notably, as you continue to travel by midday, you realize at some point you must have crossed the river, whether that it maybe went underground for a bit or something like that, but the river is now kind of to your left-hand side as opposed to your right-hand side where it had been on your trek thus far. By the time the evening is reached, the Vistani seem to have timed their travel well as you sort of approach a bit of a clearing off to the side of the road. The Vistani prepare to make camp once again. I assume the party does as well, unless anybody wants to wander off or take a jog or some such.
We got the impression that
Back
these
to
people.
my tent.
And are you referring to the Desserin River, or is there another river that...
It was the Desert River.
The Desserin River is the one that we must have...
Was
crossed
the
over.
Death Runner.
Right, yeah. Right. Cool. And we're making camp just kind of by the side of the road. What's the layout? Are we in trees? Open?
It's literally a bit of a nook off to the side of the road. There's a handful of kind of pines around it. The mountainside sort of steeps up about 50 feet off the road, but there's enough kind of room between the trees to set up the tents and park the wagons off of the actual path.
Cool.
All right.
Well, I'm same deal before a long rest, and then doing the keep watch.
Okay.
Through through the
Any
night.
signs of Harmony's not a ranger. Wildlife seem fairly normal here for the area. Birds and stuff like that.
Great question.
You've seen the occasional bird flying overhead. You're not seeing any chipmunks, mice, whatever running around in the grass or in the trees. But there is wildlife.
And the birds aren't all demonic looking.
No,
Ravens or anything.
not yet. No, definitely just like hawks or sparrows of kind of an assorted variety.
Mm-hmm.
At least as far as you can tell from size and whatnot.
I obviously didn't use any good berries, so I offer everyone a good berry if they want something to eat.
Have
just
they
for the
been
let's
feeding
get.
us at all, or has there been food
I guess
provided
that's a
by the
good point.
Vistani?
No, you
Okay.
have had to rely on your rations.
Harmony will look.
They've been willing to share wine, but
Right.
they're not cracking open a banquet. for
Harmony will
everybody.
kind of suspiciously at the good berry, one. You said.
You can have two.
So if
Doc's
we're
been
eating
here
a
before and
ration,
just
I wanna
pops it
take tally
casually.
up, Take it off my tally.
How's
So
it
we've done
taste?
2 days so far. This is our third.
Well,
Yeah,
this is
Mina's,
your second day.
Mina's offering you good
This is our
berries, so
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't have to
Well-
use rations.
You shouldn't use any rations unless you don't want to eat good berries. But we haven't had any reason not to. I have plenty of good berries to sustain us with for now. You're welcome to eat your rations though if you want, because I know they weigh a lot. So
We
got a bag of holding.
Happily accept a good berry.
I'll give everyone 2. I have 10, and
but you only need
one,
one, right?
Sonny's
for
gonna eat one of
sustain
mine.
you for
But I'll
a
give
bit.
2 to each of you. Just hey, why not?
Harmony will
load up.
Thanks. Harmony will look over and have these been good? You don't think so?
They're yummy.
Chomp.
Yeah. You saw Doc just casually flick it into his mouth.
Okay.
Apparently been on this rodeo.
Yeah,
before.
exactly. That's what I was saying. It's surely after this time.
Yeah.
Where did you find these?
They, don't worry about it. They're tasty.
I
They're
mean,
called good berries.
Winley can also cast good
Yeah,
berries,
yeah,
so
they're-
she would
exactly.
know, thanks.
They're magical. I didn't find them. I mean, Mina's not trying to be mysterious or anything. She just really doesn't know how to. They're magic.
Oh,
berries.
you want an explanation,
Yeah.
do you? And
Points to Doc.
yeah, once again.
Harmony immediately tunes out and
Yeah, exactly.
gets in touch with her stomach. Oh, that was filling. Wow.
Take it as read that if you ever ask any kind of question of, how does that work? I'm here for it. Let's do
Good old
it.
TED talk about it.
Yeah,
All right. Any other particular actions this evening before turning in?
Do Mina or Doc or anybody do they ask about watch, or do they just kind of have a routine between them that they're sort of
Having a
adopting?
routine makes sense.
Yeah, and
I'd
it's
say,
not.
yeah.
It's not.
I just meant if they asked, because Harvey's not going to volunteer to keep watch, but
No,
I mean,
I'm not going to
when
come and ask you to keep watching.
I say Winley might walk into the woods a little bit and just kind of, do druid shit, look around, see if there's any,
oh, I thought you meant literally.
That's probably happened a couple times by now.
Druid shit in the woods.
Do the Vistani care?
Very cool, mystical
yeah.
druid stuff. I
Yeah,
like
exactly.
it. I like
see
it.
if there are any, plants or things that. Just checking it out.
It's pretty sparse, to be honest. You've kind of got the trees are kind of these taller pines. There's a little bit of brush, but none of them are fruit bearing or anything like that. You do not see any evidence that even small critters live in this little vale here, or this glade, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
All right. Anything else before folks bed down for the evening?
Well, when Winley comes back, I'll be like, "Did you find any mistletoe?" But it doesn't matter. I'm sure you didn't.
Wow.
I probably have some business.
Yeah, no, I do too. Just-
Moving fast.
yeah, exactly.
Do they? So
That's
the Vistani, when they make their evening fire, do they do anything particular around it? Do they tell stories? Do they sing songs? Do they just kind of chill when they don't have guests to entertain or something like that?
They definitely. I mean, they strike up a tune here or there. They seem a little bit more just kind of casually conversant than party-ish as they were the first evening. But that perhaps is maybe a difference between their travel routine versus their camping out or staying somewhere for a while routine. They definitely have not pitched as much of a camp as they did when they were outside of Daggerford. Really, it's just sort of the tents, the fire. And then just what they need to eat, as opposed to sort of laying their stuff out, as it were.
Okay, yeah, actually, Harmony will kind of approach the fire that evening. I mean, she's probably spent time at the fire the past few evenings, beyond the evening rituals that, people have been doing in the party, borrowing her whetstone from Ash to make sure the blades are sharp and all that stuff.
Sure.
But she'll, approach Stanimir just around the fire and just kind of lean in and be if I ask you a question?
Of course.
I was talking to your son, Rotka. Very friendly fellow, delightful conversationalist. I asked him about Madame Eva, and he told me that she had. Well, in the vein of telling me that she was a bit mysterious, told me that she had predicted his death at some point.
Don't we all?
But what I more mean to say is that a common thing? Does she predict the future a lot?
She does have the sight. This is why she leads us. She knows.
Did she send you to find us specifically?
Not specifically, but she said we would know when we found you, and here we are.
Well, I hope we're worthy of her trust, I suppose. Interesting. I'm very curious to meet her.
Oh, I'm sure you'll find her to be a delight. As hospitable as I am, but threefold.
Oh, I didn't know that such hospitality was possible.
The Vistani are known for it.
Yes.
You should spend more
That
time with us.
That they are. I'll take a glass of wine, thank you.
And he is happy to provide.
Okay, but yeah, that was the main question Harmony just wanted to ask of Stanimir, beyond the one where... She's not going to confront him alone about the weirdness of the geography.
Bullshit, yeah.
That's above her pay grade in terms of...
Yep.
Okay. Well, that evening, things are quite different for all of you. You are all beset by painful nightmares. Winley, you dream of your sister. She's asking, "Why did you betray us?" And she gasps as you repeatedly drive your dagger into her. You realize, as these words leave her lips, that you are actually the person being stabbed, and as the dagger is pulled out, you feel yourself falling away. Ash, you are in the battle where you found your faith originally. However, the voice of Bahamut does not come to you. You are not graced by the gods, but instead, dark figure after dark figure assails you, clashing into you, taking down your battalion and your squad around you until essentially you're one of the only ones left. Before you can act, however, you finally realize that this battleground has just turned into a graveyard. Set across the arc of a hill with stone cairns marking the places where bodies have been buried, with every single cairn marked with the name of somebody you knew or served with, and for that matter, Docrin, Mina, Harmony, and Winley's names are there as well. Docrin, you dream of sitting at your workbench, and you are tinkering away, and yet the pieces will not fit together. They will not come together to form the right piece. You're stubbornly pushing a piece together, and after a moment of forcing it, the pieces finally click together, only to realize that you've been putting together a sword that is piercing your stomach. You are awoken to a great deal of pain, as it feels like that sword was actually quite real or piercing you. Harmony, you are in a tavern, but you are performing for a crowd that seems to ignore you, and song after performance after song, the crowd seems to grow just more disquiet, more displeased with, until eventually they are a furious mob coming for you. Through the mob, you glimpse a small girl looking at you. She smiles and reaches out a hand, but as you reach to take it, feeling like it would give you some form of safety, the mob pulls you under, and your dreams turn to darkness as their feet and hands kind of drag you below the surface. Mina, you are entering Kelvani's Grove. It is as you last saw it, in disarray with the grass matted in blood. You hear a laugh above you, and looking up, you see a dark figure standing atop a stone balcony that seems to hang in the air by itself. You raise your crossbow to fire, but as you do, Sunny lets out a howl. Looking down to him, you see that hands from beneath the earth have sprung up and are grabbing his paws and pulling him into the dirt. You pivot to try to save him, but feel pain as your own legs are clutched by similar hands and are dragged beneath the soil. When you awake, you all, in your own various terms, watches included, find that on your chest there is a single card. You will find these cards, in the case of Winley and Docrin, beneath your computers, in the case of Colin, underneath the table, in the case of Mina, underneath your computer bag, and in the case of Ash, look behind your left monitor. You can share your cards or keep them secret, as you prefer.
Well, is everyone awake?
I mean, in everybody's time waking up, you have your shifts. So depending on whether you went first or second.
But we don't all awaken violently at the same time to find this. It's like whenever we. Okay. I mean, as soon as everyone's awake, Mina will. I have a strange card I found in the middle of the night. Yeah. But she doesn't scream out. It's just as soon as when everyone's sitting around, yeah.
What's your card, Mina?
The it just says executioner, and it has you can look at it.
I got the druid.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Here you go, Tom, if you want to see my executioner card.
Winley
I like the
share
druid.
as well. Winley has the charlatan.
Say we're doing the cards.
Huh.
Bishop. All the mine's flipped.
Will Harmony share?
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I slept great.
Ah, I see.
If you want to make that deception check.
Sure.
Opposed by insight, correct?
Yep.
Winley doesn't quite believe you.
I'm sold.
And the communication got garbled there for a second. So what is Harmony trying to deceive us on? Is not saying you got a card?
She slept great.
I also sold.
Winley will kind of act like she believes you, and then when we have a second, kind of in private, be like, "You sure
I'm gonna ask.
you didn't have a card?"
I'm gonna ask Stanimir about the cards if he knows anything about them, because obviously we didn't give the cards out to ourselves. So the our traveling companions are the only other people here as far as we know. I'm gonna ask him about the cards.
Do you show him the card, or you just say, "Hey, did you leave cards on us in our sleep?"
I'll show him the card.
What a creepy question.
He looks at the card closely and goes, "Ah, I've seen these before. Mandymod has these. These are from a Taraka deck."
Do we know what a Taraka deck is?
Make a history check.
I don't know.
You are aware that they are used by fortune tellers and soothsayers. They are not unique even to the Vistani. You've seen them in more than a handful of carnivals and fairs and the like.
So is there anything inherently magical about them, or
To the best of your knowledge, they're not magical.
fair enough?
So do you know how they were presented to us? I mean, obviously we did not do it to ourselves, so maybe
So
one
the
of
folks
your-
on watch saw nothing, I assume.
They did not.
Maybe it's some kind of joke or something.
Alright.
Maybe it's a custom that I'm failing to recognize.
It's not a joke or a custom. I assure you, none of us placed these with you.
Okay. Sounds good.
Has this? Have you ever heard of this happening before?
Not that I'm aware of, but I know the cards tell Mandymod many things. Perhaps they have something to say about you. She could perhaps tell you better than I when you meet.
Well, sounds like it.
Okay,
Let's go find her.
fair enough. And, in the course of the next 20 minutes or so, they break down their camp and prepare to head out. Does anybody do anything before popping on the wagon?
Help them pack up.
Is
Probably,
this when Winley
because I
comes
can
up to Harmony?
doff or don my armor with
Yeah,
an action.
and-
Probably
and
briefly
Winley
doff
won't,
the
like,
armor
push,
to check the
like,
stomach. Or,
She'll just be like,
weird. Like it doesn't hurt. Does it still hurt
Don't
or
like
anything like
leave you.
that? Or, okay.
If
no.
you want to
Realistically,
keep it
probably
secret
did
for
that
whatever
upon
reason,
waking
that's
up,
totally
not
fine,
just
but-
after all that conversation.
Yeah.
Harmony will look, have a moment where she doesn't meet Winley's gaze, and then looks up at Winley and says, "I'll make an agreement with you, Winley. When you're ready to share secrets about that dagger and that person
That's
you're
never
already
happening.
talking
Nope.
to,
As soon as you say that, I'm like, nope, don't care.
then
We're good.
all right. I'm glad we have an understanding."
Yep.
All right. The caravan sets off once again in the morning, and you find that the path is steadily kind of growing higher up in the mountains. You're still essentially mirroring or following the river most of the way, but the track really does come down to just barely enough width for the carts and maybe one person to walk along the side in certain parts. As the journey continues, you do find that the travel is perhaps a little more tiresome, as you seem to just be kind of gaining altitude until you're probably easily 100, 200 feet above the riverside. That said, everybody go ahead and make a perception check.
Great.
I'm really gonna miss that cleric wisdoms.
Is this something that would be based on smell
Vision.
or hearing? Oh, there
Oh,
you go.
damn. Okay.
Well,
Quit your whining.
Sunny also has +5, so I'm
I'm just
just
saying I'm missing that +11 modifier or whatever it was from Randall.
Well, the
So
those
the second one for me was Sunny, by the way. So yeah.
Sunny and Docrin and Winley are all very perceptive of the trail here starting to break off from the mountainside, and you will all receive advantage as the road gives way and the wagon begins to plummet down towards the river below. To go ahead and make yourself some good old-fashioned dexterity saving throws.
We don't have disadvantage if we roll.
You do not have
that.
disadvantage if you did not get that.
Great. I know I rolled in that one.
I'm sorry, you said that was dexterity.
I feel
save.
like you should get disadvantage.
You know what? Why don't you cram it, Caitlin? Don't try to kill my character in the first session. That's the DM's job. Or if you want me to roll with disadvantage, we're having rolled a nat 1 on that perception.
Oh, my.
You're just very absorbed
Pretty
in something
fucking
else
terrible.
as the road gives way.
Alright, dex save, and then Sunny's dex save is +4.
With advantage.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Sunny has advantage. That's correct. So, actually...
I saw it coming and still tripped over my own
I saw it
feet.
coming and I accidentally did a flat roll, so I'm just doing a second roll.
Those two
real
rolls
quick.
were for
Sorry.
Sunny. Wow. Oof.
Oof.
Sunny got a 12 then, total.
Okay.
Goodbye, Sonny.
Sunny!
And I'm sorry, I forgot to roll with advantage, but I'll take that first roll, thanks.
Okay.
You sure?
Yeah, quite.
So the wagon essentially tilts sideways and literally is just rolling and tumbling down the cliffside and down into the river. Those of you who have gotten, let's see, Mina and Docrin and Harmony, you're going to take half on this, but everybody otherwise falls victim to a tragic 4 damage from rolling down this hill and into the river below.
So we all fell down with the wagon.
The entire roadway beneath the wagon gave way, and
So
the
the-
wagon is tumbled down
Gotcha.
into the river.
So the dex save was like to tumble elegantly
To
and
brace
gracefully.
and not
Make
get
a superhero
hurled out.
So-
So,
But
a situation
we all
that feathered fall
are-
wouldn't really help anything.
No.
Superhero landing, but are we all landing in a river?
You are all so therein is the rub. So you are all in
Superhero landing in a river is
Yeah.
cool.
You are all landing in the river, still within the wagon. However, assuming that everybody would like to swim to the surface,
So you said 2 hit points for those of us who made the save?
yes.
Okay.
If folks underwater would like to make athletics checks to swim,
Yeah, you know,
all of
I
us?
think I
All
will.
of
This is
you.
going to be great.
Yep.
That is a bad amount of
So,
damage.
do I have the opportunity... Nope, okay.
Sunny does not feel good.
Does, if we're like... Because I'm basic... Harmony's strength score is low enough that she's encumbered pretty much if she's not just straight down to, like, the essentials.
Mm-hmm.
So, does that give me disadvantage on this?
Are you encumbered or heavily encumbered?
encumbered?
No, there's no disadvantage for encumbered, only heavily.
Great. Athletics, huh? Oh, no.
Yeah. Don't love that. It did okay. Could have been worse.
And Mina?
Sorry.
There we go. And then Sunny has +1 on athletics as well. So I'll just make another one.
Does he not have a sheet and roll 20?
Maybe I will. We'll see how this goes, and it may end up being easier, but we'll see. So the first one's Mina, second one's Sunny.
Okay. Well, for Winley and Docrin and Mina, the swim is reasonably easy, and breaking the surface, you find things have changed pretty significantly as you are in what appears to be the middle of a lake or pond, and it is pouring rain over the top of you. Those of you who did not get significantly successful rolls on your athletics, aka people I did not just name, you are in the process of drowning and may wish to make more athletics checks to avoid this. Or those of you who are succeeding may attempt to help them.
Yeah.
I was
Mina's
thinking-
going after Sunny right away.
Well, yeah.
I say, who else failed?
Harmony and Ash.
I failed.
Yeah,
Alright.
Harmony, Ash, and
Oh,
Sunny
fuck.
are all below the surface.
Can I grab one of them with my extra herbal strength and like pull them with me?
I will say that gives you advantage on the attempt.
Okay, what's the roll for the attempt?
Athletics, still.
Another athletics. Okay.
Do I still roll, or is this...
You
dependent
can. The rules on breath in this game are incredibly generous,
Yes.
so...
I got a 19 to grab whoever's closest to me and pull them up with me as I swim to the surface.
So then you would be helping
Whoever happened to be closest.
Harmony would be closest to you. Ash, you are still drowning.
So I was gonna say I lack a good athletics.
Thorn whip her?
That was what I was going to
Sorry,
ask. Is there a way to do Thorn Whip not lethally, or is it I'm going to damage her if I try to use that?
There's no way to effectively use that without hurting people.
Can I try again to help?
I assume Ash is going to have to roll.
Mina, you're trying to save.
Yeah, I'll make an athletics to get in there and save Sunny.
Okay. You practically like dolphin.
My
dolphin
boy.
grab Sunny, like no, Sunny's in danger. Rah, and, like fly out.
Mama Bear the wolf.
Yep. So Harmony, you are being helped by Winley. Ash, you are still having a hard time down there.
I rolled an 18 to pull Ash up.
Okay. Then you
Sorry,
pull
Ash.
Ash
Sorry,
up.
Ash.
to
We'll
the
talk about it
surface.
later.
Okay. You are all as observed in the middle of what appears to be either a lake or a pond, not the river. It is dark, and it is pouring rain on you. Go ahead and let's say who has a passive perception above 12? Everybody. All right. So for those who
We're all very paranoid.
well, despite trying to overcome the rain here, and the fact that you are in a much different place than you went under in, you can see probably about maybe 60, 70 yards away along the shoreline of this lake or pond, again, hard to see in the darkness, that there is what appears maybe a house or a manse of some sort, maybe another 50, 60 yards from the shoreline. And there is a figure with a light sort of bobbing somewhere between you and that house, close to what looks like maybe just a small rowboat dock along the shoreline. Yes, Harmony.
How's Rotka doing?
Excellent question. Make a perception check.
Sure.
What was the question?
How's Rotka doing?
Did all of the other carts and wagons and things pass over
I
this
was saying-
line?
We were in the rear.
Yeah, because we were in the rear. So I assume there's also just the wreckage of a.
I mean, you were literally swimming like out of the cart,
Okay.
getting up
Okay,
to the
I gotcha.
surface. Yeah. So there's a cart under the water.
I'll roll a perception to look around to see if we can.
I feel like I might have made this up, but do we see there's a guy with a lantern, and is there like a house behind him?
There's some sort of buildings off of the shore, maybe about 50, 60 yards back from the shoreline.
Have we made it to the shore?
There's a figure with a lantern on the shoreline, and you can see from the lantern light what looks like maybe a small rowboat dock that figure is standing by.
And yeah, same question. Are we at the shore? We're not.
Or are we just
You're
treading
treading water at the moment. You're about 50, 60 yards from the shore as well.
That's the focus then. I'm just like, let's get there. But respect if you're looking around.
No, I want to get to the. Well,
Okay.
I rolled a shit
Perception,
perception,
might as well.
so I'm like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, fuck it. I don't
Guess
see
Rock
shit.
is fucked.
It's
Like,
raining, yeah.
I mean, I'll stay there for like a few seconds and like look around, but again, with like the rain and everything, the surface of the water is not smooth.
Well, and to that point, you see no sign of Rodka, even with the 22.
The wreckage of the wagon's still there, though?
It is down there, yes.
Okay.
It is, however, steadily seeming to sink further.
Okay.
This lake is deeper than, as far as your vision goes, which with dark vision is about 60 feet. It's deeper than that.
So 22 is pretty good, so Harmony would guess he's, like, just not there, not either. I mean, it's either that or I guess he's unconscious in the wagon or something like that.
He could be unconscious down there. He may have swum off and you just didn't see him, but hard to say.
All right. Do we need to roll
that's-
again to?
No.
So, do we need to roll again to swim to the shore?
No.
Okay.
So you are all able to swim to the shore, barring any unforeseen detours for whatever reason. Are you swimming towards the light or away from? Not away from the light, but directly to the light or somewhere adjacent?
What's the closest?
Or is it probably the closest shore?
The closest shore is pretty much where that figure is.
Then, yeah.
That's shore. Yeah.
Okay. Arriving at the shoreline, you find that the water about maybe 10 yards from the shore starts to taper, and you're kind of able to walk and trudge your way up through the
little
remaining
further for
water.
Doc.
A little further for Doc. He can hop on somebody's shoulder, perhaps.
Yeah.
I also do it very quickly because I don't give a shit about difficult terrain. So
There it is.
crossbow at the ready.
Mina is able to sort of like charge forth. Coming up the shoreline and running up kind of onto dry land, a couple of things are very apparent to you. Again, it is pouring rain. It is night. Bearing in mind it was maybe about noon when you went off the cliff. And also, quite pointedly, beyond the fact that you are soaking wet, it is cold. It is extremely cold. It is... Go ahead and make Constitution saving throws cold.
You do notice that Mina, particularly when we get to the shore, Winley kind of goes over to Sunny and like gives him a little pat on the head and like gives him some encouraging words.
I
and
can see
he
that
understands me.
Yeah.
I can't
I'm
understand him back.
Very, very fond of druids. So if I get the sense that you are of a druidic bent, then I'm like, cool. Yeah. You can dog sit for some anytime you want.
Also, because I'm a furbolg, animals can just understand.
Harmony.
So he fully understands.
I'm a ranger, so we probably like the other party members probably like walk over and see us just like having a 4-person conversation, but it's with like an owl and a chipmunk.
Dog.
And Sunny's there too. Anyway, sorry, that was my con save. Sunny rolled a 15.
Okay. So Mina, Sunny, Winley, and Docrin are all right. Ash and Harmony, you are suffering from 1 level of exhaustion.
Oof. Cool. Do you guys have cold weather clothing? And
So-
Mina will ask that when. Well, I guess we'll wait and see what happens.
And cold weather clothing would help you here, but for the fact that you are soaking wet.
That's true. But
in future.
would be a good thing to establish so once we're dry.
No.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about it when we actually can talk about it in character. Continue.
But that said, with your breath sort of hanging in the air, the lantern light and the figure seems to be coming towards you. You actually now notice, being closer and on the shoreline, that it's actually 2 small figures, about maybe the size of a dwarf and a gnome, walking towards you. The lantern is being held out on a stick, and it's being kind of held up and aloft. And approaching you, you realize that it's not a dwarf and a gnome, but actually 2 children who approach you and kind of walk up to the point that the lantern light kind of casts over the lot of you. Hello, who are you?
Harmony is probably like, upon the approach of the light, Harmony is probably like kind of scrambling around, trying to like get Ash's crossbow out, like loaded, but it's between her teeth, chattering and stuff. She's in a scramble like of self-defense at this moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast light on my amulet and hold it aloft, and just kind of try and keep warm, because I'm freaking shattering my teeth probably also. But I'll be like, we just had an accident. Our cart fell into the river, the lake. Is there a place where we can go get warm?
You could come to our house. It's just over there. And they sort of gesture the lantern. Your friend went there just a moment ago.
Our friend?
I described the
Ratka, yeah.
I was like, that guy?
Yes, I think that was him. He didn't say much, but he went to our house.
I tend to prefer fresh air. How do you feel about me making a fire down here on your shoreline? And Mina says that in a way that's like questioning, but also like, I'm going to build a fire right here.
They seem a bit perturbed and they look at it. How are you going to make it in all this? And they kind of gesture at the torrential downpour.
And Mina remembers that she didn't take any spells that make fire, and it's raining, and that's a good point. Yep.
Let's see.
Fine. Looks around at companions.
My name is Ash. What is your two's name?
So looking at these 2 children, one is a girl and she's holding the lantern. She's maybe 8 or so. The other is a boy, maybe 4 or 5. She responds to you, Ash. My name's Rose, and this is Thorn.
Are they dressed in any particular, like, are they dressed in like finery or rags or?
They're dressed in what would probably be nice commoners' clothing or maybe low-quality nobles' clothing, but that said, they're also wearing essentially rain cloaks over it. Tiny children's rain cloaks, at any rate.
I think we should get inside then, for the
absolutely.
sake of everyone
Not freezing.
not getting hypothermic.
Okay.
Harmony chatters desperately.
Well, it's all soaking wet. I was going to say I'll dig out like one of my winter cloak and throw it over. But let's just get inside.
Whose passive perception is above 15, or 15 or above?
Mine.
Good lord, everybody has a high wisdom.
And proficient.
You notice in support of what the children told you that there is a set of adult-sized boot prints coming from the shore heading towards the house. just maybe a few yards away from where you came ashore.
I'd like to know exactly how many of them there are, and also hold on.
Whatever else. Ranger
I'd
bullshit.
like to know how many there are. Well, their sizes, I assume, medium, and how long ago exactly.
They are one pair of boot prints, a medium-sized individual based on the depth. You would say a man, and these prints are maybe no less than 5 minutes old.
I point that out, just basically in that information.
I'll ask the girl Rose if her parents are home.
They're inside.
Okay. I just didn't want to surprise anyone barging in or anything, so I guess we'll just politely knock.
And were you?
While we're walking towards the house, Winley will ask the children, "Where are they?"
We're in. Well, what do you mean? We're in Barovia.
In Barovia. Okay.
When were you out here because you heard? Why were you out here in the rain?
We heard the crash.
Okay, that's what I assumed. Just thought I'd ask.
Did
Concerns
you
for your
see
health.
anything?
No, we heard the crash and came out and saw you swimming ashore. Of course, your friend swam ahead of you. He seems to be quite the fit fellow. Sure.
Let's get to the
Yeah. Let's.
We
get
can
into-
second guess this crap.
Post haste.
Yeah.
I'm cold. I want out of this rain.
Okay. Approaching the house, it looks like this.
I don't want to go to this house anymore.
Oh yeah, this is fine.
Looks great. Played this map on Dead by Daylight before.
Well,
It's a very.
what a coincidence.
Are there any
because-
lights on inside?
You do not see any lights on.
Great.
There are, however, lit oil lanterns inside of that kind of metal, and you can see in the picture of the door has a kind of a metal not foyer, but what do you call it? Patio.
Mudroom or
Not even a mudroom. Like you open the metal gate, step into like a 5-10 foot room, and then open an actual door into the house. And there are oil lanterns lit
there
in
is an
there.
air for that kind of noise.
Just
Seeing
for
the size of this house, I will ask the children again. Like, is anyone else here besides your parents?
Just us and our parents and our maid.
Okay, parents and a maid.
We can take them.
Winley will ask the children to go get their parents.
Is this after we're like inside?
Yeah,
the
like once
laundry
we're
room or whatever.
inside the gate and whatever. Like,
They nod and head into the house ahead of you. And with that, we are going to transition. If you want to head into the house, the doors are immediately in front of you here to the north.
all right, Winley.
I am
I'll
going.
step right into the entryway, but I won't go any further.
So they will politely knock at the door first if no one else
Well,
parted
The
it.
kids went in.
Okay, so the door's open.
As we're walking, Mina will take. I know it's pouring rain, so this is sort of pointless, but takes a second to just like double check the crossbow. Everything's looking good, and even though we just went through like a big tumble, and also she's gonna take out one of the good berries that she cast the night before and flick it over to Sunny, and Sunny just kind of catches it in his mouth.
And he feels better
He
now.
feels very slightly better, but you know
One hit
what?
point worth of better.
It's something.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Entering into this room, you find yourself standing in a small foyer. It's about 10 feet wide, 15 feet deep
Can we
or
move
so.
our characters in there?
Yep. You can go ahead and move one tile north. You guys can stack on each other. That's fine. Again, this is a very small environment, so unless we enter combat, you're welcome to just sit on top of each other.
Okay.
That said, hanging on the south wall of the foyer, which for your reference is actually to the right, there is a shield emblazoned with a coat of arms. It is a stylized golden windmill on a red field, and it's flanked by framed portraits of stony-faced aristocrats who bear a vague resemblance to the children you just met. Mahogany-framed double doors leading from the foyer are set with panes of stained glass, and those are the doors directly north of you.
Where are the children? Did they just like run ahead of us?
Pretty much, they ran through these doors ahead of you, and they were asked to go find their parents or go get their parents. And the door at the end is cracked a little bit, indicating they may have headed through there.
Okay.
Those of you with a passive perception higher than 10, which is all of you, can also see that there's a pair of kind of wet shoe prints leading across this that are much larger than the children's feet. Although the children's feet have left similar small watery shoe prints.
I'm I'm gonna listen at this door.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check. You hear what sounds like, perhaps, maybe, for lack of a better phrase, maybe dinner conversation, kind of the clinking of glasses, forks scraping on plates, and people sort of talking.
Winley's just going to suggest that, we wait for the children to come back rather than bursting into these people's houses. And someone did that to my house, I would,
Is that
be ready to fight.
conversation in a language Ash understands?
It's I'll say it's audible, but it sounds like common, but it's hard to make out what they're actually saying. It doesn't sound like it's on the immediate other side of this door, but somewhere else in the house or beyond the room you're listening at.
I'm gonna give it a little bit of time. I'm not gonna just barge in right away, but if after a couple minutes nothing sounds like it's changing, I'm gonna go ahead and push the door open and kind of put my head through and be like, "Hello."
Okay.
I'm gonna be right behind Ash, just backing up,
Okay.
crossbow ready.
Okay. So if you guys want to kind of
side.
do just a movement peek so you can see the room, go ahead.
And is it dark inside?
With the one,
It is dark.
With the one level of exhaustion,
Okay.
that's disadvantage on ability checks. Does that include skill checks and attack rolls and stuff?
No, ability checks isn't like a strength or a dex check specifically.
So not do our skills also ability checks?
Skills are technically subsets of ability checks, but I'm really ruling that that's specifically to I want to push a thing over a strength check or something.
All right.
So with your peek of the room beyond, a wide hall seems to run the width of the house. A black marble fireplace is at one end, directly in front of these doors here, and on the far right there's a red marble staircase at the other. Mounted on the wall above the fireplace is a longsword with a windmill cameo worked into the hilt. The walls are wood-paneled that are ornately sculpted with images of vines, flowers, nymphs, and satyrs. Characters, that's it. Sorry.
Characters.
Characters.
Narration that did not need to be said out loud.
I like it.
You said it was carved into the wood walls.
Is it golden
Yep, they're like
windmill?
wood paneled.
You said the crest was a golden windmill and it was it had a red background?
It's just a windmill cameo worked into the hilt.
Oh, that's on the sword, but the shield had the crest.
Oh yes, yeah. The shield was a coat of arms with the stylized golden windmill on a red field.
On a red field, okay.
And the conversation, or the noise of the conversation, seems to be coming from the doors to the north side of this room. Or I'm sorry, I'm just going to do cardinal north here on the map because it's twisty for no reason.
I'd like to be looking at the ground and being as rangery as possible. Who's come in recently? Do I see muddy boot prints? Lots of muddy boot prints. One set of muddy boot. What do I
You see only the prints from the medium-sized person that you kind of have followed the house as well as the children's. Both the larger prints lead to the doors to your north and then seem to come back out and head up the stairs. The children's prints seem to head up directly to the stairs.
Kids went upstairs. Is there any light coming out from underneath the doors?
There is no light coming out from beneath the doors. Although, when you look kind of hard to your right, there's a door between you and the staircase, and you do see light coming out from under that door.
This door here?
Yep.
Is the noise that Ash heard as far as dinner conversation still coming from
the room to the north?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to listen up there and see if I can get a little bit better of an idea who's in there.
Staying right behind Ash.
Okay. Is anybody else following them out of the foyer and into the main hall here?
Winley will just pop out of that door, but no further.
Yeah, Harmony's hanging back, but she will kind of follow. She'll be in the same room as the rest of the group, but she'll kind of be bringing up the rear here.
Okay. You all see the same things: longsword on the hearth, wood panels, and whatnot. All right, listening at the door on the left here is where you hear the conversation coming from. The door on the right, you hear nothing coming out of.
Is that two doors?
Yeah, there's two doors.
Okay.
One. Sorry, I
Okay.
didn't mean to move here. There's one right here and one right here.
Okay.
Yeah, the doors in this module are pretty much always these white blocks.
Okay.
So you said the one on the left, we heard nothing. The one on the right, we heard
The opposite. You heard the opposite.
Okay. Okay, so my assumption was that these doors went into the same room, but it doesn't sound like that's true.
No.
Can I make a Mina's kind of crouching or standing cautiously next to Ash here as Ash is preparing to check out this door. Can I just make a stealth check to just kind of quickly ease this quieter door open, take
Sure.
a quick peek?
Sure.
And yeah, as stealthily as possible in case there is anybody sitting in there.
I was also going to knock on this door, but I'll wait till...
I just want to make sure there's not something sitting in there that might,
Oh wow.
Pop out
Holy
on you.
fuck! Wow, I'm
Mina
not going
is
to roll
invisible.
20 like ever again. It's been a lot.
So you
Sorry, go ahead.
you crack this small door, and you can module peek the door here. It's a closet. There are
Okay.
a couple of cloaks hanging in it, as well as a top hat sitting up on the top shelf.
Okay, cool.
Knock on
Yep.
this door.
Yep, yeah, go.
Okay. When you knock on the door, the sound of the conversation kind of stops. And then nothing, just silence.
All right, I'm going to open the door.
Okay. The centerpiece of this room is a wood-paneled, carved mahogany table. Sorry, not wood-paneled. The walls are wood-paneled. There's a carved mahogany table surrounded by 8 high-back chairs with sculpted armrests. You find upon the table there is a resplendent feast of meats and fruits and cheeses. In front of each table, each setting, or in front of each seat, there's a setting. Every plate holds morsels of foods and has signs of having recently been eaten. However, no one is in this room. There's no evidence of the people necessarily that were making the noise or the sound that you heard. Beyond that, red silk drapes cover the windows, and a tapestry depicting hunting dogs and horse-mounted aristocrats chasing after a wolf hangs from an iron rod bolted on the wall to your right.
Go in and kind of poke. Just kind of do the run. I'm gonna go in and quickly kind of run around the perimeter, looking at those curtains specifically, just making sure like anybody hiding. Like
I noticed the door on the other side, and I was like, huh? Where did... Obviously there was people here, so I kind of run over there and I go out there and realize it comes right back out.
Yep. There is nowhere in this dining room that you can
Obviously
see.
didn't sneak through here.
Yep.
I just left.
Unless they climbed up the chimney, there's nowhere that you can see that was that would or should have been where they could have gone.
Something strange is happening here, Ash. I don't know if that needs to be pointed out, but I will anyway.
Not so much, no.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and knock at the door the only door that we saw light coming out from under, I guess.
Okay. So that's the door down. Yep, down here.
And did you say? I'm sorry. Did you say the adults' footprints came in here and then immediately left?
They went in here and then seemed to double back and go up the stairs.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the soggy gentleman that we're assuming is Ratka.
Soggy gentleman.
Soggy gentleman.
It's an accurate descriptor.
Sunny is probably sniffing at the food on the table, and Mina will come over and like grab him by the scruff of his neck and like, don't eat that. But while we're over there, like takes a look at it. It looks. You said it looks like it's freshly. It's not.
It smells good. It looks like it's warm as far as like the meat pieces go and whatnot.
Make a perception check.
Alex would probably eat that food.
Probably should have taken
Yes.
Purify Food
We
and
know
Drink.
that Alex. Yeah, it's a good one.
Okay. Can you respond to the knocking at this door?
I'm letting Mina finish her.
Sorry.
inspection of it first.
It was bad timing because my roll 20 got booted, so I'm quickly reloading. Yes, so perception on. Actually, yes, perception. I'll percept. We'll perceive.
Damn.
things.
Jesus, Jake.
What am I? Is it another 20?
Yep.
Okay, so that is like the 5th nat 20 I've rolled, just since it's
But
the
not in a
first session.
row.
That's
So
true.
Just saying. Yeah.
Still
You want me
weird.
to? I'm gonna bust out like 3 in a row here just to see what happens. Okay. Well, all right. Okay. Cool.
Perfectly
well,
normal.
Yep.
You
okay,
angered
cool.
the dice gods.
Well,
look at that. Look at that
I am
trajectory.
very aware of this food. Do I notice anything?
I'll say it looks and smells, and if you like pick it up and touch it, it's food.
Do I think this is? Sorry, this is very specific to Mina's wants and needs, but I do need nice food to re-summon Sunny in the event that Sunny dies. Yep. Do I think that I could gather some of this fine feast? And,
absolutely.
25 gold pieces worth of
this is easily a 50 gold spread. Okay. This is a very nice dinner that you've walked in on.
How much would my 25 gold pieces worth of fine food to resummon Sunny, how much would that weigh?
Probably about 6 pounds.
Okay. I can
You're talking about putting a cooked grouse and a block of cheese and whatnot.
Yeah. That was kind of my thinking as well. Tom, I agree. All right. Well, yeah. Mina kind of will go over, and she's not eating anything, and still kind of keeps Sunny from doing it. But she'll pick through and collect a little satchel of fine foods.
Takes a napkin or a cloth napkin.
Makes a little bindle out of it. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Ash, you were checking this door on the south side?
Yeah, because it's the only one that has light coming out of it, so I'm thinking someone's going to be in here.
Okay. Nobody responds to the knocking.
Harmony will...
I will stick my head through them.
Okay. This appears to be a hunter's den. Mounted above the fireplace is a stag's head, and positioned around the outskirts of the room are 3 stuffed wolves. There are 2 padded chairs draped in animal furs facing the hearth, with an oak table between them supporting a cask of wine, 2 carved wooden goblets, a pipe rack, and a candelabrum. A chandelier hangs above a cloth-covered table surrounded by 4 chairs in the corner. There are also two cabinets that stand up against the walls. The cabinet that is on the far side of the room, or the side of the room closest to you, has a fairly large lock holding it together, and the cabinet closer to the fireplace doesn't have any lock that you can see.
Interesting. Okay, no one in here, obviously, but source of light from the fire, I assume?
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe you should keep Sunny out of there. The taxidermied wolves might be a little off-putting.
Sure.
Yep. I report that back. I say there's a little sitting room in there, hunting lodge room, and no one's in there. The only other just for the point of order, I want to make sure that I remember this correctly. The kids' footsteps look like they went upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna quickly put my head in this door here. And then I'm going to suggest we go upstairs, depending on if I don't find anything weird in this room.
Okay. Is anybody else doing anything else? Just so I'm not letting Ash run the whole train here?
Well, following Ash, so I want to be still not once after I've collect my little satchel, then I'll go and resume kind of being right behind Ash.
Out of curiosity, does anyone have their weapons out, or people kind of okay? Mina does, because technically, we were invited in, so Harmony's not quite sure how to.
I probably have my shield kind of slung over my back, but I'm carrying the spear, but I'm not actually indoors.
Right. Okay, so Harmony doesn't pull her. Well, she might have. She had it prepped just in a rush when they got to the shore. She probably is just kind of holding it loosely, though not pointing it down every hallway. Harmony's kind of I would say Harmony's mostly watching the rear, trying to make sure that nothing comes either down the stairs behind them or out of a room that they passed.
Yeah,
or something
Doc will
like
also
that.
pull rear guard.
So yeah, Harmony's just kind of letting Ash and Mina take kind of the forefront and just kind of watching.
Let the scouty folks do the scouting.
Well, Harmony's pretty scouty, but we're not in full stealth mode here.
Yeah. What about Winley?
Winley kind of feels weird about breaking into these people's house. So she definitely doesn't have like weapons out or anything. She's just kind of standing in the corner, watching the various doors and whatnot. But
I'm just getting creeped out by the voices than nothing.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. We are definitely the ones breaking and entering here, but
we were endorsed. It's an endorsed break.
I don't know if a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old inviting
entered. Nothing's been broken.
Yeah, that's true.
Did steal 25 GP worth of food.
So is Winley kind of
That's true.
Is Winley kind of watching the rear as well?
Yeah. I mean, she's standing in the corner of this room.
Yeah.
Burglary.
Kind of back to the corner too.
Burglary has occurred.
Yeah. Well.
Watch the stairs up and the door leading out, and
right.
just kind of keeping an eye on things.
Okay.
Stick my head
All right. So Ash, stepping into this room, finds herself standing in the kitchen. It's fairly tidy. There's dishware and cookware and utensils placed neatly on the shelves. A work table has a cutting board and rolling pin atop it. And a stone dome-shaped oven stands near the wall closest to you. It also has a bent iron stovepipe connecting to a hole in the ceiling. Behind the stove and to the left is a thin door.
This is the thin door?
No, that's off to your left.
On that door up here.
Yep.
Is this like a...
That is a dumbwaiter door.
I was going to ask if it was a dumbwaiter. Okay, cool.
Yep.
I will proceed and poke my head through this other door unless someone else wants to take point here.
No, I'm just right behind you. You're doing great, Ash. You're crushing it.
Okay, Ash, you have found the pantry. It is completely bare of any food. The shelves of the pantry are lined with empty burlap sacks that look like they were labeled for flour and grains. But otherwise, there doesn't appear to be much of anything in here.
I missed. I'm sorry if you had said this, but the kitchen looked like hadn't been cooked in recently.
No.
Okay, so there's a feast outside, but the pantry is bare and the kitchen does not look like it's been cooked in.
Correct.
Interesting.
These are things we like to
Something's
hear.
not right. I will open the dumbwaiter just to see if there's anything in it.
Sure. The dumbwaiter dumbwaiter, the elevator platform is currently here in the kitchen. As you open it, you hear... and
Somebody just got a text message.
casting about, you can see that there are two bells with little labels next to them. Next to the kind of up and above and to the side of the dumbwaiter, one is labeled servants, and the bell that is still trembling from ringing is labeled master.
So the master is called for servants. Interesting. So I guess we go upstairs.
Yep, I'm with you.
And I'm sorry, did we check this south door here?
Yes.
That was the hunting room.
Gotcha.
Hunting room.
There was a locked cabinet in there for anybody who cares.
Yeah, but we're not at the point where we're breaking and we're trying to steal stuff.
We're not loot hobos yet.
Can you describe the cabinet one more time?
I'm coming back for that locked cabinet eventually, but right now I have to try and be polite.
It is a full armoire-sized cabinet. Just two big doors on the front, and in the middle there's just essentially a padlock keeping it shut.
Okay.
Oh, you're coming back for the longsword.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. No, not gonna break a cabinet open. So yeah, I'll follow Ash up the stairs. Not yet.
Hello there. Hi, listener. Yes, that's you I'm speaking to. This is the DM. Unfortunately, we got interrupted for the delivery of dinner right about now, and we neglected to turn the recording on until we had reached the third floor. So a quick recap of the second floor for you. The party went upstairs after hearing the pantry bell ring. On the second floor, they found a landing with some suits of armor and a couple of doors, as well as a portrait of the family, which had the children Rose and Thorn, a husband and wife, and the husband holding a swaddled baby. Exploring the door closest to the stairs, they found the servants' quarters, which had some empty beds, as well as an empty closet. They then explored the library next door, and at the time had some very poor investigation and perception checks, and found nothing of interest in the otherwise appropriately ominous and creepy library. They then went to check the door out on the door to the south, and found an entertaining room with a dance floor, a grand piano, and a full-size harp, and from there went upstairs. Upstairs, we returned to the game with Mina and Sunny investigating their surroundings. Sorry for the interruption. Please enjoy the rest of the game.
So, if I may make a perception.
Go right ahead.
Or smells anybody.
Well, yeah, smell too, I guess. But okay, 21.
Okay. Behind the doors to the south, it doesn't seem to pick anything up, but as he approaches the door to the north, he kind of gives a bit of a growl and seems displeased by something on the other side.
Okay. All right, Mina will go stand by that one, but then kind of wait to see what...
I'm going to poke my head into this door down here, these two doors down here.
The left one or the bottom one?
Are you
I'm
listening
gonna
at
do the
them
bottom
first?
one first. I'm intending to do both before we move up to the stairy doors.
Did we check those doors?
No, you've not checked those doors other
I don't
than
think we've checked any
other
yet.
than Sunny smelling.
Yeah.
Are the lanterns like easily removable?
They are screwed into place. You could give them a little jiggle and yank them off, but they're also not like they don't have like a hook or anything to like carry them by.
Okay, more like a sconce.
Yes.
Okay.
When we ripped one off the
I'm gonna
wall.
poke my head in this first door.
If I had a handle, probably.
And Mina's hanging out by this door up here, but she's still like watching what Ash does and watching the doors down there. Yeah.
Okay. Dust and cobwebs shroud an elegantly appointed bedroom. And looking in here, you see that there's a set of double doors in the bottom left corner there that are of painted glass that seem to lead out onto some sort of balcony, judging by the rain that is splashing up against them. There's a door that you just walked past on that side, and otherwise this room is well draped in kind of dust and cobwebs and whatnot. It's clear no one has been here in quite some time.
I will take a peek out in the balcony here, and just make sure there's no one hiding out there.
No one is hiding out there, but it's fucking cold.
Yep, just poke my head out, and then I will check this room, this little room here.
Okay. This room appears to be a nursery. There is a crib draped with a cloth, or
Ash is
kind of
looking
a
at
gauzy
this from
cloth
a minute.
over the top of it.
Oh God! I
We'll
don't
have to
wanna. I peel back the gauzy cloth to look.
All right, bye, Ash.
There is nothing in the crib.
Ash,
Okay.
can you ping where you are right now? Can you just like gently call out to us? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Was this
I'm
a
keeping
very
all
small
doors
bedroom?
open behind myself.
Did you go in there? Is that you who went in there?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is a bathroom.
Oh,
Winley-
sorry. I
Winley
thought
takes
Ash
a
had already
pee.
gone in there.
Yep.
Went into these two things: the balcony down here and baby crib room in here.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna duck just to follow
So
along.
the conversation that we kind of could hear distantly on the first level, that stopped when Ash knocked on the dining room door, right?
Correct.
And it hasn't resumed anywhere else. We haven't heard any other voices anywhere in the house. Okay.
And this was the balcony here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mina will, while we're kind of standing over here minding the door that might have somebody behind it, Mina is going to listen / kind of, just listen at this door up here.
You do not hear anything behind that one.
So the balcony is where we're
gonna
diving
do
out if
anything
it
yet, but-
all goes horribly, horribly wrong.
From the third floor.
We got the fall, we'll be fine.
Did you put Sunny by the door?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly poke my head into this room. Assuming we don't find anything, we can go into the creepy room.
I'll go with you into this one. Yeah.
Let's see, and where did the footsteps go?
The footsteps actually stopped on the landing. The children's steps went into the room down below, the south one there, and the adult ones just stopped at the landing.
That's not
Harmony
concerning.
probably like
That's an issue.
once that's pointed out, Harmony kind of like stands where the footsteps like stop, the adult ones, and like looks up or like down, or like
Totally normal.
like kind of knocks on the floor where they were.
You
You
guys
said
went
the
through
kids
here.
one went into this room.
Yes.
Do they just vanish as soon as they go in, or
Nope, they come into the room and they stop in front of a mirror on the north wall.
Oh,
Not
good.
at all.
That's
Hey,
fantastic.
investigating the mirror?
Okay.
I see-
7 years bad luck, Ash.
Did you enter this room, Mina?
I like it. I did. Well, actually, Ash poked her head in there first, and I followed. It's like a bathroom. Looks like.
Ash, you examining the mirror realize that it has hinges, and giving it a push, it swings open to the left from how you're facing, and appears to have revealed a small and narrow passage with a stairway leading up.
Dog hearing is probably something akin to, a secret passageway.
The
Go on.
entry to the secret passage is right here where I'm thinking.
And the children's footprints continue?
They
into
do
the-
continue.
Harmony's probably
I
still
say we
out in the
finish the rest
foyer.
of this floor before heading up.
It might
there.
just be her and Sunny, so she's just like looking at Sunny like.
So come here
And
often.
Sunny just. Not a very friendly wolf.
I mean, wolf.
Yeah.
Do we want to check out this last door
Yeah,
before
sure.
going up again?
Yes, and that was the one that Sunny thought
Was
she
displeased
smelled,
about.
or he smelled something behind. Yeah,
He smells.
I get that all mixed up.
We all smell for
Yeah.
Alright.
wolf.
Does everyone okay with me going point again, or does anyone else want to take point?
Yeah, do it.
You go for
Do
it.
we want to try to open it stealthily, or do we not care?
No?
I say let's do it.
Open the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. A couple of things happen here.
Huh.
All right. So entering into this room, a couple of things happen. Number one, you are assailed by a fucking awful scent ash. Please make a Constitution saving throw.
Alright.
Do you have disadvantage on this because the exhaustion, or is that not
No.
one of these? Okay.
That's not an abilities check. All right. You are poisoned. Per the rules of poison. In this room, this is a large master bedroom. Immediately in front of the doors as you enter, you have sort of a desk off to the left, a kind of old and dusty tiger skin rug laid across the floor, a chair in the corner. But much more pertinently and importantly, in the large canopy bed, there is a figure hanging from a bed sheet from the canopy. This figure is dressed in the finery of a nobleman. However, his body has been grotesquely warped. His skin has turned gray. His arms extend easily a good 3 feet past the end of his sleeves to long clawed hands. And an enormous, literally 10, 15 foot long, tongue is just lashing about the room. And upon your entry, the smell is clearly coming from the figure hanging from the bed, and it takes a lash at you as you enter. However, on top of this, as this moment occurs, the finery, the niceness of the wood paneling, everything in this place, essentially, I'm just going to summarize, goes Silent Hill on you.
There it is.
Paneling peels back, the dustiness and decrepit decay of this house just reveals itself to you as everything goes from kind of a fine, nice manse to absolutely the hauntiest of haunted houses that you've been in. On top of this, you hear a howl from downstairs and a rapid thumping of steps coming up the stairwell towards you. And anybody, for example, Harmony back here looking back, would see that 3 wolves are charging up the stairwell at you. At the same time as the suit of armor that Docrin had been examining earlier steps off of its plinth and reaches towards Harmony. And with that, initiative, everyone.
Dan, you said this creature was hanging there like he had hung himself?
Yep.
Or had been hung.
Yep.
Let's not make assumptions.
Well, Harmony, you have the initiative.
Great. So the wolves, have they made it up the stairs, or can I just
They
hear
are where
them?
you see them on the
Oh,
stairs
I'm
there.
sorry, I couldn't see them. I need to re-look my vision. Wow, great! Harmony is going to take the disengage action.
Okay.
Sorry, move back out of melee. Well, she's not out of melee range yet. Let's see. So as she kind of retreats back away from the fray, she will, as a bonus action, call out to Doc, time to put those gadgets to good use, old man, and will pass along a bardic inspiration to...
And refresh my memory, that's a D4.
You do need to
It's a
find.
D6.
You do need to find a square that's not occupied.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, I just wanted to, because I think bardic inspiration requires... No, I think it's just hearing. Let me double check. I just wanted to make sure I used it before.
If you click on the speech bubble next to Bardic Inspiration, your character, it'll pull it up.
Yep, I'm going to pull it up right now. Let's do that. It's relevant. I'm going to take one use of it. You don't roll the dice until you decide to use it. But yes, it's a D6 right now. Within 60 feet of you, who can hear you? Okay, so she actually just retreats down the hallway and kind of calls out. But let me find a square I want to end in. Are these doors open, or did we close them behind us?
They are open because this is all happening right now.
Harmony's
They open
gonna-
the doors,
yeah.
tongue lash,
Yeah.
armor steps
Harmony's
out,
gonna
wolves.
duck into the bathroom.
Right.
I'm out.
Just try it again. And, I assume I can't, I used an action to disengage, I moved, I bonus action, bardic inspiration, doctrine. I can't, close the door behind me.
You
or
actually can because you can do one.
anything. Okay, yeah, Harmony's gonna slam the door shut.
pose myself?
Behind her,
Okay.
as her object interaction for the turn, and that's Harmony's turn.
Okay. The hanging man lashes out with its very, very unnaturally long tongue at Sunny for a 20 to hit.
Yeah, that's gonna hit Sunny.
Okay.
Sunny's in the back.
How dare you attack
Right,
the dog?
food.
You're right, rude. Hopefully that food didn't turn into like a pile of rot in your bag
I'm
when the
concerned
house
that
became
that's-
haunted.
Sunny takes 14 damage.
Sunny is dead.
Wow!
Jesus Christ,
Sunny
just
dies.
right out the...
Yeah.
It's not even like an unconsciousness thing?
Well, I don't think
just-
so.
that's good. That's I have no issue with death saves existing for your companions.
Okay, cool. I'll take that. That's
I would
great.
not apply that to just. I'm gonna say it for the record, I would not apply that to like summon
Yeah,
monsters.
yeah.
But Sunny
Sunny
is a
is
party member.
making death saves. Yeah, I mean it's my first level with her. She or him. I don't know why I keep calling him.
They?
He only starts with 11 hit points.
That is
like
tough.
he'll
I'll
get
get
there.
better. Speaking
yeah,
of,
yeah.
you can make a death save because it's Sunny's turn.
Yeah. Oh man.
No
I should
pluses to this, right?
Yeah,
It's just...
yeah. Straight up.
Didn't think he'd kill the dog immediately
Yeah,
out
I
there.
mean,
Right.
He set the
Oh,
tone.
hey, Sunny,
Made a save?
he made his first save there. Okay,
And now it's Mina's turn.
Mina
Fucking
displeased
killed your
about
dog.
this. Not gonna spend a whole action to try to save Sunny though, sadly. So instead, Mina is going to use her bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark on the... I'm sure it's not a ghoul or a ghast or anything like that, so I would never deign to call it something like that. But she's pretty pissed to see something like this, so she will immediately... Hunter's Mark is... There's not much to that spell. She just kind of like gives it something a death glare.
does this.
And yeah, exactly. And yeah,
Points
locks eyes with it.
aggressively.
And then she will use her action to shoot good old crossbow bolts at it.
Sweet.
Come on, let's keep those rolls going. Roll 20. Now that I said that. I'm
That
fucked.
one.
Yep. Alright, so here we go. Brings up the hand crossbow. Fires a shot. That's a... Ooh, sorry, should not be rolling with advantage. Do you want me to re-roll it?
I'll take the left in this
Okay,
case.
all right,
but
I'm
turn off
sorry.
your
Yeah, that was
advantage,
my bad.
and that does hit.
Sweet! Alright, so I don't know why it didn't roll damage.
If you
at the
click
same
hand
time.
crossbow, it'll roll it. If you click in the
Oh,
description.
cool. It's fun
You can
to
also
learn.
change that to automatically
Yeah.
roll damage.
Alright, so
I
that's
personally prefer to click it. But
8, that is 10 damage because of my favorite enemy. I'm going to assume this guy's undead.
He certainly is.
Sure is.
10 damage for him.
All right.
Add the Hunter's Mark.
You
D6.
sink-
Oh shit! Thank you. Just like learning how to play D&D again. Wow. Yes. Fuck yeah. Roll 20. All right. So that's 16 damage for him.
Nice. I mean, you sink a shot directly into this thing's head. It is still thrashing about violently, but like you nail this thing.
Sure. She's very very happy with that and gonna move. Oh fuck! God damn it! I just jumped out of the game. I'm gonna move. I'm just taking a 10-foot step to move out of the doorway.
Okay.
And kind of behind.
I'll
thank
move
you.
you, just
Thank
so-
you. And kind of behind Sunny's like
Corpse.
corpse,
Or
sadly.
bleeding out body.
Yeah, sadly. And that's
did
me.
you change your name?
Uh,
Boot.
Duncan,
Yeah.
make a athletics check as the armor is attempting to tackle you over the balcony. Oh, good.
You got that bardic inspiration being aided. I think you can use it after the result.
Yeah, it says
of
after the roll, but before a result is declared. Man, I don't know why it's.
Good at that.
I don't think the D6
Oh,
is
no!
going to do the trick, so
Like,
I'm just going
no.
to sit on it.
Okay.
Well, bye, doctor.
Just taking it.
Taking it, can I do a feather fall? Am I going like just straight down the middle of the stairs there? or-
You are. Can you? Is it a reaction spell?
Yes,
Then yes, you can.
I shall do so then.
Okay.
Does the armor continue crashing below?
Oh, I mean, like it tackled you, like it's
Okay.
coming down with you.
Okay.
Could you put that in the chat? Do you have the spell description?
Not in front of me, no. I'll do it later, but I was in a hurry when I was getting my spells on, so it's just, where'd it go?
You've been poofed down to the bottom left.
I would say it's in the compendium.
Yeah.
All right. And with that, it is Winley's turn.
I assume you're only using it on yourself.
Alrighty.
You're not. Okay.
Well, it gets to ride him all the way down, so.
disconcerted by what just happened over there. But there's still a wolf in front of me, so we will start with a guiding bolt on the wolf.
Yep.
Not even Archer form.
That's a bonus action.
Depends on how late we're out.
We'll get there. 13.
That is a hit.
Alrighty. That will be 14 radiant damage on the wolf.
This wolf just obliterates.
Excellent. Step forward.
You already got the cool rider.
See if I can. I now cannot turn myself. There we go. Hey, look, another wolf. Then, as a bonus action, I will go into my archer form. And when I activate this, I get to make an attack.
Okay.
So, da-da-da. 7 damage on the wolf in front of me.
Okay. That one sort of stumbles and whimpers at the strike here, but is still up and charging up the stairs. Doctrine.
Am I knocked prone when I hit the ground here?
You are prone.
Okay, so have moved to get up then, and well, fuck. I guess I'm squaring off against this fucker.
Iron Man versus
Well,
the
it's a
Iron
good
Man.
thing you didn't put it on, I guess.
Yikes! Just gets no clipped to death.
So it was 60. It was less than 60 feet down.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
you just landed the third floor, so it was like a 20-foot fall.
Okay.
If it matters, I am now also glowing.
So I'm doing Booming Blade, so it'll take, 1 thunder damage if it moves deliberately. But that's tacked onto an attack, so I'm doing my Thunder Gauntlets if that actually rolls the way I want it to.
If it matters, the damage from the
I take it in
attack
a...
is
Well,
radiant.
actually, no. I'm going to use my D6 from the Bardic
You're
Inspiration.
inspired.
So very inspired. Does a 12 hit?
No, it does not.
Okay, you're that inspired.
Yeah, not that inspired.
Give it a good Thunder Gauntlet swing, and it does not seem impressed.
Fair.
Okay, and then anything with your remaining movement?
I guess I'm gonna stay in its threatened area so as not to provoke it to attack it for opportunity, but maybe try to slide by and get to the stairs to kind of use it as a choke point and try maybe slowly do a fighting retreat on my way back up.
Okay. And I have a second win here
And
for
so
some reason.
you said there were 3 wolves. Did I see the flash of the other 2 as I fell down the?
I mean, they were just on the stairs.
Oh, were they? Okay.
And with that, this is nameless person named Ash.
I think that's because they deleted.
I will, attack Mr. Tongue guy. I'm actually going to use Sacred Flame, so I hold up my amulet and it glows brightly, and a bluish white fire rains down from the sky. I need to take that dexterity saving throw.
All right. It succeeds.
Shockingly, despite
it.
being hung from.
Yeah.
No.
Hard to believe.
It's very dexterous.
Any other actions?
I'm going to take a step back.
Okay.
I don't think he takes any damage if he makes his...
That's
Correct.
the case.
What is this weird little red thing, DM?
What? Oh, it unhid the secret symbol.
Oh, okay.
It's secret.
Anyway,
Of course.
I saw nothing.
The wolves charge up and are engaging you, Winley.
Shocking.
And your AC is 15.
You'll be fine.
One of them gets a bite off on you.
Okay.
For 10 damage as it
Nice.
takes a
Okay.
rough snap at your shin. And with that, we're back to the top of the order for
Don't
Harmony.
love that.
Okay, well, upon not hearing anything attempting to bang down the door after her, Harmony will, in fact, open the door with her object interaction and step back. Oh, no, that's not the right thing. And step back into this hallway. Can I see what's going on? Oh, yeah, look at that. There's a wolf there. Okay, let's see here. What would be... Is that the one that she hit with her...
We are currently standing in the same space.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm so
you need to
sorry.
Keep moving.
Yes. Well, I do not wish to. Can I... Okay. Hi, Mina.
Hey.
Is it possible... Okay, so
You can move through her space.
Yeah.
Right. I just don't want to like be in melee range with the wolf. So I guess I'll see if I can kill it.
I don't know which door you came out of.
I came out of the bathroom once I'm right here.
Or you can like these doors are still open, so you
Okay.
can just keep running up here if you don't want to be.
Tempting.
But then you're closer to the tongue
yeah,
guy.
exactly. Okay. Basically, like, so I can't be here and attack and just be like as part of like moving through the space.
You cannot end a movement on an occupied space.
Well, let's say
I mean, you can be shooting and moving, but you're gonna have to put your toe.
Yeah,
somewhere.
absolutely. I won't end my turn here. I'm trying to decide. Is this wolf looking? I mean, this is the one that Winley hit with her archer attack, right?
The one over here is the one that she hit.
Okay, that's the one I can see. Or can I see another one? I'm trying to pivot.
The other one is right here.
Okay, well, that's beyond the corner. I can see. Anyways, if that's the one that's looking hurt, that's great. Okay, Harmony is gonna take Ash's crossbow for another spin and is gonna pull it out, line up a shot, and try to pop the wolf with a bolt. Is a 12 hit?
It does not.
That's a shame. Okay, then Harmony will. What will Harmony do? Harmony will. Discretion being the better part of valor. Duck back into here. Basically pop out, shoot, and duck back in, but she can't close the door this time. But we'll call out to Winley something along the lines of like, "What? Look, Biggin, you're a druid. Don't you know the language of wolves?"
I can talk to them.
Can't you ask these guys?
Yeah,
to leave
The
us
fuck,
alone?
man?
Just ask them nicely, and she'll throw some bardic inspiration.
Would it be possible for you to fuck it off?
So take a bardic inspiration there, Winley.
Cool. Can you drop that in the
Yeah,
chat?
I'd love to.
They're okay.
The hanging man's tongue reaches past Sunny for you, Mina, and
Fucking come at me,
taking a
dog.
lash at you.
He already came at the dog. He's
Yeah,
coming
well,
for you.
that's a good point. All right, poor choice of
It
words.
does strike you for
Yeah.
11 damage,
Okay.
and that is its turn. And Sunny can make another save.
Sunny is gonna make a save. Come on, buddy. You got this. You got this, buddy boy. There it is.
Hey.
2 out of 3. Let's keep it
Boom.
going.
Stuff.
And then Mina is going to. I can still shoot at the guy in there, right? Because the door is. Oh,
Yep.
he just lashed him with his tongue,
Yep.
so I assume. Okay, well, get ready for a couple of crossbow bolts, my friend. Because here's just the regular first action shot. Gonna pop a shot off at him. Here we go. Oops. There we go. So that is a 13 to hit.
That does hit.
Yeah. Okay, so first damage is 11 with favorite enemy damage plus for Hunter's Mark 3. So 14 damage for that first shot.
Okay.
Second hand, and Mina just kind of quickly pops a bolt out very smoothly in like half a second, reloads, and shoots again. And that's going to be a hit, methinks. So we are looking at, and I don't know why it's calculating. I should have
I think there's a
17
cap under
left.
that.
Probably his bone.
So that is 8 plus, I'm going to roll another die 6 for the Hunter's Mark damage, another 10 damage for him.
The thing falls loose as you just pump
Yeah.
more shots into it. And that's just sort of dangling grotesquely.
Sherlock, I assume.
Vile creature.
Indeed.
Mina looks very pleased with herself, but then immediately very concerned about Sunny. And then she'll move action to move in and be right next to Sunny. That's it.
Down on the first floor, the armor stomps up the stairs towards you
Yeah.
and takes a swing with its fist.
18.
It misses heartily, and with that, it is Winley's turn.
Okay, let's see.
Float like a butterfly, Doc.
Yep.
I will. The one that I have injured, I will swing my club at. That's going to be a hot miss.
Yep.
Okay, fine. And then with my bonus action, I will use my archer attack on the same one.
How does it hit? Nope, it's not actually. It's not actually a ranged weapon attack. Just technically a spell.
That's handy.
Ranged spell attacks still take disadvantage if you're right next to the person.
Sorry.
Fine.
Yep. Any ranged attack. I mean, you can feel free to double check, but that's part of why.
So you have crossbow expert. Nope,
Yeah,
you're
it
good.
worked out just fine.
So 9 radiant damage for that wolf that I had already injured.
You destroy that one as well.
Excellent. Fuck these wolves.
All
And then I will say something to the other wolf and be like, stop attacking me.
Okay. Are you trying to intimidate it or something, or just saying it?
Please.
Let's see. How exactly does this work? I have advantage on all charisma checks I make to influence animals.
That would be
so yeah,
intimidation
we're
as
gonna
well.
intimidate it.
You saw what I did to your buds.
Yeah, well, no.
Not very.
Toast.
Not very.
Please.
And with that, Doctrine.
All right. So as far as we know, we're down to just the one wolf, the armor, and the beast, the undead beastie, and the.
Nope, got him.
Mean to kill
We-
that one.
my bad.
No, you're good.
Okay.
We're over in a different room, and
Yeah, I'm 2 floors down.
Yeah.
So.
you in the distance you heard the screeching stop or whatever. I don't know. Assuming
Neat.
he was screeching.
Okay.
He's a ghoul or whatever. They're always screeching, right?
Yeah.
Even when they're not screeching, they're
Yeah,
screeching.
constantly.
God damn it, man.
No dice.
Yeah, I figured. Don't want to provoke an attack of opportunity, so I'll stay where I'm at for now.
Okay.
Just for clarity's sake, if someone upstairs were to start does someone upstairs have line of fire to shoot down?
If anybody goes to this step or this step, they would have line of sight.
Okay.
There's a wolf in the way.
I mean, that was more for
Right.
further out.
Yes.
Ash.
I'm going to move right here and then through the door here. Rotate so I can actually see what's going on. I see a wolf. So I'm going to step past my comrade there. And I'm going to stab that wolf. Does a 10 hit?
It does not.
Ah.
And in turn, this wolf will snap and snarl at you and fail to bite you.
I'm also going to take my bonus action to cast Shield of Faith on my friend right next to me here.
That's me. That's
Yep.
Winley.
Waylene. I couldn't think of your name for a second.
Okay. Harmony.
Get plus for AC.
Plus what to my AC?
Plus
2.
2.
Dope.
Harmony will duck out the door here, finding this unoccupied.
Yeah, cleared out for you.
Yes. And we'll scooch around the corner here to be able to see the other wolf. This one hasn't been injured yet.
Correct.
No.
Okay. Then Harmony will kind of. I assume Winley's attempt at intimidation was.
It was unsuccessful.
Okay, but it was like
Visibly-
you were like whispering, like you could.
Oh, no. Yeah, you heard me.
Yeah. Harmony will kind of call out to the wolf, like, "Yeah, get gone, you mangy git or cur," and we'll cast vicious mockery on the wolf.
All right.
So it has to make a DC 14 Wisdom save.
It's going to fail.
It takes 4 psychic damage, and it has disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
Cool.
If it gets another one.
No, wolves are famously fragile egos.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Death
yeah.
save for Sunny.
Death save for Sunny is fail.
All right.
Failure.
Actually, sorry.
Um,
I didn't mean
No,
to.
go ahead.
As a bonus action, and I'm probably using these up too fast, but whatever. Harmony's gonna call down. Doc's less than 60 feet from me, right?
Correct.
Give him the old 1-2, Doc.
And
Have some bardic inspiration.
King
I assume.
trying.
Have some bardic inspiration.
So does it sound like? I mean, I can see through the door, so I can kind of see the battle happening out here. But like, does it sound like people are getting ripped apart by wolves, or does it seem like we're taking them?
They're doing
Taking
just
it.
fine against these wolves.
How do you feel about me using my action to administer a good berry?
You certainly could.
The internet is very back and forth about it's up to the DM whether or not you would.
I think that's fine.
Okay, then I'm gonna shove a good berry in Sunny's mouth.
And Sunny pops back to life with
Welcome.
1 health point.
Welcome back, buddy. All right, and then that's my action, and then for a move action, I'll move out here so I can scope out the shit show out here. Perfect. That's it.
You will need to find a different spot.
Oh, sorry. Yep, I just saw that. Okay, I'll. Yeah, Mina will just like run all the way out here and fuck it. I'll get in with this wolf. Fuck it.
Cool. The armor fails to smash you in the face, and Winley.
Neat.
All right, I will turn and I will take a bonus action to cast Shillelagh, and then use my action to club this wolf. Huzzah! Maybe. 13? That was a hit before, right?
It is a hit.
And that's going to be 11 bludgeoning.
You just smash this wolf's skull in. No problem at all.
Because of my the word I was looking for. Demoralized it.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
definitely what it was.
Everything
That
that
was the
demoralized
key.
wolves have fragile skulls.
That was the
And
key.
then you said that this would be a space I could see down.
Yep.
Okay. I will move over there then to help with the suit of armor.
Cool. Docker.
Cool. Once more, a Thunder Gauntlet with the Booming Blade.
This time.
Surely a 17 hits.
It sure doesn't.
Motherfucker.
Bardic Inspiration.
Well,
baby.
he just established what happened.
Wait, who the fuck are you fighting?
Oh, okay.
I'm fighting the armor that tackled me down to the first floor, which is why no one can see me.
I totally heard that, but didn't.
No,
register.
you were saving the dog. It's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you said before. It is before the result.
I'm going to use a bonus action to use Defensive Field, which is going to give me 3 temporary HP.
Cool.
So, probably futzes something on the non-shieldy gauntlet, and there's like a soft blue glow, let's say, of the runes on his armor.
Sweet. And anything else from Docker?
Nope, that'll be it.
All right.
Hold
Ash.
the line.
Alright, so there's no more wolves up here, it sounds like.
The only threat remaining is the animated armor that you know
Which
of.
nobody else
I would
can.
like to move as far down there as I can until I can see it.
I mean, you have one really fast way to get down
So
to
you,
me.
you can come to right here and get line of sight.
Okay. I will move
She's probably just off doing something.
there, and then, oh, thank you. I will Sacred Flame it.
Cool.
Ah, my old friend.
No longer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, good, a whole 1 damage.
It also made it save.
Also really made it
Just
sick.
clanking. It does the fat roll from Dark Souls.
Yep.
It just takes a step back as like the bolt of fire shoots down. It's a very arrogant suit
Was
of
this a
armor.
headless suit of armor, or with like
No.
the wolf helm or something?
No, it's got a wolf helm.
Oh, cool.
I assume I can see Brent also?
You can, yes.
And it's just been trying to like punch him.
Yep.
It's not like holding the weapon. Or
I mean,
anything.
yeah, we're down here having fisticuffs while everyone else is.
Well, yeah. Nobody's
You
hit
have
each other
Shield of Faith
yet.
also.
We're sure trying our best.
Does Shield of the Faith require concentration?
Yes.
I just checked, it said no.
Really?
Yes, it does, never mind.
I was gonna say, I just...
You can transfer it if you want.
Yeah, I guess Brent's actually in combat.
transferring it would
I mean
cast
you can
again.
cast it again and drop it on Winry.
I know, I understand that.
Yeah, no, don't... We're not that dire yet.
Brent, you have +2 AC and don't complain.
I mean, I won't complain about my 20 AC at level 3, thanks.
Cool. And with that, Harmony.
I'm not actually going to change my AC,
Harmony.
just
Okay,
that's +2.
Let's see here. Harmony is going
stout?
to... Okay, so was this...
There, I'm tiny. Sorry.
Was this a spot I could see the armor from, or do I have to
No,
move
you
further?
need to be on the north side of the stairwell.
Okay.
Because it's, for your guys' reference, it's right here.
So I
Yeah,
started
it's in the
first
southwest.
So I started. So if I'm here, I can't see it. It has to
No,
be like under
it's,
it.
it's under you.
Let
Yeah.
me track my movement then. That's right click. 5. Nope. What's the one? Oh, there we go. 10, 15. 20. Is this an unoccupied space? I can't see until I let go.
I can't see what you're looking at.
Oh, okay. That's
occupied.
Right. So that's 20 feet.
You can go the one step below it, though,
Yep.
and have line of sight.
Cool. I'll go here. Oh, that's just Mina, but presumably I can see it. Okay. Alright, let's see here. Let me read something real quick just to make sure. Okay, good. There's not a requirement. Harmony will call out to the armor. You picked the wrong gnome to box with, you rusty bucket, and we'll cast Vicious Mockery.
Bless her, she does try.
It fails its wisdom save.
Great, it takes 2 damage, and again has disadvantage on its next attack roll
Alright.
before the end of its next turn.
Cool. And with that, Sonny is back up on his feet.
Sunny is back up. Okay, well, Sunny is gonna stay with me.
Harmony makes a mental note to write down insults in advance next to
Although they've been quite good.
Thank you.
Has a notebook of like, when you run into ghouls, when you run into orcs, if you fight wolves again.
It's a flow chart. No, so
Yeah.
there's just a flow chart on the first page of like undead.
What are you
and
fighting?
Sometimes,
Yeah.
Are you beasts?
Turn
Yeah.
to page 6.
I will be crowdsourcing these.
Yeah. All right, so Sunny went 5-10 feet. Sunny's not going anywhere. He's gonna stay pretty much. He'll probably end up like right here. He's
No,
just
don't
kind
be
of staying
gross.
at the top of the stairs. Yeah.
Come on, dude.
What's up with that? And then Mina, you said if I end up here, will I have line of sight on the craziness? If I end up on this,
I think you can go here.
You will not have line of sight if you go to that bottom corner,
okay.
I think this one is acceptable.
That's
except Ash is in there.
it's currently occupado.
I didn't know.
You would need to go down to the floor below to get a line of sight here.
Okay.
Which would still put you one floor above them.
What if I'm right here?
No, because then it's still straight under you.
We're crowded.
It's
straight
it's
under
it's
me.
in this
Gotcha,
square
gotcha, I see,
below
I
you.
see.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
Is vicious mockery a cantrip?
Yes, it is the Bard cantrip. The only ranged damage cantrip they get.
It's Bardic Eldritch Blast.
But it's flavorful as hell.
Yeah.
I'm like tempted to just jump down after you, but that seems like a terrible idea.
That sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah, I just want to be able to shoot this thing.
I made it because I had Featherfall.
Okay, alright. Well, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 puts me there. And then I can... Let's see. Is there anything else sneaky I can do to try to get a line of sight on you? I don't think so. Okay, well, I think I'm just going to double move if you want to move me back down to level 2. I'd love to end, like, right here, right at the top of the stairs.
Okay.
On the second level.
Just for line of sight purposes, I'm going to drop you on the first, but you're on...
That's great. That's great.
Cool.
Then that's it.
And with that, the armor takes another clumsy swing
Try
at
me, bitch.
Docran and fails, and Winley.
Gonna take
yeah.
Sorry, when I got...
It actually missed without disadvantage, but we'll take it.
I'm sorry, when I got line of sight, since I still had a bonus action left, I'm just going to put Hunter's Mark on this guy.
Okay.
But that's the end of it.
Sure.
All right. I will cast Frostbite. So a Constitution saving throw, please.
Fails.
Okay.
Spell destroy.
I accidentally backed out again, so you might have to give me a second.
So that is going to be. I don't know why I rolled that way.
Oh no, okay.
2 ace damage
look at
and
it.
disadvantage on your next attack.
Yeah.
And then for my bonus action, I will do my archer attack.
Wow! It did it. It just took a second. It
Can you
just took a
crit
second.
with spell with that? I mean, I guess I don't know why. Yeah, I guess you can.
It's a range
So
spell.
19 radiant damage.
That just like smashes into the side of the thing and it like stumbles up against the wall from a hitherto unexpected blast. Anything
Crossbow
else?
ranger was going to be the range damage dealer, but
Hey,
Winley's
I mean, I know nobody was watching, but you saw me fucking kill that ghoul or whatever the fuck it was. I mean, give me, you know.
I'm sure it was.
All right.
It was
Swear to God,
awesome.
I'm gonna
It
hit
was
something this turn.
You still have bardic inspiration. Oh.
Using my. Actually, no, because we already saw a 17 miss, so the best
Yep.
I can do is still a miss. So You're just like you're having like a good like arm blocking fist fight with this thing, but nobody's actually
I
landing
don't think
any
you've
hits.
used your bardic inspiration. I believe it
Anything
lasts
else?
for 10
No,
minutes.
I mean to be fair,
Ash.
I made the character to be a tank, and he's succeeding at that, I guess. So
Go down the stairs
Okay.
and try and hit this thing. So if you could move me.
Where do you want to move exactly?
Just to melee range of the thing.
Yeah, it's
You
10
can't reach it in one move.
expires.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm going to Sacred Flame it again, I guess.
yeah,
This has got to work one of these times.
It did.
yes, the anthem of my sacred flaming.
You say that.
All right. Anything else?
No, I guess I'll stay here where I can see him.
Harmony.
So my spot on the stairs, I can still see it.
Yep.
Okay. Harmony racks her brain for synonyms with rusty bucket. It's like, don't worry, Doc. That
You're crushing it.
Killing it.
I want to rack your crossbow instead, buddy.
no, I'm gonna come up with a real crusher. That thing looks like it's gonna fall apart any second, even if you don't hit it. And
I like it.
Good, because I'm apparently never going to.
okay, that one didn't work.
All right.
It is not amused.
Ignore this roll. I just want to make sure I have it in.
Anything else, Harmony?
That's not an attack. Isn't Frostbite a save cantrip?
It is. I don't know why it's. Like
Anything else, Harmony?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Frost-
No. I'm gonna stay where I am.
Sunny.
Sonny is pretty much gonna stay where he is too, sitting at 1 hit point. So he's licking his wounds up there. And then Mina will take a look at what's going on because there we go. So pop the hunter's mark on that dude. Mina's gonna. If I come down the stairs here, like if I come down to like here, just to be a little closer, kind of able to back up. I don't know why it won't let me put in that spot. If I kind of go there-ish, can I still have line of sight on him, obviously. Yeah. Okay. So I'll take a few steps down there, kind of be closer behind, I almost said Randall, Doc. And then we'll attack first shot with the crossbow.
Now, did you say? And this is still just the armor, right? You didn't see anything else.
I haven't seen anything else. No, I'm just following the sounds of the melee down here. All right, first shot with the hand crossbow, load it up. Fire it off. Okay, sweet. That's awesome. Good
but no
to hear.
favorite enemy. Unless
No
this thing
favorite
counts as
enemy,
undead.
but he does have my hunter's mark on
I thought you
him.
had
So.
more crossbow bolts than that.
I have 80 in my backpack.
Oh, I gotcha.
And you slam it onto its back, and it does not get back up.
Well, okay, cool. I did 12 damage just to be.
Solid.
Yeah, but yeah. Okay, cool.
You just double tapped it real quick.
Headshot.
Yeah. And she's already got another bolt loaded, but it's fine. It's fine.
All right, and that is the end of combat. I see that Ash is quickly searching the bedroom already.
Yeah, I was gonna search.
Are people still going to be taking that con check when they go in that room, or was that?
That was from the thing. It still smells awful, but not noxiously
deadly.
awful
Yeah.
now.
Can I'm going to make an intelligence check. With Undead as my favorite enemy, I'd like to make an intelligence check just to be like, what was it?
Go ahead.
Bro, I can't imagine my foot tastes very good.
I think it's just a flat intel. Wow.
Holy
what the
shit.
fuck? Okay, well, I got a 21.
And a 2.
Well, I have advantage on those. Since it's my favorite enemy.
Yeah, so that was a ghast, although you've never heard of one having a tongue that was like 15 feet long.
It was a gas.
Can I do the same for the armor? Actually, just
Sure.
Is that your favorite enemy?
No, but I'm curious. Arcana, or is that
Arcana.
Favorite enemy, armor.
I mean, if I had
Armor,
one, that would be it.
specifically.
I mean,
What-
yeah.
Yeah.
You're not quite sure.
Fair enough.
All right.
Well, actually, does that count as a magical, alchemical, or technological item?
Yep.
Then I would. Well, that's for int history.
You a
technically.
rock gnome? Or?
Yes, I
oh.
am. That's why I was asking. However, it's for int history, not arcana. So unless you are okay with me re-rolling that under a history,
No, because that's not what you're trying to do here.
fair enough. Then never mind.
I mean, I don't know what I don't want to step on Ash's toes here. Ash, I know you're already looking around this bedroom, but Mina will be there with Ash, and like, let's. Okay, it feels
Well, it
like
looks
things.
there's 2 doors.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And then we still have that secret passage we haven't gone through, right?
I was gonna say when I was coming back up the stairs, was there any other notable things that had changed, like in the immediately visible?
No, I mean the entire house
Aside
has
from
turned
the whole
rotty
house
and
being
gross.
fucked, yeah. But like there were 2 suits of armor on the second floor.
No,
those
they
weren't
did not come to life and try to murder
Don't go
you.
check out the library.
Let
You're
me
not
know
going
when
to like
10
what you
minutes
see.
has passed, please. Game time.
Okay.
10 minutes.
What's up?
I will no longer be a glowing archer. In 10 minutes.
And that's when bardic inspiration expires for both of you.
Yeah.
So
Need to do something with
Is this a door
Anything in
over
this
here?
closet, Dan?
It is a door. It is a painted door that appears to lead out to another balcony.
Gotcha. And yeah, Ash's question.
I did not hear it.
Anything in that closet?
No, it is a empty closet.
that. Can I make an arcana check to check out the suit of armor?
Sure. Are you going downstairs to do that?
Yeah.
I'll come with just
Ash,
maintaining the buddy system, if nothing else.
did you already search this room, Ash?
Darn. I was going to add the bardic inspiration to that. But
The room that we're in, the room we're standing in.
Fuck it, we'll add it.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
I'll
That's,
use my bardic inspiration to see if
Perception check. I haven't
I
done an
can learn anything
investigation.
better.
okay. You didn't find anything
14
perceiving?
on the suit of armor.
With the you do not know. With the perception check, you found a letter on the small table in the bottom right corner there. The letter reads, "My dearest children, the darkness takes us, and I am sorry that your mother and I have brought it upon you. What began as survival turned into my obsession, and now to our downfall. In my final moments, I see clear. We are anathema. We are being punished. We deserve it, but I regret that your fates are tied to ours. I love you both with all my heart. No amount of darkness and death will ever change that. May all of our souls find peace. Your loving father, Gustav."
What a prat.
You tell him, Ash.
I assume that Gustav was the hanging guy.
Yep.
Seems to be the implication. Yes.
because of the implication.
Okay. Well, if Ash seems confident that, do you feel like you searched this room thoroughly, thoroughly enough?
I mean,
You still have that hidden stairway
I
to
just
check
did
out.
a cursory look. I didn't open anything. I didn't investigate.
Okay. Well, since there was a ghast hanging in here, I'll take some time and investigate this room.
Okay.
Winley will come investigate as well.
17.
Anyone want to be my buddy while I check out the library again?
Yeah, Harmony will go
With your
you.
17, you found a jewelry box on the on the vanity,
Right.
which is made of silver with gold filigree. You believe it's worth about 75 gold pieces. It contains 3 golden rings, worth about 25 gold pieces each, and a thin platinum necklace with a topaz pendant, worth 750 gold
Holy
pieces.
shit.
Now, is that something where she has to just write down the items and not assume we've sold? Well, I mean, obviously we have nowhere to sell them right now.
Well,
so.
I mean, so actually, can our characters briefly convene to talk about this? Maybe Mina will come down to the library if
Yeah.
Doc's.
Yeah, Harmony will go with Doc to the library.
Just he's very concerned about what happened to the library if everything else went screwy.
Yeah. I am not one for really the collection of treasure, but I've traveled in groups like this before where we find and gather things like this. Do we want to have kind of an agreed upon? I know some of us have just met, some of us don't know each other as well as others perhaps. Do we want to just right now agree on are we going to put all of these so I just found this and I show you the fancy stuff I found, and I'm do we want to put all this stuff in Doc's bag of holding and assume that we'll
What were
split
you
it,
investigating?
or how would we
I was
like
just
to?
investigating that same room.
No.
I just took a long time to roll for some reason.
Oh, sorry. I meant to move myself over there.
I already moved you.
Yeah, okay. And then I'll roll the same. And yes, I was going to say, yes, even split seems perfectly reasonable. We can work out specifics later if anyone has problems with that. But
Okay.
Now is probably not the time to get
No,
into
absolutely. I just if I'm finding 1,000
I'm adding my
gold
D6
piece
to that.
valuables, and if we're keeping it, I just want to. We're
gotta use
working
it for
together. I wouldn't presume to say that this is mine. So
I would say write it down and just whatever you want to put in the bag of holding. Since I'm carrying it, that's fine. I just don't want to keep track of everything that's in the bag of holding.
well, that's
Tom actually made I don't know if anyone else saw it. Tom made a post in the forum for this adventure, so
Like
people
a
could list
loot.
the contents of the bag of
Oh, cool.
holding.
All
So
right.
that'll
Well,
be what we'll use.
then I will go and add that to the bag of holding.
And that's a great idea. Thanks,
Yes,
Tom.
indeed. Yes, indeed.
Docrin, investigating the library once more.
And-
This time you find to be more...
Sorry, he added the 3 to that with
Yeah,
bardic inspiration.
no,
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yep. You find a couple of things you missed last time. First of all, there's a number of writing implements on the desk, an oil lamp, jar of ink, quill, that sort of thing, as well as in the desk drawer you find an iron key. Additionally, as you then kind of begin to peruse other sections of the library, you realize that in the far right corner, or top right corner, that there is a secret door hiding behind one of the bookshelves. And after a moment of examination with your fun artificery brain, you realize that there's a book without a title or label. Give it a yank, and the shelf swings wide.
Neat.
And as we're kind of like looking around, or Doc's more looking around, Harmony's kind of like watching the entryways kind of paranoidly. Harmony will kind of like, just to make conversations, and if it's really creepy in here, I'll say something like, "You looking for something specific in here, Doc?"
Well,
Or
there's
you-
always something to find in libraries. And you said
as she pulled out the key.
like, oh yeah, there's always something to... Oh, fuck.
Well, I guess so.
Oh,
Winley
that
will
probably isn't pleasant,
find
is
a
it?
moment to grab Mina and say, you should probably check that satchel of food that you took. Just kind of like gesture at
Sure.
everything that happened.
I mean, I got a nat 20 looking at the food earlier, which is why I took it, because it seemed real based on that. But yeah, I'll take, and since we've gone fully Silent Hill here, yeah, she'll take out her satchel and sort of nervously looks in.
Two things. One, the satchel of fine food is now simply full of bones and bits of mold. As well as you also notice wherever you keep your trail rations in your pack that they have turned to ash.
The trail rations stay in Honey's harness, or Sonny's
Honey
harness.
Sarnas.
Well,
So-
I was saying, one day when you look in that, you're going to realize that they are ash.
They're ash. Okay, all right.
Is that true of all of our...
Does Winley go and check on her crackers?
Well, I mean, like...
Does it
If
spoil the
Mina
good-
says,
Does it spoil the good berries too?
Yeah.
It does not spoil the good berries.
Okay, cool.
They're good berries.
They're good
So okay,
berries.
I see what you're saying now. So the trail rations are spoiled no matter where they were.
Correct.
Gotcha.
So should we just delete those from our inventory?
Yes, you should.
Yeah, cool. Can you post just in the chat, or you can just tell them to me now, and I'll write them down, the values of those items you just ran down for me?
Yep. You have the box worth 75 gold pieces, 3 rings worth 25, and the platinum topaz pendant worth 750.
Got it.
How do you just full out delete a line of
Click the little, you see the
yep,
lock
the-
button at the bottom right. If you click that, it should open up trash icons on your character.
what if they were in the bag of holding?
They have
Still ash. Okay.
Interesting.
All right. So for you, having found yonder secret door, this room is full of bookshelves packed with tomes, and you could certainly take some time to look at those. A heavy wooden chest with clawed iron feet stands against the far wall. Its lid is half closed. Sticking out of the chest is a skeleton in leather armor. Close inspection reveals that this skeleton belonged to a human who appeared to have triggered a poisoned dart trap, as there are 3 darts stuck in his rib cage. The dart firing mechanism appears to have been triggered and has not been reset. But clutched in the adventurer's hand is a letter.
Harmony nods and must be something good in that chest.
Maybe. Hey, light, briefly. Can I do just a perception check to see if I notice if there are any other unsprung traps or anything else I should be watching out for?
Please
before-
do.
Yeah.
I went ahead and moved myself into the library.
I'm also heading down to the library. Yes.
Cool. He is behind a secret door in this corner.
Yep.
To the right, not
Oh,
to the...
the one I definitely didn't accidentally stumble on.
Me,
because I
me
thought there was
either.
something back
Definitely
there.
not.
Would never.
Definitely. Also, Tom, you're in the Zoom twice somehow. I don't know what the deal is there, but...
But one of them is your professional headshot.
I joined from because I have my audio from my work laptop, but I don't
and
have
Docrin, you did not detect any other traps.
So.
Okay. I'll,
I should set a fun background for myself.
This will be fun. I'm going for the letter, I guess.
Okay. You are able to snatch it from his hand, and nothing comes to life or tries to murder you.
Okay. I'll kind of pass the letter back and then maybe try to crack the chest a little more.
Okay.
And
Is it a mimic?
Harmony will take
is
the
not a
letter.
mimic.
Harmony will take the letter and kind of like look at it while Docrin's figuring out the chest.
The language is it written in?
Common.
Okay.
Contents of the chest first.
Yep.
The chest contains 3 blank books with black leather covers. There are 3 spell scrolls. A scroll of Bless, a scroll of protection from poison, and a scroll of spiritual weapon. As well as some legal documents that appear to be a deed to this house, a deed to a windmill, and a signed will of Elizabeth and Gustav Durst.
So I'm doing the scrolls first, and then I'll probably need a recap of the other stuff.
Sure.
So the spiritual weapon, bless, and protection from poison.
Correct.
How's everyone looking health-wise?
I'm fine.
Not been hurt.
If you want to heal my wolf,
PM, while we're doing more searching and stuff, I'd like to go down and check the room down here. I'd like to break that lock off.
Okay. Go ahead and make
If you don't
strength check.
Well, hang on, Ash. If you mention anything about it, Harmony has thieves' tools that she borrowed from Doc. She can try it without trying to break the lock. If you
Yeah, go for it.
Already smashed it.
Well,
God
you
damn
don't
it.
have to have.
I would like a heal, Mr. Cleric, if you have a minute.
You fail to smash the lock.
And I'm sorry, so you said, so I got the 3
Harmony.
skulls, the deed to the house, and what else?
3 scrolls, the deed to the house, the deed to a windmill, and the signed will of Elizabeth and Gustav Durst.
Alright. Assuming Ash's smash attempt didn't mangle the lock beyond repair,
No.
Harmony will take attempt to crack at it with the thieves' tools.
Okay, sleight of hand.
And
Also,
I'm
yeah,
also going to
thieves'
check
tools,
this.
You crack it.
shield.
Harmony will like pat Ash on the shoulder and be like, hold on, let me not that I don't admire your fitness, but let me give this a shot.
Okay. Inside of the cabinet, you find a heavy crossbow, a light crossbow, and a hand crossbow, as well as 3 cases of bolts with 20 bolts each.
Well, Ash, you can have your crossbow back, I suppose.
Thank you. I guess I'll put it in the bag of holding.
And somebody was handed the letter.
Yes, Harmony took it when Doc handed it back
Okay.
to her. So this would be before she went out to help Ash with the
Okay.
door.
And I'll skim the will, I guess.
It states that the house and all the property is to be left to Rose and Thorn Durst upon their passing.
Give Sunny 9 hit points.
Harmony's gonna take the hand crossbow because I'm proficient in them. And do you want the heavy crossbow?
nah.
Okay.
And what's the word on the letter?
I'm a hand crossbow.
Well, he's got it.
But you do a crossbow expert.
Nobody
so
said they
it
read
works.
it yet,
And
so...
it can take the
Well, they're bickering
No,
over
but the
crossbows.
bonus
Doc will
action
just kind of
attack
snatch it
is
back.
pretty
Yeah,
much
but
more
I just meant for like
exclusively
beyond.
Yeah.
Dan, while I'm down here, I'd like to grab the shield and the sword.
Weight is
Okay.
going to be the other thing.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
gonna.
We'll chuck it in the
I'll
bag.
say it is a
Yeah.
longsword and a shield.
I will. I don't know who got those bolts. If someone doesn't mind me replenishing the bolts.
they're all yours.
Yep, 60 total.
Well, okay. No, sure, I'll take them. Fuck it.
You have shield proficiency.
Dan, was
right?
there anything in
I
this
have to
cabinet?
keep
Oh,
Dan?
great.
It was empty.
Empty. Yeah.
I'm gonna add a hand crossbow.
Alright,
to
so
my-
are we gonna head up the
So
scary...
what did the letter
Yeah,
say?
sorry, Harmony will have read it.
All right, out loud or just to yourself?
To myself first.
Oh, well, sorry guys.
But Harmony will
Christ's
then...
sake.
Yes, Harmony will read it out loud. Maybe while Doc's like fiddling with the chest and trying not to get poisoned.
All right, the letter says, "My most pathetic servants, I allow you and your pathetic band of miscreants to exist in my land only for my own amusement. I am not your messiah and have not come to lead you on a path to immortality. Continue your farcical rituals, have your meals of flesh. Carve my visage every stone you see. Sire as many bastards as you wish, I care not. You are all worms writhing in my earth, and I shall not save you from your wretchedness. I much prefer you as you are, your dread lord and master, Strahd von Zarovich."
Cool.
Bum, 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 bum.
Harmony will kind of comment at the end. Seems like a charming fellow.
Oh yeah, good times. Seems like a lovely boy.
Never heard of him.
Lovely gentleman.
Strahd. That name doesn't mean anything.
Also, can we roll?
Not
Can
at all.
we real quick roll back to the eat flesh bit?
Yeah, that is.
Like, can we just briefly touch back on
what
that?
kind of bones are in your bag?
I'll look at what kind of bones, and I'll go look at the dining room again. Like, what is this feast of bones?
The feast is now just bones and dust, but the bones appear to be like rats and small animal bones.
So just out of curiosity, I know we said
Better,
like
better.
Slightly better.
The rule is the assumption is you can recover half of your spent ammo after a fight if you take the time to.
Yep.
If I only shot one bolt, is that 0 then? It
Round
rolls
down.
Okay. Then Harmony might take one bolt out of that 60 just to replenish.
That's great.
Yeah,
I only took 24 of those bolts
Oh,
anyway,
okay.
so that's great.
Do you want to throw the rest in the bag of holding?
Yeah. So then that would be
Sure, you can
so
take
60 minus
36
25.
bolts.
60
The
minus
bag of
25.
holding list.
Yes.
Great.
60 minus 25. And add a heavy crossbow there too, because we found one in the cabinet with the light and hand crossbows, but nobody wants to.
I'll put it
carry
in there. 35 bolts
Yep.
and heavy crossbow.
Hooray, topped off.
Alright, so we're gonna go up the creepy stairs?
Well, okay, we've got so the secret passage that was just a dead end.
Yeah, it was
Did
just
you?
the
Did we check out like the books in there?
I was
They said
gonna
there were
say,
tomes,
just
right?
said there were
There were
tomes,
tomes, but it wasn't very.
Well, you did
Probably
say
worth-
you were taking time to.
probably
Yeah,
worth
I
checking
will.
that out.
So
you can
another
you
investigation.
can have
I
a
assume?
good berry if you want. That's the only healing I can give you,
I assume
but
it's
I'll
an
toss
Arcana.
you a healing
Knowledge
hit
Arcana
point
Sure.
in a
I'll take
good
your
berry.
card.
Yeah, sure.
Advice for
Have a good
healing?
berry.
Yeah, I'm down 13.
Yeah, that's
Alright.
gee. I'm down 11, but
Bam! I see everything. Yep. You determine that these are books of rituals on eternal life and kind of blood sacrifice and whatnot. You also can tell that these were written by an amateur and that whatever rituals are in here are garbage. And won't do
Per the
anything.
letter, they don't give a shit.
Yeah. They're totally useless. Ritualistic fan fiction.
Okay.
The
Might burn them on
ink
general
the
principle.
letter was written in. Anything? Is it like red?
Nope, it's just ink.
Cool. Is the
Um,
personalized stationery?
Is my cure wounds showing up in chat?
No.
Nope.
It's just blank.
That's super weird. Okay.
She's not healing you.
I mean, I guess I could cure wounds myself, but I'm not a cleric.
It's true.
not the life cleric. Yeah.
So it says die plus spellcasting ability modifier.
Don't you get a bonus for life cleric?
+2 for life cleric.
Well, Mina, while people are looking at things and unlocking whatever's, won't be offended if the party decides to go a different way, but Mina's going to kind of start looking at this room on the first floor and like maybe starting a fire in that fireplace.
Well, the
maybe,
first
like,
the
yeah.
hunting room in the first floor has a lit fire.
But then, okay, well then she'll go down and actually then she'll look around to the first floor, just kind of briefly check those doors again. If there's a way she can kind of casual in a without doing too much work, like block those doors a little bit. Anyway, just trying to create a room where maybe we can hang out till this storm passes or whatever.
Was there?
I think we should finish clearing the house before
I say
we
there.
start
I think there
setting
was
up.
still one secret
secret
door
passage
we
in the
hadn't
twins'
gone
room,
to.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't see that, so
And it led
I don't know.
upstairs, so.
Yeah, and the way it looks to me is like that's just another staircase.
Also,
But
is there
you
like
guys
a
go
creepy
check it.
zombie baby or something in that fucking crib room now? Or I'm
Yeah.
afraid to look.
Still empty.
Okay, cool.
Caitlin,
Thank you.
you see that? Okay.
Yep.
Although I will take those shitty ritual books and toss them in the duck downstairs and toss them in the fire. It's just bad magic. You can't it's ineffective. It's evil, but even worse, it's bad. It doesn't work.
Winley will
That's
go
the more
ahead and
offensive
head
thing.
towards.
Well,
the
they're both
secret
equally
door.
offensive to block.
I don't remember where it was on the map.
It was in the
It is here.
twins' room on the third floor.
Okay, I thought it was on the 3rd floor.
But it's probably where
where the
they're
thing is
equally
Yeah, I see. it now.
egregious.
I keep like losing
It's fair.
control of my character. There we go. All right.
A personal problem.
Yeah, I know. It's very much a me problem.
All right, so I'm gonna move my character up to the twins' room in preparation for
Yeah,
whatever
I,
terrible bullshit we're gonna find.
I
Through
went
there.
ahead and popped my head into the secret.
Is that here?
Yeah, it's here.
Great, I'm in the right spot.
Are we just okay? I'll,
Bringing up the rear
Oh,
worked so well for me
yeah.
last time.
Move us up to the next level.
Anybody else?
I'm right here.
All right. You're being,
Mina's just cozying
being
up by the
moved
fire.
over to the right
I'm hanging out
side.
down there, yep.
You're not going up the secret passage with us?
No. Right, you guys can scope the secret
Okay,
passage.
you've all been poofed over to the right.
Great. Who needs a ranger, anyways?
It looks
Favorite terrain is haunted house.
Yep.
more stairs.
I say if I'll
Okay.
take point here since that was part of the problem with our last encounter.
Yep.
There was that the tank got isolated from the rest of the party.
There's a door here on the north side.
Go ahead, Doc. It's all yours.
So through here.
Up here.
Up here.
Oh, north
Fox, you're
side.
going first.
Oh, it bends. Okay, I gotcha. So yeah, I'll in the door. Fuck it.
Okay.
Fuck it.
I'll be right behind him.
All right. Entering into this bare hall, you find it is mostly choked with dust and cobwebs. There are several doors around. There is a window that looks down onto the balcony off the master directly here in front of you, and you see some. You can see some doors over here and another door here on the south side
I'm
as well.
seeing what looks like a die or
I think
something.
there's a secret thing showing again.
Yeah.
I don't actually know what that is. It's just a random 20. It's not a secret
Okay.
thing. It's just a
Okay,
random
I
20.
was-
It was actually just a die.
From whence it came, we
Alright,
do
so
not know.
Dan,
Yep.
does the children footsteps continue up the secret passage?
I was say which
Yep.
direction to the?
They go through this door over here.
Okay. I'm going straight to that one and I'm listening at it.
Okay. You hear nothing, but you also notice that there is a large padlock barring that door.
Harmony.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm here. And, of course, Doc, thank you so much for the loan.
You know what?
Also, and I apologize, that door is locked, but the footsteps, the tracks went through this door down here, not the door you're standing in front of.
Oh,
Do we
okay.
still want me to try that door?
Harmony.
Let's.
That door is not locked, you're standing in front of, Tom.
Oh.
Okay, let's see what awful crap is in the.
So we're not checking the other rooms first?
I mean, the one is locked, so assumedly nothing's coming out of it.
Right. But,
So
like,
clear back the other rooms first, and
just to
then
make
do
sure
the
nothing comes
things.
up behind us, I would say.
Yeah, let's clear back first.
Alright, which
This door?
are you going?
Which door? Paint it?
Is this
I
the door?
did.
Oh,
It's
I'm
just-
sorry.
That's not a door, that's a window.
I'm just laggy as
Window.
balls.
Okay,
window.
that's what I thought. I will go through this door then.
Okay. Going through this door, you find yourself in what appears to be a children's room. There are two small twin-sized beds in the corners, a chest of toys off to your right, and what looks like to be a full-scale dollhouse of the house you're currently in. Quite tragically, on the floor, there are also two small child-sized skeletons embracing each other.
Oh, man.
Please say we've whopped. You hate to see
Yeah,
it.
say I'm surprised.
Deeply depressing.
And then window at the far end here, I assume that's
Yep.
what that is.
That is a window.
Is the dollhouse, like, creepy? Is there, like, a little wolf and a Mina in the...
No, there's not. Although it is a perfect replica of the house.
Any
Including-
Harmony will spend a moment
Yeah,
looking at it.
from the
I
back.
can make a perception
Just-
check. Anything that we didn't see on our way up? Any like secret passages or anything on the dollhouse that?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Where did my character sheet
I'm gonna
go?
lightly tap the roof, roughly where we're currently standing in the house.
Just like look at
Yeah. Like, I mean,
We're all
it's
squished
a,
like
be
bugs
honest,
immediately.
there was a non-zero chance that was what was going to happen
Hey,
there.
Yep. It was worth a shot.
I searched the toy box.
there are assorted dolls, wooden soldiers, that sort of thing. Harmony, you examining the house notice that if you're following it correctly, there is a tiny passageway winding its way from this floor all the way down to the base level of the house, and it appears to be hidden behind a wall or hidden somewhere over essentially at the end of the hall here where this ping is happening.
Okay.
And that passage heads all the way down to the first
Harmony
floor.
will point it out and see. Somebody want to go check that out?
Yeah, sure. I'll go since I have mechanical knowledge and stuff. So sure, this definitely won't.
Could go pick up Mina.
I would say. So, what would it be to try to find that then? Or do we have
It's supposedly right here.
like on this wall?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What can I roll to find it? Just perception, I guess.
Investigation.
Investigation.
Hey,
Do I like roll with advantage or something for knowing
No.
it's there? Or well, I tried, guys.
we didn't
Yeah,
see what you
worth
got.
asking.
Is it not that door that's right there?
That's not a It's supposedly against this wall here.
You kind of tap and knock in it. You can tell like it's hollow. Like there's something back there, but you can't seem to find any door. At least
No
not on this
mechanism.
wall.
Use that bardic
Can I
inspiration.
make a strength
Yeah,
check? just
I already
to kind
used
of
it on
shoulder
the
into
finding
it?
the secret room in the library.
Oh.
All right.
Well, that was still worth it.
Winley will give it a shot. See if I can find anything. Investigation. You said. Okay.
Is the replica perfect enough to show a
Yeah, nope.
like
I'm not gonna find
entryway to the passageway?
It looks like the entryway would be on the south side of where the
So, like,
stairwell is.
So the locked door, maybe we have to go through. And
Okay. Yeah, Harmony
you
will,
around.
with that knowledge. I mean, this is another door here, right?
Yep.
Do we want to check that first?
Sure.
By we, I mean
Yeah, I got it.
point man.
I'll take the door. Permission to move through.
Okay.
Yep.
This appears to be a spare bedroom. There's a slender bed, nightstand, a rocking chair, an empty wardrobe, and a small iron stove. It appears to not have been used in many, many, many years.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Check the stove for fuel or anything like that. See if it's been. So you said no sign of use, though.
No sign of use.
Okay.
I assume my perception in the hallway didn't yield anything for finding that trapdoor.
It's investigation.
No, your perception did not yield anything.
Okay. Yeah, I was hoping to see like hinges or maybe a hidden latch. Or
Harmony
something.
will take a shot with the thieves' tools at the padlock. The
Oh, I
locked
thought we were
door.
holding off on that.
Oh, we can if you want.
we still have this.
I just
If
figured
something
we-
is going to come
I
from
just figured
behind,
if we
that's
found
one
that
fewer
secret
door.
passage, it'd be easy to go down and pick up Mina for.
At the same time, if there is something in that secret passage, then
That's true.
at least while it's locked,
You're right.
it's-
Okay, that's a fair point. We can come back. It can be our way
All
back.
right. Does anyone want to take point on the scary room, or should I?
I'll take it. So through ye olde creepy door.
I'll fall right behind.
Okay.
Love creepy doors.
This appears to be another bedroom. This room, much like the other one, has not been in any significant use for quite some time. However, the footsteps seem to end kind of behind the stove over here in the corner and behind the bed. And after a moment, the children sort of materialize out of nowhere and kind of look up at you. You found us.
Do they look up? Sorry, not to put too fine. But no.
And
They'll look up at you.
Harmony will say, "That was a fine game of hide and seek you let us on."
We're just scared. We're looking for our parents.
Grudge to inform you.
Are they?
Do they just look
You
normal?
didn't say you needed help.
They
finding
are quite clearly ghostly now,
Right.
whereas before they were much more tangible. What was that, Ash?
You didn't say that you needed help finding them. You said that they were home. Do you need help finding them?
Yes, we can't find them.
Well, we found one of them.
You know,
Good news.
And was the other one the suit of armor?
Not sure I would call that good news, but
there's been no. I mean, we've seen depictions of the family, so
Mm-hmm.
the ghast
your daddy
matched
Gustav's?
Gustav's.
Yeah.
Okay, but the mother. What's her name? Somebody had the word.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. We haven't seen any creature thus far that matches the Elizabeth's description,
Nope.
and it probably wasn't the skeleton that got killed trying to open the chest. Okay.
no, that was like that.
Did it have
that
childbearing hips? Sorry.
The
So, did you kids actually see our friend come in here from the lake, or
We did. We did. He came up here.
Oh.
what happened to him after?
He went to the basement.
Where's the basement?
They don't say anything, but they just sort of point at the wall behind you, Ash.
the stove, you said.
At the wall behind Ash.
I don't know.
Oh God. I'll do an
I'll
investigation on the
I'll
wall.
do an investigation on that.
Doesn't it just lead right? Oh, I see.
No,
The wall behind
the-
Dash. This one
I
right
will
here.
investigate as well.
It appears to be a very solid wall.
Right, so probably
The
this
secret
room.
passage.
Yeah, I would say this room probably leads into a space behind that wall.
Harmony will kind of like if we find your parents, do you want us to come back and tell you?
Of course, we miss them.
Yeah.
Do you guys understand life and death?
Oh God!
Do you know what you are?
They don't respond to that, Ash.
Do you have any way of releasing
Would
them
you
from this
like
terrible
me
prison they're
to
trapped in?
perform last rites?
They just seem confused by what you're
I
saying.
can think of a way to release them.
What religion?
They're ghosts.
Do you guys follow any religion? Do you do your prayers
Oh,
at night?
Oh boy!
Have you guys heard of Bahamut?
Have you guys heard
Harmony
about-
rolls her eyes and heads out to the padlocked door.
They seem entirely baffled by what you're talking about, Tom.
Okay, good talk. I had
I
to
mean,
try.
do we want
Yeah, you
to
did.
do we want to see what happens when we ask them? So, do you know what's in your bedroom?
Our toys.
Yeah, okay.
No, did you actually ask them that?
No. Although I will go back to the model real quick just to see if like the wall that they're referencing, if there's a corresponding thing like behind that table, or if there's something else.
No, there's just this room.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, let's go into the room.
Okay, Harmony will try the. I mean, it's the only door left, right?
Yep.
Okay, Harmony will.
Mina, are you still camping out downstairs?
Yeah, Mina's not. Listen, like it's cool, but I don't really need to like clear this whole creepy haunted house. So like,
Yeah, it's
I don't
much
want
bet-
another pack of wolves running up behind us. I'm like, I'm gonna chill down here.
It's better to just go.
We're also
to
a very long ways away if something happens to you specifically.
Imagine that does the trick.
You know, yeah, I'm kind of operating right now that I feel like you all are going into the creepier, iffier part of the house, and that's fine. I'll
Fair enough. You do
hold
you,
up
man.
the home base down here. I like to be able to. I want to be able to get out if need be. So yeah, posting up.
Okay. Harmony, you've approached the door. Are you trying to crack that?
Yeah, I rolled. Did
Yeah.
it show
Oh,
up?
yeah, that
nailed
20
it.
on it.
Yeah,
nailed
I
it.
figured that did
I mean,
the trick.
you just like look at it the right way and it just goes click.
Easy enough.
Literally
I
just
do Harmony will kind of like pop it open and kind of like gesture grandiosely, like to let other.
I go in.
I'm taking point. We don't need our healer taking point, even if he does have a pretty ballin' AC,
Okay.
which I assume he does since cleric.
This room is dusty and full of what appears to be furniture covered in drapery cloths, various chairs,
Oh, yeah.
desks, that sort of thing. Make a perception check.
Oh yes, I know.
Perception checks. Oh wow! Hey, we're all alert except for Doc.
I was about to say, so you two get really well, and I'm going to roll single digits, and lo and behold, so it was.
I see all.
Ash, you notice, and Winley, you also notice that this chest down here at the kind of the bottom left here, there is. I don't see it. Oh, yep, there it is. Sorry. And Harmony, you notice that there is what appears to be a pool of dried blood, kind of spreading out from whatever is under that cloth, as well as the edges of cloth being stained.
The dried
So this
blood
one
is
right here.
spreading.
Not to say there's a spread.
Has.
Oh,
Okay. Sorry, I thought you said
Spread,
spreading.
then
It's like
dry.
okay.
So this one,
Yep.
Harmony keeps her distance.
Winley will point it out to Dogrin.
Well, it looks like Ash is Leroying some Jenkins over here, so Doc will bring up the rear on that, I guess.
What are you doing, Ash?
Remove the cloth.
It appears to be a fairly large trunk.
Oh no.
Locked.
It is not locked.
I open.
Oh no.
When you open it, two things become apparent. Number one, inside of the trunk, there is a woman's corpse. It has been reasonably well preserved, although it is covered in blood, and the source of which seems to be multiple stab wounds in the front or in the chest. And then as you open it, the same woman rises spectrally from the body and looks down at all of you, which you can all see this happen quite clearly. She goes, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Where's Walter?"
Walter? Is that a name we've heard?
Walter?
It is not a name we have heard so far.
Who's Walter?
My son, Walter.
Have anything to do with?
Well, That.
Oh, Walter might be the baby.
Yeah, or maybe their
Maybe.
names aren't Rose and Thorn, maybe? Or yeah,
Well,
I guess that
even in the will it said
Rose and Thorn. Yeah, that's true.
Thorn,
That's
yeah.
true.
Is Walter your baby?
Yes.
We have not yet found your baby.
These are our children, Rose.
Found your son and your daughter, however. They're asking us to find you and your husband.
I don't have a husband.
Does the name Gustav mean anything
You don't
to
have
you?
your husband is not Gustav?
No, but Gustav is a wonderful man, and she seems to kind of give a serene and happy
Is your name
face.
Elizabeth?
No, that is the lady of the house.
So this must be the maid.
So what's your name?
Anna.
And she wasn't depicted in it. There wasn't another woman depicted. So, but I'm sorry. Elizabeth was holding the swaddled wrap.
Gustav was.
Oh, Gustav was.
And you said that you said the cause of death was that she looked like she was like hiding in this chest, and this chest got stabbed.
Oh no! Somebody
to shit.
stabbed the fuck out of her and dumped her body in this chest.
Okay, got it.
Classic
so
Gustav.
Did she say her name?
Anna.
Do
Anna.
we
And she
want-
was the maid or the servant.
Well,
So the
we don't know
dad knocked up the maid and a bastard child.
We
we
did
wanna-
mention siring bastards in the letter.
do we want to check the other covered things in this room?
So there is
Like the other.
Do you
there
know-
are-
Do you know where the mistress of the house is?
I don't. The last I saw, she was downstairs.
Downstairs as in the basement or just downstairs?
She just nods.
Okay.
Downstairs in the basement
She nods.
or the first floor?
No, it's the basement, man.
Harmony looks around kind of paranoidly at the other covered objects in this room. But there don't appear to be blood pooling out from under any of the rest of them.
Just this one.
Are you aware of
The fate of this house.
you are dead?
What do you mean?
Harmony will kind of like look up at her and say,
Would
"No."
you like me to lay you to rest?
She looks at you and seems quite perturbed. You also notice with that she's starting to kind of turn from translucent and to sort of shadowy to kind of a more of a violet hue.
He'll
Tone it down, man.
Harmony will kind of like look up at her and say, "Does the name Strahd von Zarovich mean anything to you?"
She looks totally clueless as to what you're talking about.
She nods. Does she get more violet at that, or
No.
Okay. Harmony will try to like give Ash the ixnay on the Ed day.
If you excuse us, madam, we need to go find the mistress of this house.
She just kind of looks at you and frowns, and then seems to just sort of, her attention seems to sort of wander elsewhere, and she fades away.
I was going to suggest we send her to the kids to try to calm them down.
I don't know if they can move beyond their. I guess the kids move.
kids
beyond
did,
their
yeah.
bodies, yeah. Yeah. Well, do we want to check under the other coverings in this room?
One more door.
Ash, do we want to?
Yes, let's check underneath the other coverings. I doubt there's much under them. There's probably just other furniture and shit, but let's do it. And then let's see if we can find a
No, we still have one door.
doorway over here.
What other door?
Is
We're
this
trying to
door
look
on
for
this
that
side
secret
here?
No, that's not
passageway.
a door. That's a window.
Oh, damn it.
Looks down onto the balcony. That said, looking under the other coverings and whatnot, you find statues, you find tables inside tables, just various assorted furniture there.
But nothing.
I was saying, can I do an
notable.
investigation for like some kind of switch or something for the the alleged hidden passage?
You sure can give it a try.
Well then,
Ash stares at a wall. It's a nice wall.
Doxy said wall.
I kinda
Agrees it's a
poke it
great
little
wall.
with my spear.
Winley rolls her eyes and traces the edge of a doorway and gives it a firm push, and the secret door
Are the
opens.
statues that we uncovered of anything in particular?
They are quite generic.
Okay. Good job,
You said
Winley.
a secret door did open?
Yep. There is a secret door leading to a staircase right here.
All right, I'll take point on the hidden stairway.
Spiral staircase going down.
And Harmony, you are off the map.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I saw where the
Yeah,
thing was.
yeah, so did I, and I did something similar. My bad.
So it's
So
here.
does this stop at each floor, Dan?
No, it does not stop. It runs straight down.
Do we want to Harmony will, like, as we start, like, move or consider the straight shot down, it'll be like look back and like, do we want to grab the
Yeah, maybe
Mm-hmm.
before going to the creepy basement, we at least let Mina know what we're doing.
Harmony's like, I'll wait here.
Nina,
Okay.
you should come with.
All right, fine. I'll come with. Mina's just like whoever comes to retrieve her, she's just like standing next to the fire in that main room, holding a handful of good berries, kind of like looking for whichever one is like the most
The shiniest.
plump and tasty. Eats one. Okay.
They're
fine.
all equal.
Yeah, exactly.
But are they?
Yeah, right. Gotta find the best one. Okay, cool. Where can you ping where you all are?
And with that, we get to move to a new map.
Huzzah.
Oh, good.
We love creepy basements.
All right, so following the stairs down, it is a tight fit. It is not a grandiose staircase. It's very much like your shoulders, just like walking around the same pole over and over, kind of winding down there. That said, you find yourselves descending below the first floor by about a solid additional 15 feet or so, and enter into a dirt and stone-hewn passage. Supported by timbers about every 5 feet or so, which you can kind of see the little corners there for the supports. Here in this passage, a couple of things are apparent to you. Despite the fact the passage is unlit, you have your light spells and whatnot and your lantern to give you a little bit more light. But in the distance, you can hear a eerie and incessant chanting, although it's hard to make out what it is saying at this point.
Always a good sign. Okay, which direction are we hearing the chanting towards?
You're hearing it both to your right and your left currently, which I know is not terribly helpful.
Yeah,
but
that's great. So it's not behind us.
And it's not distinguishable in like what language it is or
no, I mean you could just hear distant voices.
I say we go up.
I'm with you.
Okay.
Alright, there seems to be something down that way. So we could either go left or we could go right.
Does the chanting increase in volume as we move in any particular direction?
It feels pretty equal from where you are at the moment. It is distant in either direction.
Okay.
I feel like this is more of a dead end, so I'm gonna say we check in this way here.
At this point, Harmony does recommend, should we perhaps proceed more quietly?
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Probably.
And by that means, Harmony's going to roll a stealth check.
Yeah, sure.
Me too.
Same.
That heavy armor penalty.
Yep.
Well,
both
Winley
Sunny
tripped
and
over
Mina.
her own feet.
Equally not
Yep,
terribly
yeah,
stealthy,
that's
but
great.
you know,
That's
the
great.
panting.
Not
sometimes.
incredible. Yeah, exactly.
Harmony will
Dripping.
reluctantly
rain.
offer to take her lantern and kind of take point, given that she's experienced at this. Well,
Don't you have dark vision?
yeah, but okay, no, you're right. No, I'll leave the lantern with you. I'll just,
I'm also still glowing.
yes. Have we? Has it not been 10 minutes?
about
Has it
5.
been?
Oh, we've been making. Well, even with all the like searching through the library and stuff.
No,
Okay.
it's not a big
rating.
library.
Okay, great. No problem on my end. But yeah, Harmony will either hang back or take point, whichever the party would prefer.
Looks like you're taking point.
I mean, the rest of
buddy.
us just tripped.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Harmony will kind of not well. She keeps her thoughts to herself. Will kind of like settle back into the old ways of and to kind of like kind of crouch down and she's just kind of like points like lean it this way. Basically, is what she's. Okay, and she'll head off down this way. Then let me actually grab her for moving.
I thought we were going up.
Can you ping which direction you're going?
I'm
Oh, I
going
see. There you are.
this way.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well,
cool.
your journey this direction is fairly short. This appears to be 2 empty crypts. There's a space quite clearly for a coffin to be placed, but there is nothing occupying either of these vaults.
Harmony will since she has some practice skulking around unwelcoming places, will reach into her bag and pull out a piece of chalk and just kind of mark this passageway with like an X. Just kind of like, we've been here, nothing there.
Okay.
Daniel, does either of these crypts have names carved in them? Were they for someone?
No, they are not
He
labeled.
said they were empty.
Well, I know they was empty, but I was wondering if they were labeled, because I'm wondering if we need to move the body down into the crypts.
No, they're not labeled. They are empty.
Harmony will then proceed back this way and head up and check this place out.
And yeah, I'll just be like right behind you as you're.
Okay. Approaching it, you have a small set of stairs leading down about another 5 feet or so, but you can see a wooden table and some chairs there beyond the passage.
Do the table and chairs show signs of, or is there like dust? Does it show signs of like use recently?
They're not dusty, but there's also no clear indication of use.
I mean, there's chanting, so people are either down
Somebody's
here.
here.
Yeah. Okay, so taking a look around this room.
Okay. There is a passage leading further away on the far side of the room, and to the south. What you can see right here is a straw mattress
Oh.
in a kind of a small side vault.
Okay. And we'll continue down. Another mattress down here, it looks like.
It appears to be a couple of small kind of, not bedrooms per se, but like bed nooks.
And then this one here also. Yep, okay, so like 3, 4, it looks like.
Yep.
On this side too. Yep, okay, so it looks like the only way continuing is that stairway on the far side of the room. Harmony will kind of move to the top of it, but then not head down yet.
Winley, do you have a question or?
I'm just making sure I'm going the same place people are.
Yes.
Just because like not having shared vision makes it really
and
hard to see where anyone
as
actually
we've moved, is the chanting changing at all in volume yet, or still kind of just
It's getting a little louder heading this way.
interesting? Harmony will kind of like turn back to the rest of the group and just kind of be like, "The chanting's getting louder. Do we want to keep going that way or go opposite way?"
Should probably do
I
that.
can't hear you, Colin.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Charmy basically asked the group, like, the chanting's starting to increase in volume as we move in this direction. Do we want to go toward the chanting? Is that what we're going for here?
I mean, we do eventually. I would like to finish searching the rest of this level.
Okay, we can try to back up if we want. It's real. Harmony's okay taking point. It's just what direction the group wants to go in.
Team
Let's
Stealth
go
decides
down
where the
from the
group
way we
goes.
came from, so down here.
Okay, yeah, Harmony will, upon noticing the chanting gets louder, Harmony's fine moving away from it anyway. She will progress back this way. We'll mark with that hallway with a different symbol, kind of like chanting this way, something to indicate, like, come back here, just in case we forget, which we won't. Harmony will head down this way, taking point.
Can you ping where you are?
Yeah, right here.
Gotcha.
Let's see. We'll check out this intersection here. Anything interesting down either? It doesn't really look like it at the moment.
There's a table down there, is
Yep.
what you can see,
Do
and then
see
you've got
table.
a hallway branching off to your right and left.
And the chanting a little quieter.
Actually, louder heading this direction.
Fascinating. Okay. Harmony is going to first check this side hallway. Let's see here. It's like doors.
They are doors. On this side, you have two crypt doors.
Mm-hmm.
One is labeled Gustav, one is labeled Elizabeth.
Well, we know where Gustav's body is. Do we want to check Elizabeth's crypt, or do we want to leave it closed?
I don't know.
We can make that decision later. Let's keep looking.
Okay. Harmony will cross to the other hallway. It looks like another set of crypts. Are those labeled as well?
Yes, they are. They are labeled Rose and Thorn.
Wonderful. So, did the secret, the stairs up to the very top level that we took the stairway down, did they seem like servants' quarters, or did they seem like...
Up to the attic?
Yeah.
No, man, it was a hidden passage.
Right, okay.
You had the children's bedroom, and then you had what might have just been two guest rooms,
Right.
perhaps.
Okay. All right. Good to know.
Well, so I would assume that one of the rooms, the one on the second floor, with the small closet and the dumbwaiter, I would have assumed would be for the servants.
Right, but then there was also like the room Gustav was hanging in that kind of seemed like a master bedroom, and
that was a master bedroom.
and then the one with the twins in it seemed like the twins' actual room. So I'm a little confused by the second set of bedrooms through the secret passage up to the attic. But anyways, Harmony will kind of like point this out to the group and be like, "Do we leave the tombs closed for now, or?"
Yeah, let's leave them closed for now. I intend to move the bodies down into the rightful crypts.
Sure.
Later, but for right now, let's finish.
Harmony will move stealthily into, assuming nothing she's done has caused her to break stealth yet, we'll move into this room here.
So this room appears to be a dining room of sorts. Unlike the opulent dining room above, it is just a long wooden table with benches on either side. But quite clearly, as you look around the floor in this room, there are bones, and quite clearly human or humanoid bones all over the floor.
Harmony will
and on the table.
Pull out the Strahd's letter for reference and kind of read through and be like, okay.
Does these bones look like they have been gnawed on?
Oh yeah, these have nod, but more to the point that like there's clearly also like cut marks in them and whatnot, like somebody was cutting flesh off of these.
Yeah. Harmony makes sure her crossbow is loaded. But she will step gingerly around the gore, and let's see. I'm gonna look in this side alcove here.
Okay.
See if there's
The one to the
anything.
east.
Yeah, this one right here.
The
Looks
west.
like there's
You did the
stairs.
one to
Oh,
the west.
sorry, yeah. Looks like there's stairs there.
Yep. The chanting is getting much louder
Yes.
here, by the way.
Okay, Harmony will back out of there, but we know it's there. And we'll continue kind of doing circle of the room, check this alcove here. Okay,
went
so it looks
somewhere
like there's a
else.
hallway here and then more stairs heading in the chanting direction. Harmony will back into this room and will check the alcove on the right. Because,
Terrific.
sorry.
Now we'll stop right there.
Okay.
Okay. As you approach this alcove, it is. No, you can. Sorry, I'm in the wrong
I
way
am
again
standing
here.
on the table, by the way.
Of course.
Let's say as you approach this alcove, it appears to be full of just sort of a pile of the bones and refuse and whatnot. But as you walk up to it, a large worm-like creature with tendrils kind of covering its face and gnashing teeth lunges out at you, and you can roll initiative.
Well, fuck me.
Sunny,
Harmony,
sorry.
you have the lead here.
Okay, so it doesn't get like a
That's 'cause
surprise
Sunny's
attack against me or
awesome.
anything.
Sunny
okay.
has an 18, by the way. Sorry.
That beak looks pretty nasty, right?
Nina.
Oh yeah, big time.
Okay. Harmony is, in fact, going to disengage and kind of nope the fuck out of there. No, thank you. No, I'm uninterested in this. No. And back to... wait, nope. Let's go here-ish. Yeah, still see the thing. We'll... I only have one use of Bardic Inspiration left. Let's hang on to it. So that's going to be my turn, is just disengaging.
You're in somebody else's spot.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll move here.
There you
But yeah, I will disengage and move away, as I don't really have any other bonus actions to use, so...
Alright, Nina.
Alright, she is going to use her bonus action to Hunter's Mark, because that lasts for an hour, so she's still Hunter's Marking. She's going to pop that on the tentacle face, and shout something like, Sonny, stay away from this thing. And then she's going to shoot...
We gotta figure out how to get Sunny a ranged attack.
Sunny kind of is one of my ranged attacks. Ooh, sorry, that was not meant to be with advantage, so that's an 11.
That is a miss
Yeah,
there.
kind of figured. Okay, and then Sunny will run up there.
And promptly ignore.
Exactly. And he's going to bite this thing. So when he bites, he has +4. Sorry, I'll get quicker at this, I promise. And that's a 1. So he does not bite the tentacle vase, and then he's going to use some more of his move to move back over there.
Does that provoke an attack of opportunity?
Oh, that's
Sure
a good
does.
point. Okay, well then he will just not listen to me and sit and just stay there.
Doctrine.
Okay, getting in there. And, I mean, theoretically, I've got to hit with one of these eventually, so.
In theory.
Theoretically.
I mean, normally it's called the hot hand fallacy, but sure.
Yeah.
That is a hit.
You would have to.
that
You
would
would have to
mean,
roll into double digits eventually.
The who fallacy?
Sunk cost fallacy, I think, is what we're referring
Hot hand
to.
fallacy. Basically assuming
Eventually, that you must. Yeah.
that each outcome is not statistically
Right.
Independent.
independent of each other.
So that's 9 thunder damage, and then if it attacks anything other than me, it's rolling at disadvantage.
Okay.
9 or 10?
I heard 900.
So it's 9 damage. The 1 thunder damage for Booming Blade is if it moves 5 feet of its own accord, it'll take that damage.
Okay. And Ash.
Yes. But it does increase
I-
damage eventually, right?
Yeah.
I'm
I
going to
also
move up
rolled
to
a
here,
one,
and I'm
so-
going to try and attack it with my spear.
And,
Okay.
cantrip, you're not going to get...
Nah.
That's a hit.
Which is
5 piercing damage.
Anyone else still getting the loading symbol?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know what's
I'll
going
just try
on.
It's
refreshing
because
quickly.
of when
And-
Dan sent us the...
No, I know. I don't know why I rolled 20.
And anything else, Ash?
I think that's it for mine.
Winley.
Yeah, the goal of the build's not...
You're still glowing,
it's to make
right?
it
I am
very
still
painful
glowing,
and you do
unless it's
things I
been
don't
10
want you to
minutes.
do.
And
Alright.
Sunny
About
is very
6.
grateful for that.
Yeah.
Frostbite. Huzzah! Constitution save, please.
It passes.
Boo. That's fine. And then the
Archer.
attack. Oof.
Oof.
Nope. Trying to get around
Well,
Sunny and Doc.
That was an action and a bonus.
It sure was. You want to move it all?
I'll actually take a step back.
Smart.
And for some reason, you guys both exist twice.
I'll take another turn. Those rolls were both shit, so.
All right, and it is going to take a lunge at you, Docrin, since you were so kind as to specify yourself as the most appropriate target.
What I'm here for.
What is your AC today?
Tom, refresh my memory. Shield of Faith is a 1 minute duration,
I'm pretty sure. Let me check.
and I assume it's been more than a minute since our last combat encounter there.
Yeah, he said it's been about 6.
Oh, well, so it's up to 10 minutes. So
Oh,
if it's
okay. So
she's
then
still
it's
out.
20.
If not, then
All right, you take 7 damage and make a Constitution save as it bites and lashes at you with its tentacles.
And con, you said?
Yep. You're good.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, and with that,
Do I have a
Harmony.
sense of what I just rolled against? Like just a poison?
Something toxic.
Yeah, fair enough.
Harmony.
Let's see. Harmony probably, after she scrambled away in alarm, is all composure of insults that she was doing mentally leaves her, and she just probably squeaks out something like, "Fuck off, you hideous fucker!" And, casts
Well, it's a
Vicious
warm.
Mockery.
You can at least get a phallic joke of some variety out there, can't you?
Appreciate your feedback, Doc.
Look,
It seems quite perturbed by your mockery.
Great. Well, it takes 3 psychic damage.
That it does.
You're here to perturb.
Anything else?
Oh, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Mina.
Oh, am I?
All right, Mina's kind of. She's got one leg up on the table and just like firing bolts into this thing from kind of
Or
behind
trying
the front
to.
line there, trying to. So she'll take her first shot here. Almost just rolled a die 20 because that's what I'm used to doing for the last 2.5 years. But I don't have to anymore. Now I can click on buttons and it does it for me. Eventually. Okay, so first crossbow bolt.
That is a miss.
Yeah, that's not great. Okay, that's fine. Quick reload. Second crossbow bolt.
That's a
22. All right. So this thing is not an undead, sadly, but it is my
It's about to be.
hunter's mark. Yeah, might be soon.
Hopefully, it's
That's
about to be
5.
dead.
Yeah. 5 damage plus, so 7 damage total
Okay.
from a couple of crossbow bolts. Well, just one.
You could set up a custom attack to
Um,
add the hunter's mark damage automatically.
Yeah, I gotta tinker clearly.
For sure.
And then Sunny on his turn, he will get in there and try to rip into this thing a little bit. No, that's a 9.
It's all right.
You're doing great,
No good for
Sonny.
Sunny. Keep it up, Sunny. All right.
you know what's happening next.
Ooh.
Does a 25
It
hit?
sure does.
Good.
Kill this thing.
You make this thing pop, pretty much.
Sweet.
It explodes in a pool of viscera and gore.
You gross.
Good.
Yep.
I really gotta stop starting combat in melee range of things. I'm not
Yeah.
playing Jedi anymore.
It's hard to break old habits.
Yep.
All
All right. Well, that
Some people
was
want to poke around in the pile to make sure there's no more of those things in there.
I'm not going in there.
Sonny sticks his nose in and
Thanks for
starts.
volunteering, Harmony.
Don't make me use vicious mockery on you.
Sonny will root around in the pile of bones and the weird corpse.
Just bones and waste from this thing.
Okay.
I now see why we brought a dog.
Yeah. Good for rooting around in corpse piles.
Okay, well, that was pleasant for everyone.
Is the chanting still going?
It is.
We didn't make a... I mean, that only
relief.
took like 12 seconds.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, Harmony will kind of regain her composure. Obviously did not shriek girlishly when she
Obviously.
scrambled away
Of course,
from that
of
thing.
course.
And we'll say, well, suppose we should keep looking, shouldn't we? I guess I should probably roll stealth again, huh?
Probably.
Since we...
If you want to continue that. You don't have to.
Well,
Can your vicious mockery from now on? Can it just be like no you? Can that just be like?
No, I'm gonna
the
keep
form
trying.
that your
I'm gonna
vicious
keep.
mockery
I'm gonna
takes?
keep trying to
Right,
think
no,
of.
I like
You
it.
gotta take pride in your mouth.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Wow.
Holy shit.
What the
Harmony
Roll20
vanishes.
is- the algorithm is all over the place.
Completely fucked.
There's no way this number of
Yeah, that
ones
was
and
really never gonna
twenties
go any differently,
is.
was
You really just were sticking with the heavy armor theme. Maybe next
Swear to
campaign
God,
you'll
I'm
be
rolling
good
a-
at stealth.
I swear to God,
Wait,
I'm rolling a rogue
Can't
next.
you like turn your armor into like infiltrator armor?
Yeah.
Okay.
But then I
Oh,
lose
it's
a
a
lot of
different
the.
class.
No, that's still the
No,
armor.
I can change between them.
It's like a long
short-
rest, though.
short rest,
oh,
actually.
Great. Let's take a short rest. Let's not.
No, let's not
All right,
do that.
Harmony will move down this. I'm going to move past the weird loading monster. Hopefully it doesn't attack me.
I refreshed
Okay.
from that.
Just really quick, I want to throw out there. I'm gonna move my token along with whoever is stealthing, but
Yeah.
I'm staying back because
Is
I
it?
literally
I'm-
fucking
okay.
tripped over my own feet again.
I'm stealthing with you, so. Same.
Harmony is going to move to this intersection.
Okay.
Check it
The
out.
chanting is very loud in your right ear down those stairs.
Okay. Great. Harmony is going to check down the end of this hallway.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Oh, I just saw the name of the appendix from the
Yes. Isn't it charming?
Death House.
Harmony
that's what I'm
will
calling this now.
head to here, see what's down here. Oh, yes, okay. There's a room.
So entering into this room, there is a table and chairs in the center of the chamber. A chandelier suspended above the table in this room, made out of what are almost certainly like femurs.
Great.
And assorted limb bones, as well as ribs. Beyond that, the table has a clay jug on it and 2 clay flagons atop it. An iron candlestick stand in the 2 corners, their candles long since melted away.
Harmony reluctantly looks
about
into
Harmony?
the jug.
Oh yeah, Harmony. Right here. Sorry, I got
I'm
lost.
looking over your
It
shoulder.
is
no, I
empty.
got you.
Loads back up.
What?
It is
Sorry?
empty.
Oh, that's a relief to Harmony. And did you say there was another container other than the
No.
candle? Okay.
There were two like cups.
Okay, and then it looks like there's a bed over here.
Yep.
I'm gonna kind of peek into here just to see if there's anything interesting.
In this chamber, you find a room containing a large wood-framed bed with a rotted feather mattress. A wardrobe is open on the far side and contains several pairs of old black robes. A pair of iron candlesticks and an open crate containing torches sit there in the corner, as well as a leather sack next to it, which seems to contain some candles.
Great.
And at the foot of the bed is a footlocker.
Okay. Harmony will consider how many robes are in the wardrobe. Does it say?
5.
Okay. Hey, that's convenient. If we need to disguise ourselves as cultists.
I toss one to Sonny.
Harmony will examine the footlocker. She'll kind of motion the rest of the group kind of into here, just to, it's safe to look at. And is the footlocker locked?
It is not.
Great. Harmony will open it.
Inside, you find a cloak that feels like it's made out of a very fine material, though it's hard to identify.
Okay.
There's a small wooden coffer, and opening that coffer, you find 4 potions. There's a chain shirt, a mess kit, a flask of some sort of viscous material, a lantern, and a spell book with a yellow leather cover, which is containing a number of spells, although none of you are wizards, so I'm not going to read them off at the moment.
Unfortunately.
Did somebody write all that shit down?
I didn't yet. We might need some of that.
I wrote down the fancy cloak, 4 potions, a chain shirt, a lantern, a flask of
I think
some
he's-
viscous material,
Okay.
and I think I missed something. in
Harmony
there.
immediately passes the spell book back to Doc.
How many torches
Not
were
my
there?
kind of spell book, but I'll take a look anyway. Just for this.
There were 30 torches.
30. Okay, put them in the bag of holding.
Bag of holding?
Harmony will kind of look and also pass the potions back to Doc. Like, just here. You might know what you're doing with these.
Take a look at those, yeah.
Yeah, Harmony will kind of feel the cloak material between her fingers, see if she can kind of get a gist if it's like human flesh or something.
No, it's a very fine material.
Great.
Like, exquisitely fine.
Great. Very nice.
Run an identify on it later if we want.
Yeah, and then let's see. I assume that a lot of this stuff's getting bag of holding. The viscous material, Harmony will kind of like maybe give it like a reluctant sniff to see if she can.
Make a Arcana check.
Oh no, Doc, you wanna
Yeah, pass it
take
over.
Yeah, Doc, you wanna take a look at this? I'm not even trained in Arcana, so
we'll keep you away from that.
yeah, that's probably for the best.
Sorry, it's
I mean, me either.
taking forever to load here.
You're good.
Although I believe my rock gnomishness will give me advantage on. Oh no, that's still just history, not Arcana. Never mind.
And then there was a mess kit,
The mess kit was the thing I
Yep,
missed.
mess
Yes.
kit, chain shirt.
chain shirt, right?
Yep.
Does anyone wear? It's light armor,
This
right?
is a
No,
flask
that's-
of alchemist fire.
Cool.
Glad I didn't just throw it.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone wear light armor in
Okay.
this? Or medium armor, right? Chain shirt's medium armor. But druids can't wear metal.
Correct. And I am also proficient in light.
I don't
No,
know.
druids get
I say
medium.
probably medium as well.
And I don't know
but
if the
yeah,
metal
no
thing
metal.
is that actually a rule in 5e?
I don't think
still?
that's in 5e.
I think they
Oh,
took it out.
okay. I thought it was.
It does say that druids won't use shields and things.
But
that
you're
are
not
metal.
in former editions. You were literally like not allowed to use those things. Does
Let me
it
look at the
mechanically?
exact-
Let me
We
look
don't
at
need to
it.
stop the game. I'm
Yeah, I'll
just
pull up the
curious.
exact phrasing.
I'm
just 'cause
just
curious.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
It's.
I do recall it saying.
Yeah, I remember it mentioning something about it. Druids will not wear armor or use shields made of metal, is what it says. Though they are proficient in light and medium armor and shields. Okay,
There you go.
so just making sure that I had. So we had. I think that's everything, right? We covered the potions, the alchemist fire, the spell book, the mess kit, the torches, which weren't in this chest. The
What
chain
were
shirt.
the potions?
We don't know.
Oh, we don't
Doc
know.
was taking
Okay.
a look at him, but I don't think you like
I
cast
say,
anything.
I haven't done it yet. I was
Gotcha.
because potions you can just like.
Yep.
So yeah, sure. What do we got?
You have 4 potions of healing.
Great.
Is someone putting those?
I would
in
say, does
the-
anyone currently lack healing options that would want those?
I mean, I'd like if you're offering them around, I'd like
Harmony
to carry
would
one.
love to hang on to one.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so,
So
two
everyone
of
but
them.
the cleric, perhaps, since
Yeah.
the cleric is the cleric.
Cleric is a walking potion of healing.
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone's just taking one.
Yeah, except for Ash.
Okay, so
No offense, Ash.
not going in the bag. I'm just putting what's going in the bag.
I think everything else is. Well, are you hanging on to the alchemist fire, or is that going in the bag?
I was gonna say, is anyone particularly good at throwing / improvised weapons? Just
I mean, my dex bonus is +4.
it's better
so-
than mine, so you can have it if you want it.
I'm good at throwing weapons. But...
Okay, it's all yours, man.
What is it?
It's an
Alchemist
alchemist
fire?
fire.
And that was that the viscous material?
Yes.
Okay.
And that I think Mina's gonna hang on to
Yep.
that. You can pull it from the compendium, I think. If you go to the eye.
So the things going in the bag of
Search
holding are the fancy
alchemist
cloak,
fire.
the chain shirt, the
And
lantern, and the mess kit.
Yes.
They're in
Yeah.
the bag of holding.
Click and drag that onto your character sheet.
Oh,
Also, was that iron key just for the padlock? By the way.
Upstairs?
Yeah.
Or the secret
You never
passage.
tried.
Okay, fair enough.
We also there was that
That should
armoire that was locked.
But Harmony's
Might
will
have
have
to-
to.
Was the
here's what-
padlock
Yeah, you might have to
iron?
unpop it out.
It was.
Okay.
All of the big locks so far have been iron.
Well,
And also, Harmony's been pretty good at lock picking, but we do
Okay.
have that key just in
I mean,
case.
she just like wink and a smile at that
Yes.
one lock.
She's very
true.
So and then somebody recorded the 60 torches.
30.
30.
30 torches. Yeah, in the bag of holding.
Okay. And then Harmony will kind of mention while we're in here, like, do we want to put these cloaks on just in case we get caught outside the chanting room by okay, this seems culty to me.
Yeah, there's something.
Harmony will actually kind of like throw on the nice cloak, she isn't wearing a cloak now, she'll still kind of like drape it over herself, assuming that doesn't like instantly turn her evil or anything. No. Great. But
One of the ones in the closet or the one from the chest?
the one from the chest.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not going in the
Sorry, yeah.
If you want me to ritual cast and identify them,
we don't need to
once
take-
we're out of the woods.
Yeah, we don't need to
not
take
now.
10 minutes
As a
on it.
note, your 10 minutes is up.
Yep.
I stopped glowing.
Man. Okay, but we do have the Harmony will indicate the 5 other cloaks in the wardrobe.
Sure.
And she's gonna be like, couldn't hurt to throw them on, I guess.
Are any of them furball
Large.
sized?
Well, you're still medium.
I have a
Right.
medium-sized creature. Yeah.
Might be a bit big on Doc.
Doc looks like a kid wearing his dad's.
Why don't you take 1.5 cloaks and
I'll
give
take the
Doc
half.
half a cloak?
The other half,
Just
yeah.
cut the bottom
Take
off
one
one of the
seamstress.
cloaks.
Alright, so
Yeah.
let's move on.
Yeah, sorry. So we're all wearing cloaks. Harmony's wearing the fine one.
Okay.
Okay.
It looks nothing like the other ones, as a note.
Does it have any particular like sigils or anything on it? Or?
It's nicely like ornamental.
Okay.
Quickest proxy I could say is the cloaks the elves wore at Helm's Deep.
Right.
So maybe wear one of the cultist robes over it or something. If you're really committed to keeping
Well,
it fancy.
okay. I guess there's 5, and we're not putting one on Sunny. So.
No.
Okay, yeah. Harmony will actually we can put the nice cloak in the bag of holding, and I'll wear the other so we all kind of blend in together.
Yep.
Okay. But assuming that didn't break my stealth, am I allowed to keep the 28 I have? Or
Yep.
Okay. Cool. Gonna keep going. It looks like there's a door down here.
Sure is.
I'm gonna take a listen at it if that's all right.
Okay.
Is blue? Are we using the blue circle for stealth?
Yes. Harmony got a 19
back
on
up.
perception, by
Okay.
the way.
It is silent on the other side of this door, although you can definitely still hear chanting out of your other
Of
ear.
course. Is it locked or
No.
is it okay? Harmony will push it open.
Okay.
I'll move in there. Once my there we go. Yep. Ooh, interesting. What are we looking at here? Well, is it okay if I move another space?
Yep.
Great. This seems interesting. Ooh, what's going on in here? Seems bad.
Perhaps a little bit. This room is festooned with moldy skeletons that hang from rusty shackles against the walls. A wide alcove in the wall off to your right, or kind of along the right side of the wall there, is painted with a wooden statue carved into the likeness of a gaunt, pale-faced man wearing a voluminous black cloak. His pale left hand resting on the head of a wolf stands next to him, and his right hand he holds a smoky gray crystal orb. The chanting that you've heard from behind you, you can also hear up ahead of you as well. It's echoing from both directions.
Fascinating. Okay. Harmony's gonna kind of motion the rest of the group like it seems the coast seems relatively clear, but we'll kind of look around at the bodies strung up. It's just like skeletons, you said, right?
Yep.
Okay. And seem to be human.
Yes.
Seem to be intact.
Humanoid.
Like are there like pieces hacked off of them? Or
No.
anything?
I mean, there's no flesh on them whatsoever, but
If she looks closely at the bones, does it appear like the flesh was intentionally removed, or
there's definitely cut marks and scrapes along the bones.
fun? This place is fun.
And what are the big star things?
That is the statue of the gaunt, pale-faced man and the statue of the wolf.
Gotcha.
Does it bear any
Somehow I
resemblance
missed
to
that
the
one.
portraits up in the manor?
No.
Does it bear any resemblance to the guy on the cover of the module?
That was Plan B. Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think we've seen Strahd, but
Yeah, Harmony spends a moment kind of
Push it,
studying the
Strahd.
features on the statue, sort of like committing them to memory a little bit. Anything, like as far as like, is he wearing like any sigils or anything, or depicted as wearing any like specific sigils beyond just his finery?
No.
Okay.
Well, Mina is and she'll verbalize this to the group kind of quietly. I think we should maybe find these chanters
Yeah.
sooner rather than later.
Harmony. I mean, has it changed, like, the cadence or the volume or whatever of the chanting increased?
When you went past the hallway, the last hallway you saw with stairs, it's the loudest it was, and everywhere you've gone since has just been further away by proxy.
But it hasn't been like getting faster and more intense, like as if they're reaching the end of some ritual or something. Okay, well, still.
Mina, make a perception check.
Your point is well taken.
Making perception checks.
Okay, that's really weird.
21.
You feel a draft behind you where you're standing there.
Interesting.
I point that out. I'll point that out to everyone. Feels like fresh air. Okay, well, I'll look for a secret door.
I'll run a quick investigation check
Yeah,
then.
same.
Winley will help.
I found it.
Yep.
Yeah. So
There-
Mina points it out and then
Don't
steps
need
aside
Winley.
for Doc.
Yep.
to-
There is a secret door there, and behind it you find a very steep set of stairs heading up about 10 feet that then leads up to a ladder that seems to head straight up to a trapdoor.
And I'm sorry, which wall was that? That was the north wall?
Yep.
Right here, yeah.
Interesting.
So in here. Okay.
So,
Is that our Skyrim exit?
somebody poking their head out.
I feel like it might be.
Yeah.
I'll quickly.
Does it go into the pantry? I bet it goes in the
Yeah.
Are any of us spatially aware enough to know approximately where we are under the house?
Surely the
I mean,
ranger would be, yeah.
I don't have anything particular that gives me that, but I am a ranger, so like.
Is there something we can roll to see?
I mean, Mina's going to crack this thing and tell you where you are.
Yeah, I am gonna
under the
just
house.
scamper up that ladder. And,
Okay. Okay.
I'm guessing it's the room, the fireplace room.
It is the fireplace room.
All right, in the very
First floor.
First floor.
Yep.
Cool. All right.
Where?
so this
What was
is-
it under?
It appears that it was where one of the wolves was before the wolves came to life.
Interesting.
Oh shit, the wolves came from that room?
Yeah, I didn't realize that either, Tom, until just now. But yeah, that's great.
Well, Harmony will like mark that with a really big like.
Arrow?
this is the way out.
It looks suspiciously like GTFO.
I like it.
But in Infernal.
Cool. So we have
An escape route.
an exit. Yeah.
Okay, but yes, this looks like this conjoins back, so Harmony will continue creeping down this way.
Yeah, right with. I'm right with
And Harmony will like look back and be like, because since the chanting's getting pretty loud here, she's like looking back like, "Are you ready for this?"
Let's do it.
You
well,
want me to take point?
so just to pause and slow down for a second, and I don't know if our characters would actually talk about this, but I don't know what the fuck we're doing here. Like we just were okay. All right, just to quickly recap. We were asked to get some travelers to leave the walls, like, of Daggerford. We traveled for 3 days, and now we're in this mysterious land. So, yes, ready for it, psyched to go kill whoever the fuck these chanters are. But, like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, also would be happy to leave. Like, would
But
be
I mean, it's
very
still
happy.
pouring rain outside.
I'd be happy
I
to
see it.
sit and in the
The way
foyer
that I see
and not
it,
be involved in
Jake, is
random
that-
murder.
Oh,
Like
Harmony will
and
be
wait
like,
for the rain
I
to
would
end.
not be content with sitting in the foyer knowing this is below us.
But we don't even know what this is, and we don't even like really know where we are. I mean, I respect what you're saying that this looks
Mina,
bad.
Our choices are go out into the pouring rain, or stay in this house where, and she'll kind of gesture back toward the corpse room, or it'd be like, where cannibals?
Yeah, but these guys haven't come up. I mean, we would have seen their tracks all over in the house above if they were constantly up there. We could. I'm just saying. Look, I'm not trying to say we should turn around and go back. I'm just checking in and just taking a minute to slow down for a second. We've kind of gone into high gear. Like, let's clear out this whole house. I don't want to die down here. And by the way, they look like, pointing around at the skeletons and the cannibalized bones, they look like they've killed some people. So like, let's just consider that and be hey, let's do it. We got into this pretty willy nilly, and
Harmony will kind of like seem to be absorbing what Mina's saying. They're like, that's logic I can certainly appreciate. We have to shelter somewhere, and
This is all we got.
I get it. We could shelter up on like the first floor and not fuck with these people down here. We don't know that they come up to the first floor and are, you know, I mean, we could hide out in that and just take shelter and wait for them to pass.
Did
have
the secret
ladies
did the
rest.
did the ladder room seem to have like foot traffic, or did it seem to like have been undisturbed?
I mean, the room that the ladder leads up to, you guys had been through.
Right, no, I meant
say.
that specifically, like the staircase up to the ladder behind the secret passage.
It doesn't look like it's been used in a while.
Okay. And Harmony, like, is like, I think that's worth considering, but it's also, we have the element of surprise now.
Sure.
If we try to spend the night up there, we're
Winley
potentially
will
giving that away.
chime in and also say, we've also now like left chalk marks and been down here, killed the worm thing. If they see that someone was down here, that might prompt them to come up.
Yeah. But,
And Harmony will like,
hey, I am... Listen,
yes, that's true. Harmony would not have forgotten about Ratka.
oh, yes, and my deep pathos for Radka.
I'm sure that other members of the party would have that spurring them
also
onwards.
Kind of want to find him just to be like, what the fuck, dude?
I just wanted to point out
And we
that
haven't-
we've fallen into this very quickly, and we don't honestly know what the fuck this even is. So
Very true.
But it's very bad.
yeah, well, and yes, you're right. We're in too deep at this point. I'm not saying we should turn back. I just wanted to do like almost even out of character more than anything.
Yeah.
Just check in and say like, we're, you know, like let's just make sure we have good motivations for doing this.
Harmony will just be like, your practicality is appreciated. Our options sadly seem limited
Yeah,
at this point.
sure. I'm
But
with you guys. I'm with you guys.
worth the what is it? What term am I trying to think of? I'll think of it later.
Oh no, and yeah, let's do this. I mean, I'm fine. I just wanted to present those thoughts, thinking out loud, more than anything.
Ed Sheeran.
Mina says.
Just
Yeah,
to
exactly.
put in my 2 cents, I was just going to
Harmony
say,
just started singing that
there's
song.
nowhere else where we can go, and I know that's something that Harmony put in there. But 2, I'm very invested in trying to put these spirits to rest.
Sure.
We have at least 3 people upstairs that were either murdered or died because of neglect, and their ghosts are just, you know, aimlessly wandering around being like, where's my parents? Where's my baby? Where, you know?
Listen, I get that, Ash, but like we just got here, and we have a whole life and world like that has nothing to do with this.
Yeah,
whatever the
there's
fuck is
nowhere
happening
else
in this
to
one
go, and
house.
I'm not going to just sit there in the first floor when I know that there's things that I could be doing to help.
But what if those things get you killed, Ash? What if by getting involved in those things you die?
Harmony,
I'm just saying, you
Harmony-
guys, you can argue with me all you want,
Yeah,
but we just
died
fucking,
fine.
like, kicked open the door because 2 kids invited us in and decided we're gonna kill everything in here. That's weird.
be
You
fair-
guys are being weird.
To be
is
fair,
Armina
everything
is
here
pointing
tried to
out.
kill us first so far.
Killed
well,
something
I
that
mean, we
attacked
kind of
us,
intruded, and
also
not
attacked us,
everything.
but other than
That you talked to that spirit lady. She was cool. I don't know.
and was murdered very
just,
clearly.
I'm just saying. I'm just like, if we want to do this, like, let's just make sure we have like good motivation for it, and it's not just because we are on a map that Dan put us on and we want to see all of it.
Right,
Like, this is a
Look,
scary house. There's
Har-
probably shit down here that
Yes.
can fucking kill
Harmony's
us.
in this for self-preservation, very much so. But there's just all the evidence that Mina would point out as far as like how frequently whatever's happening down here, those residents journey up any further in this house. Harmony's not going to feel comfortable with what's happening right below her. As far as like trying to just use this as a shelter and then move
We
on
also-
when the weather cooperates.
I would also like to point out that the only person that we know that knows this place that we're in supposedly went in here and supposedly went into the basement. So that's another possible thing.
That's
It's-
true.
We're missing the closest thing we have to a guide right
The
now.
practicality of trying to figure out what happened to Ratka is also
Vodka.
a strong reason to press forward
If
because
he's still alive down here somewhere, he could possibly help us get back to the group.
that is true. And Ratka's basically our only knowledge source of Barovia at this point.
Cool. I hope we don't die down here. Let's go. That's
finding
great. You guys,
finding
that's fine.
Ratka is the biggest pull for Winley, because like there's no real evidence that anyone is like actually being hurt by the people chanting or any like.
Well,
is it probably like
look,
current, like right now?
Gestures around at
like,
the moldering skeletons.
I'm saying right now, like, is there anyone that like actively needs saving from these people?
I mean,
we don't know.
All
But
evidence
finding
indicates
Raka-
that Raka came in here
Yeah.
and we haven't found him yet.
Yeah,
And we've been pretty thorough.
Finding Raka is.
And we haven't seen.
Seems like a good
We
idea.
haven't seen a single other boot print of his since the top of the landing on the stairs,
Correct.
right? Okay.
So I'll point that out as well. We
So he was probably taken captive.
Well,
But
maybe.
the children said that he went down into the basement.
And
children.
we should, of course, trust them.
The ghost
Well,
children.
we've been pretty thorough and we haven't found him yet. So.
Listen, yeah, let's keep going. It's great.
Okay, just Harmony. We're not busting the door down yet, so Harmony's going to keep taking point with her 28
Go for it.
stealth.
Yep.
And we'll.
But not one. Take up the.
At the bottom of these stairs, the chanting is very loud, heading off to your left.
Okay, so like down the additional set of stairs. There.
Yep.
Harmony's just gonna, make sure. I assume this just conjoins, right? Yep. This is just gonna. I can already see this just heads back up. I'm gonna check it out though, just to make sure there's not an additional door anywhere.
Yep.
Gonna move up here. Just complete the complete the map. There we go. We did well. No, there are probably more doors down there. Anyways, but we know where we're going. Harmony's gonna kind of just indicate like this just leads back to the place we were earlier. Head down here.
We're starting to get people going different directions.
Yeah, hold on, Doug.
Sorry, I thought we were. Yep, my bad.
Sorry, Harmony went up here. It just leads back into that room we saw with all the beds and stuff.
Sure.
But there's this. Did we explore this room?
No, we didn't. You're right, we didn't. Harmony will head in there real quick. Oh, no. Oh, wow. Okay. Is that like a well?
It is a well.
Okay.
So this room seems to wrap around the well with multiple, what appears to be, based on what you can just see from the corner, please stop moving around.
Sorry.
You can see essentially small bed chambers in these small side rooms. So like over here, you guys have the angle to see like a foot locker
Yep.
and a bed. And there is a well in the center of the room. And then every kind of corner here, every 5 feet, is a wooden post just supporting the ceiling.
And is the chanting pretty loud, like down here?
No, it was louder back when you were by the stairs.
Good to know.
They're over here.
Harmony
over there.
will investigate this room since she sees the foot locker, and there was cool stuff in the last foot locker.
Okay. Winley, are you moving there?
No.
Harmony
By
By
probably
the well. I stepped into the well room.
Okay, well,
Harmony
that is
would-
what I meant by you are moving there. Something lurches out of the well
Yep.
at you.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
Unfortunately, misses you, but that said,
initiative,
initiative.
presumably.
Can I
Yep.
get a ping where you're at so I can start
We are
booking
here.
towards you?
Oh, hey, DM,
Yep.
how sturdy do these pillars look?
I mean, they're like wooden 4x4s.
I don't think you should.
Do they
there's
look
the-
rotted out, or do they look
See what's
fairly
coming from
solid?
Drew's
They
there
look
for
fairly
my
solid.
initiative roll.
I'm just worried whenever I go into a room with this many support columns, like they're about to like go out and things are going to cave down on them.
Swing carefully. Probably beat me that time, Mina.
Yeah, I got
You're
you.
no longer spooked.
Oh, but Sunny
I'm
beat
freaked.
me.
Oh, I'm freaked. Cannibalism has moved me up the scale.
That really ratchets it up.
And I'm gonna guess that Harmony sort of skirted the room and was like, since I said the foot locker, she's probably like here or somewhere. Like,
So would you have walked past the well? Because
Well,
if so, then you would have tried.
I think Harmony would have given it. I don't. What is it? Meta knowledge? Okay, sorry. Let me put myself in Harmony's mindset. Yeah, she would have checked the well. So was that a
Okay.
what was the AC? What was the hit attempt? 10? That doesn't hit Harmony.
Okay, well then.
But we
Winley
can
would have
say
still
Harmony's
been
here
in
because
the doorway.
Harmony would have looked in the well. I know that for sure.
Okay.
So she's right here, presumably.
Well, a ghoul lunged out of the well and tried to do you a munch. But having failed to do that,
It detected my stealth roll.
yeah.
Okay, I guess I smell bad.
I want a mount.
Mina, you're up.
No, I'm in the
And actually,
same
Sunny
space
got a
as
20.
Sunny.
So
Oh.
Sunny's gonna...
20.
It's okay.
Sunnies.
Sunny's gonna run over here.
Harmony, you're missing from the order for some reason.
I am?
Nope.
I show as being... Oh, that's because... Okay, my roll was a 14.18, but I didn't select my token for it, so I
Go ahead and just do it, and I'll edit you in.
Okay. You mean roll?
Yes, just
Yeah.
select yourself and roll.
Sure.
Sunny's gonna jog over there and leap into action and try to rip out some of this thing's flesh. And since one of her allies is standing right next to it, she has he. Why do I keep thinking Sunny is a girl?
Because you're a girl.
Yeah, he has advantage on the attack roll. So
Happy to help, Sunny.
Yep. So here is +4 on this. So there's a 22 to hit the.
That is a hit.
Ghoul. All right.
Taste terrible.
Yep. So the ghoul needs to make a DC 11 strength save, or Sonny's gonna drag him to the ground.
He fails.
Okay. Well, he is dragged to the ground and takes 5 piercing damage as Sonny just like starts worrying his throat.
Nice.
And I mean, he's dragged to the ground. He's knocked prone. I don't know how you want to rule that working since he's on a well right now, but. Yeah.
I mean, she just probably pulls him out of it.
Sure, that's great. And then Mina will.
Would it be sharing a square with Sunny, or
No, because they're not. It's not
Move on
grappled. It's
adjacent,
just.
though.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
You can. Yeah. And then Mina will. It hasn't been an hour since I cast Hunter's
No.
Mark, right? Yeah, she'll
It's
pop
been
her.
about 11 minutes.
that argument took an hour?
Yeah. Bonus
Actually,
action.
I forgot about that. It's been about 15 minutes.
Yeah. Bonus action on to put Hunter's Mark on the ghoul, and then uses her attack action to blast away.
So then you started blasting.
And then we just started. Oh fuck! I'm sorry, I left advantage on. It's up to you if you want to.
The rules, we take the left.
I'll get used to it. All right, so there's the left. Gonna be 9 damage because this guy's undead, I assume.
Yep.
All right, so 9 damage plus the Hunter's Mark, 12 damage total, and then that's my turn.
All right. It's looking pretty messed up between Sunny and your crossbow, but it is still thrashing and fighting with Sunny.
Yep.
Winley.
Well, it might take 2 ice damage.
It shall.
Hey.
It is still alive, however.
Okay, and then
So to
bonus action, I will cast Shillelagh again.
Okay. Harmony.
Harmony will thank Sunny for pulling the thing out of melee range with her. Will skirt the bottom of or step away from the conflict, and will shout out at the ghoul. A wonder if you taste as bad as you look, it's a wonder he can even stand to chew on you. And we'll cast Vicious Mockery.
Love it.
I look forward to a campaign full
Yes,
of
me
these.
too. Me too.
Damn, that hot 2 damage.
Yes, beautiful too.
It
Oh.
ignores.
Okay, that was a pretty good one, I thought.
Gotcha.
I guess ghouls are very self-assured.
Sometimes they just
no,
hit differently,
nothing else.
man.
Ash.
Alright, I am going to step up to here. And I am going to cast a Sacred Flame on it.
Okay.
Which is a dexterity saving throw. Which, since he's prone, I think he has disadvantage on that?
No.
Prone? I don't know.
That's a great question.
I thought he got
Let's see.
some advantage. On dex.
Prone condition, disadvantage on attack rolls.
But not advantage against them.
Correct. It rolls away from your blast of flame.
So you have advantage if you're within 5 feet of him, but
So, okay,
Yeah.
melee.
That's not an attack.
yeah, gotcha.
And anything else?
But would it have? Did prone creatures have any disadvantage on dex saves?
No.
Okay.
Very good at rolling.
Anything else, Ash?
No, that's me.
All right. It is going to, since it's already in kind of a rough spot here, it's going to try to claw at Sunny with disadvantage.
Bring it.
What's Sunny's AC?
15.
Is that because of the proneness? Because Vicious Mockery didn't work on it.
Yep.
Okay.
It does hit.
Gotta get Sunny some armor.
Sunny's going to take 9 damage.
Is Sunny dead again?
No, he's still up. He's still
And
up.
needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
1 hit point. Okay, he has. I'm sure he's great at
Can you
these.
can you still bring Sunny back if he gets turned into a wolf ghoul?
A ghoul? Yes, but yeah.
Cool.
I'm sorry, you said a con save?
Yep.
Alright, he has +3 on those, so
Is that
Sunny.
what ghouls do in this one? Or am I
Let's
thinking of
see.
something else?
I think it's a disease in this
More
one.
ghouls.
So I had that plus 3, whatever I rolled there.
18.
12.
You're good. 12. I see a 15 here, plus 3.
Probably should get
Wait.
Sonny a character sheet. There's probably a template
But
somewhere.
either way,
What that?
you pass either way, and then the 2 other
Oh.
rules charge out from some of the adjacent rooms
Oh,
towards
man.
Mina and Ash, but fail to connect with their claws. And with that, Docrin.
And I ran.
We can assume you were kind of behind the group, right?
I mean,
Oh,
Yeah.
He's jogging.
and 5. And
do you have a ranged attack with your?
I have a cool thorn whip.
Don't you get like a lightning launcher?
Also has magic missile.
A magic missile, but I only have 2 more spell slots. I'm gonna play it conservatively for now.
Isn't
Besides, I've always wanted to do this.
Is it?
Get over here.
Oh boy. Is it? So I know that like the artificer class kind of says the flavorings is like the spells it casts are kind of like gadgety stuff.
I
as
already
opposed
talked to
like-
Dan about
yeah.
this. It's a chain.
Great.
It's just a full-on scorpion chain. Like mechanically,
Make your attack, please.
I clicked it. Did it not?
I didn't see it. I was thinking about it.
Oh, yeah,
Nope.
Tom, you got to be using spiritual weapon for sure.
Well, never mind on that.
Yeah. You tried, though.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else, Docrin?
Let's move bonus action. I'll do another defensive field.
Okay.
My last available one for 3.
Mina.
Well, Sonny's gonna go first. He's gonna. Sonny's gonna.
Cat. Yep. Cat.
Cat.
Only has 1 hit point, so he's not feeling great.
Oh. Would he disengage if you told him to?
He could disengage. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Sonny needs to get out of there, and Sonny's smart. He's not like he's a survivalist. So he's going to take the disengage action, which, right, I take that action, and now I can move, and I won't provoke attacks of opportunity. That's how that works?
Yes.
I don't understand rules, apparently.
Disengage just basically
Okay.
means your movement for the turn doesn't provoke
Okay,
attacks.
so I'm going to take the disengage action with Sonny, and he's going to move over here, get back over to the doorway. And then Mina, on her turn, is going to... she still has her hunter's mark on this guy, so she will shoot her shot at Mr. Prone.
Flirting with the ghouls.
Exactly. Shooting at Mr. Prone. Oh, well, if he's prone,
That's disadvantage for
then
you.
she would have disadvantage.
Yep. Unless you want to walk up and just like cap him.
I could do
then
that.
you would have advantage,
Yeah,
I
I could do
think.
that. Yeah.
Wait, is it melee attack rolls? It just rolls
Attacks
within
within
5
5 feet.
So you could just walk
Yeah, I'll
up
do
to
that.
him. And...
I'll just walk around this guy so I don't get the attack.
crossbow
opportunity.
expert, you
Yep,
don't have.
I'm good.
Yep.
So then I will, with advantage, attack this guy. My hunter's mark. Make sure I have advantage turned on. Yeah, come on. 24.
That is it.
All right, so he takes 10,
You can
14 damage. Okay, and then I'll use my bonus action to transfer my hunter's mark over to this Jabron.
Okay.
Turn.
All right, Winley.
I'm gonna try this frostbite again. Maybe eventually it will hit.
How you feel? Maybe try yelling an insult when you do it, like feeling chilly.
Actually,
Nope, you get 1 ice point. And that was it.
What are some of the other ones that Arnold Schwarzenegger says in
What killed the
Seven?
dinosaurs?
Yeah, no,
The Ice Age.
Age. So good.
yeah,
That
It's
is
bad. It's
It's
bad.
pretty bad.
It's real bad.
Stay cool.
Yeah. Oh, there's a couple of
Like I
those.
said, you get 1.
Yeah.
That was it. It's
Yeah.
over.
Yep.
Fails.
5.
You did the one on the right.
This is the only one I can see.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is the one.
Okay.
And then I think I wanna. Yeah, I'm good. That's it.
Save
Alright,
that
Harmony.
wild shave.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my turn, is it? Well,
I'm
wonderful.
gonna go feed the pets.
No.
Because I suppose they deserve something.
Let's see, Harmony. So where's? Oh God, no! I don't want to move there. I changed my mind. I cannot move there.
I'm staying here. I'm just moving my character so I can
If
see whatever
move-
else.
Harmony's gonna back into the behind Sunny into the stairwell.
Come on, puppies.
Where were you, Doc? Sorry.
Oh, I'm back here. I was just because I couldn't. see
Oh,
what
okay.
everyone
So I
else
was
is
okay.
doing.
Harmony's gonna like scooch past Doc, or that's where Winley is. Where's Doc?
No, I'm right
Standing on him.
Okay, I can still see the ghoul from here, the edge of the ghoul, and it's within 60 feet of me, I believe.
Sorry,
Yeah.
just had to get the lay of the land there.
10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, okay. Harmony is just gonna kind of like budge past. You're like, Sonny, excuse me. Winley, pardon me. Doc, beg pardon. Kind of edge your way up the stairs a little bit, and we'll turn back and call at the ghoul. You're even uglier than the first one. And we'll cast Vicious Mockery.
It fails.
Great. Takes 2 damage and has disadvantage on its next attack roll, assuming it gets one.
Anything else on me?
No. She
Ash.
is hiding back there.
Okay.
Cool.
I am going to attempt Sacred Flame again. So, DC 14
On which ghoul?
on this guy. He's the only one I can see right now. I'm not sure where the other one's cambered off to.
Right behind you.
It passes.
Fine, man.
What's that?
Me trying to
Anything
look at the
else?
spell description.
Yes, I'm going to summon a spiritual weapon right beside me. Where'd it go?
I love that he's talking about the other ghoul that scampered off. That's right behind him.
Yeah, no, I figured that out. Yeah.
Gotta
So I
turn
did-
your head, Ash.
I did the old spy. Right
That didn't
behind you.
that didn't show up for us.
The stupid. Some of my spells aren't showing up for some reason. That's fine. I'll figure that out later. Right now, I'm gonna cast it right here. It's going to make an attack on this ghoul.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Let me turn so I can actually see, so I can get rid of that guy. Alright, it's going to attack this guy, which is a DC 20 plus the spell attack. So, roll 1d20 plus 6. Maybe?
It rolled.
Oh, it did. So I assume a 25 hits.
It does.
So my damage is a D8 plus 4. So 9 damage from the spiritual weapon.
It's a solid smash.
What form does that take? Is it like your longsword?
Yeah, it looks like my silvered longsword.
I like the mental picture.
I believe it's just
Mina, you take 5 as the ghoul next to you claws at you. Yes, I counted disadvantage there.
Okay.
And make a Constitution save.
Okay.
Well, I tried.
Not too
Thank you.
difficult. And this ghoul continues to try to claw at you, Ash, but fails. And Docrin, your turn. And you passed your save.
Sorry, forgot to turn off advantage again.
Pass your save.
I need to do that.
So
I need to do that. I
the
wanna
one on
do
the left
by
here is the
request.
more thoroughly hurt one, correct?
They're honestly look both about equally rough.
Okay. Well, this one's a slightly easier jog, so we'll go with that.
It's all about efficiency of movement.
Yeah. And my same old booming blade, lightning gauntlet, thunder gauntlets.
Do you get a lightning launcher, or is that a thing?
That's the other model.
I
I assume that misses thoroughly.
It does miss. Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Mina.
All right, Sunny is gonna
stand guard over Harmony, his faithful
Yeah,
companion.
Sunny's probably just gonna kind of hang out there and make sure nothing, gets too crazy. So then Mina will use her, she'll focus fire on her hunter's mark target there. That that ghoul right next to her, and advantage is off. Perfect. All right, there's first shot.
Attack rolls tonight, Doc.
Okay, that one's a hit, so that is going to be 7 with my favorite enemy plus, so that's 11 damage on that first one.
Okay.
Still alive?
It is,
All
but
right.
it's definitely flagging.
All right, bonus action to pop off another shot at him with the hand crossbow. So here we go.
Hit.
Sweet. Fuck yeah, let's kill this
You
motherfucker.
could not fail to kill it. So.
10 damage and then
It is very dead.
15 damage from the.
It's
I get it,
extremely
I get it, I
dead.
get it. All right.
You want to know how
And then-
badly you blow its head
Yeah.
off.
And then I may move, and then that'll be my turn. I'm not gonna move. That's my turn.
I'm gonna assume that there's another ghoul somewhere.
Turn your head to the
Hey,
north.
wow, look at that. What is the blue square on the ground?
That is Tom's spiritual weapon.
Which doesn't actually take up space if memory serves.
But it's there.
It's
you
there.
just to know where it
Sure,
is.
sure.
You occupy the same space
Yeah.
as the spirit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like considered a piece as far as I remember.
All right, I'll come around to the other
believe
side
you,
of
but I
it
wanna
to
read-
flank.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna read Reddit.
The old storm instincts kicking in.
Yeah, sometimes you just got a melee weapon, you
You
know?
only got 15 AC.
I know, it's fine.
That is it.
Sure is.
Oof.
Oh, man.
Sad. Sad. All right, hold on. Let's
Are we
see.
using the flanking rule? I know that's an optional rule, technically. Okay. Not that Harmony's ever going to be in melee combat.
That's right.
I mean, Mina's been in melee range this whole time.
Yeah. Harmony keeps ending up in melee range and dislikes it very much.
Yeah.
A lot of
All
running
right, I
away.
guess that's it.
Okay. Harmony.
Harmony will... Okay, so it's within... I'm going to do a bird's eye measurement here. She can hear the noises of combat. Harmony's going to call out from where she is now. If there's another ghoul out there, I have to assume you're the ugliest of the lot. And that's going to be another...
You can really do that just without actually being able to see that.
The spell description says a
long as
creature
they can hear
within
hear
60
you.
feet that can hear you. Though
No
it need not
shit,
understand
that's
you.
cool.
It doesn't need to understand you that it's fun.
Fails.
Great, takes 1 damage.
And has disadvantage.
Yes.
All right. And Ash.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm
love this
going
spell.
to just try and stab it with my
Not that
spear,
many spells that don't require line of sight, right?
It's
and then I'll
solely
also try
verbal
to attack it with
component
my
too.
spiritual weapon.
Just literally have to just call at it.
Just don't try to get.
That's
Wait.
it.
Just don't get silenced.
Are you talking about vicious mockery?
Yeah.
It literally says a
You killed
creature
it.
you can see.
No.
It
Awesome.
says a
Oh.
creature you can see.
Oh, okay. Then Harmony has to come. I'm sorry. On her turn, Harmony will come and
Okay.
poke her head
I
out around the corner.
really hate to burst
No,
that
you're
bubble
right.
because I was loving it.
Literally, all I'm going to do is come down, poke my head out, and run
It's
back to where I
dead
am.
now.
It's dead,
so-
man.
Great.
He's
and
already
you
dead.
watched it die.
I
It has
did.
spirit sticking out of his throat.
Yeah.
Cool. Combat over.
How's everyone looking?
Oh, I'm fine. Sonny's not very good.
Anyone need a heal?
Sonny.
Son needs a heal.
Yeah, Sunny could use a heal. There's no pressure. Sunny can also just like hang out in the back.
I'll use a healing word in Sunny.
Okay, thank you. Sunny's very grateful.
Harmony's going to check out the footlocker first here.
Okay. I'm going to expedite your
Yep.
search of this room. The loot is in the chat.
Hey,
Carry on. Because none of it's hidden. It's all in the footlockers.
let's put all that in the... Ooh, a silvered short sword. Short sword proficiency.
9 back for Sunny. Jake.
Wow, thank you.
Wait, do I have short sword proficiency?
Sunny
You
fucking
do.
loves Ash right now. Cool. Do we have
Hey.
a minute for me to walk around and collect some crossbow bolts?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll take a minute to gather my bolts.
Hey,
and then
Mina,
we'll transfer
you
them.
want the eye patch?
I'm alright.
Would you mind
even
throwing the loot into the...
Yes, of course. What is the loot?
It's the DM posted it. Though, ooh, a pouch made of human skin.
Yikes.
Gross.
Maybe
Gross.
empty out the money and just leave the pouch.
Yes. Can't imagine we'd get much for that. Mina didn't want the eye patch. Harmony might hang on to the short sword, just in case. She's proficient with it. And we'll leave it in the bag. She'll pull it out if she needs. Well,
All right, let's get
Yeah.
to fighting
Let's
under
go. Let's get to
and
some
this
chanters.
done with, yeah.
Yeah.
so there doesn't appear to be another way out of this room that leads to the chanting.
No.
Right?
And
Okay.
it's
cool.
quieter here than it was in the other passage.
Harmony is...
Actually, I'd take that fucking eye patch.
Okay.
If nobody else
it's all
wants it.
yours.
All right, cool.
Might sell it at some point if we need the
Yeah,
gold,
yeah.
but for
yeah,
now.
Cool.
Okay, so you are taking the black leather iPad.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that.
And Harmony considers the use of the silvered short sword, but given her lack of fondness for melee, she'll let it go in the bag of holding for now.
Oh boy, an ivory hairbrush.
And Harmony is going to renew her stealth roll, and everyone else can, I guess.
I'm like,
Let's see if I can
yeah,
roll
I guess
another
let's get the
nat
surprise
one.
on these guys. I'm almost like let's just like kick open
Right.
the door and start like.
Preferred.
But
to.
we also don't really know who they are still. So while yes, we're going to kill them because they're cannibals, it feels a little bit preemptive to just like start spraying crossbow bolts at
Right.
them.
I'm going to
before we-
stop right here because we haven't been.
Okay,
down
where
this.
did you go?
I stopped here, so because I think down these stairs is where we're really
Yes,
going to
okay.
get into the nitty gritty.
And there were okay. Everything else.
But everyone, go ahead and renew your stealth rolls if you care
Yep,
to.
yep,
I
yep.
guess Harmony's definitely.
Already done.
He's staying
Mine
in
is
the
technically
back.
an improvement.
Does anyone have any extra healing to throw my way? If you don't, I'm missing.
Yeah, I can give you a cure wounds.
17. I'm 17 down at this point, so
Or
I would take.
Maybe our cleric could give you a cure wound.
Yeah, I mean, I look at Ash. Like after Ash heals Sunny, I'm like, "Hey, you got any more for me?"
Oh, I didn't know you needed one.
I kind of just thought about it. I just realized I'm 17 down. I'm at about half.
All right. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to consolidate you.
Yeah. Sorry.
Is this another level or no? It looks like
It's
the
same map.
Yep,
to
okay.
jump you.
I'll keep Harmony at the top of the stairs. here.
Please stop moving.
Yep. Sorry. That's my bad.
But otherwise, yeah. No, I mean, no pressure, Ash. I can stay out of harm's way if I need to.
I can also toss you a cure wounds if
You
Ash
all have been
can't.
moved down south.
I just need to know.
All right. Harmony will.
Do we hear boss fight music?
The chanting is quite prominent as you head down the stairs.
Can we tell what language it is?
It is in common, and you can actually understand it now that it's not echoing up multiple flights of stairs. A collective of voices is chanting, "He is ancient, he is the land," over and over.
Wonder who that's about.
Yeah, I am. I'm just trying to freaking roll it.
Damn.
So yes, this is terrifying. So would love any healing that
Harmony
can be
will
thrown.
reluctantly take one.
Yeah, I would say, does anyone else need healing?
I wonder who he
Harmony's
is.
fine.
Mina says that unsarcastically. Jake says that.
Jake says it sarcastically.
Well, I mean, have a couple guesses.
Yeah.
Also, probably someone who looks
roll it
suspiciously
manually.
like the guy on the front of the module.
Harmony kind of creeps to the top of the stairwell and looks in. Nothing.
It's a fairly large chamber. You can see along the wall, to kind of to your left as you're facing it. There appear to be nooks, and across the room you can see some sort of objects and
Yep.
nooks across the room as well.
Does it sound like the chanting's literally coming from this room?
If not this room, immediately the next room.
Okay. Harmony will just kind of like signal, like, get your shit ready. You know.
I'm just waiting for whatever healing Ash is going to throw my way,
Yeah.
and then I'm good.
Here
to
it
go.
comes.
15.
Thank you.
Harmony
You're
will,
amazing.
kind of creep down the stairs.
Okay. So this room you are coming up to, the room is full of that chanting. There are many relics lining the walls, and as you enter this room and see it, they are. I will list them. You don't have to write them down. None of these are treasure per se, but there is a vial of coagulated blood, a lock of auburn hair woven into a figure 8, a hag's severed finger, a sun symbol made from woven wicker, a patch of dried human skin, a vial of murky swamp water, a severed claw of a raven, a black twig with blood-red thorns, a dragon's tooth wrapped in silver wire, the tattered remains of a large bird feather, a shard of amber, a dried bouquet of wolfsbane, and the desiccated ear of an elf. That said, there are 2 passages to the south. The chanting is very loudly emanating from this passage over here.
Okay. Do we want to check the other one first? Harmony will go first, since she still has the highest stealth score.
Go for it. Got your back.
Winley would love to stay at the back.
Harmony will creep into here.
Okay.
I'm going to stay like 10 feet behind you because my
And
stealth is
we'll
not close.
creep into here. And we'll... Okay. Creep to this intersection.
Did you creep the right passage?
This one.
Okay.
So this room appears to be a prison of sorts. Though there are no bars, there are small cells with manacles affixed to the walls.
See those?
Every single set of manacles, there is a desiccated corpse of a human or humanoid bound up in the shackles.
Do they all appear to have been cannibalized similar to the other corpses?
No, they appear to have starved to death.
That's unfortunate. And just moving down the hallway, nothing changes as she checks each of these crannies, just same situation.
Same situation in every cranny.
Okay, just completing the fog of war here. That is unpleasant. Harmony does not care for these people.
Yeah, we're in it. Let's go kill
Yep,
these
let's
fuckers.
let them starve to
What's
death.
this, by the way? I think you already described it. What's
They're all the relics, right?
Yep.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
Appreciate the detail on the map.
Yeah,
though.
it's cool.
Okay, well, here we are.
All right.
Harmony will look down.
Where did you go?
Right here. Sorry. Harmony looks down this passageway, kind of heading first, and sees water.
Did you explore everything in the left passage?
Yes.
Apologies.
It's
That's
all
fine.
you
It's
can
all-
go look at it. There are all these tiny little cubbies
Yep.
with manacles in them.
So this passage slopes down pretty steeply by about 5 feet or so, and into water. There are little dots here, but that they are not actually down. But that represents the spikes of a portcullis that seems to be hanging from the ceiling. Although you could certainly walk under it, it's not barring your path in any way. You over the sound, the chanting is absolutely coming from this large chamber beyond. You also faintly underneath the chanting hear something not rhythmically going with it. Oh, but you can't really make out what the words are.
Well, that sounds
Radka.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
Does it sound vaguely like Ratkin?
Poor Radka.
It sounds like somebody shouting.
So
But
it appears to be water.
it does appear to be water.
Okay, Harmony will unwrap her cloth foot wraps that she's been using for footwear, exposing her hooves, and dip them reluctantly into the water here. And then, is that going to ruin? Do we need to re-roll stealth? Is it just going to ruin stealth? Trying to move quietly through and you said it was ankle deep or knee deep?
It is waist deep.
Okay, that's going to be hard to move stealthy through, won't it?
It is. It's also a wide open room.
Right. Okay, so Harmony's going to kind of stop at the threshold here and kind of look back at the party. I can see into this room, but I don't see any people at the moment. I don't know if that just means I haven't, but I'm doing a scan just from the...
So, looking around this room, there's this pool of water around a raised altar in the center. Around the edges of the room is a raised walkway. The chanting is filling this room, although from a source you cannot see. Over the altar, you can see, guess who? Ratka, hanging from chains above the altar. And he is kind of thrashing about, and upon seeming to notice you in the entrance, help me!
Yeah, Harmony will kind of look back at the group and just kind of give them the, get it, let's get in there, let's fuck shit up signal. But yeah, at this point I assume, I guess there's nothing to fight, but yeah, somebody go get Radka, I guess.
Ash just charged into the room.
Harmony will, if nothing immediately leaps out at us, we'll kind of move up the stairs into the side here.
Okay.
Just kind of surveying the edge
I
of the
know,
room.
since the
Okay.
water level is probably not super conducive to those of gnomish stature.
Yes.
I can carry you if you need me to.
What is it with you and characters with shoulder
I don't
gnomes?
fucking know.
Always with the shoulder gnomes.
Always.
Yeah, Harmony's going to kind of scan the perimeter of the room.
I'm assuming the lever over here just lowers and raises the portcullis.
You would have to use it to find out. That said, as Docrin is the last person to walk into the room, the portcullis slams down behind you and the chanting stops. Ash, since you've kindly walked up to the altar, a new chant arises, but as it does so, you see shadowy figures appear around the walkway along the sides, like Harmony, Docrin, side by side between you guys. There's these ghostly, shadowy figures, and the chanting begins anew. One must die. One must die.
Oh, good.
Who says?
Well, I know what my preference would be.
So you can res your wolf, right?
Oh boy.
I would not actually suggest that. The character would not suggest that. Brent is not suggesting that.
Would be lying if I didn't.
Do they
have
seem
this
so they're
thought.
like shadows, they're not physical figures, so you can't
No, they're just shadows or shades of the cultists.
I'm gonna try the lever right next to me.
Okay, make a strength check.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, did we say what this was?
It is a sort of hole, although it's kind of dark and shadowy. It just appears to be sort of a hole or an alcove in the wall.
Like a hole down or hole? Oh, a hole
just
in the
a
wall.
hole in
Okay.
the wall. It appears to be natural, though. It wasn't carved out. It's just this cave when they built
eroded
it. There
or
was a
whatever.
fault of some sort.
What kind of roll do you want me to make to try and free Radka?
You can make a sleight of hand check if you're trying to do it nimbly, or a strength check to try to break them. And Mina, you are having a hard time with this thing. Like it definitely like moves, and you're just like, fuck, this thing's heavy. Ash, you are successful in smashing the chains, and Raka falls onto the altar. However, as that happens, the chanting changes once again. The end is nigh, flesh will be taken.
Ugh.
And the shades fade away. Everybody make a perception check.
Yeah. No, I'm sure it's fine. Big money. No whammy.
Nope.
Hey, heads up, Doc. Weird shit's going on.
Shock.
Is this based on hearing or smell?
Sight.
Okay. Well, then I got an 18 and Sunny got a...
I got a 21.
Mina and Winley, Harmony, and Ash, you see this sort of, I'll say just in time. The water from by the alcove seems to sort of ripple as if something is moving beneath it, and kind of in preparation for whatever that is. You are braced when an enormous mass of what looks like both vines and flesh and just bodies kind of lurches and lunges out of the out of the water at you.
Oh god.
You can vaguely see the shape or form of a woman across it, but the body is just this roiling mass of parts, and you can roll
From
initiative.
the alchemist.
Ah! Blah!
Yeah, we fucking love that.
Oh yeah, I love
Man,
that.
just alchemist.
Is it just
fire.
one thing though?
It is just one thing.
For an hour.
Yeah, I'm so glad we came down here.
Shut up, Mina!
So
Just shoot it with your
glad we
crossbow!
came in this
well,
room.
we did find Raka, so.
And he's gonna make it out.
I
fine.
do.
Well, he's not in the he's not in the sky anymore, so he can't die.
That didn't roll with
He was
the...
prophesied to die in the sky, and he's not in the sky anymore.
I got a 21. For some reason, it won't do the query.
No, I saw it.
Advantage. No, but it didn't. We wouldn't do the queried advantage for initiative, so it must not trigger off that. So anyway.
Oh, fuck.
Thank you for all
And
the
then Sunny gets
You hate to
Oh
see
my
it.
god, the thing.
If you do, you always get advantage on initiative.
Always.
If you go into the gear to the right of
Oh.
spells, there's an initiative style,
Good
and
call.
you can just set it
Good
to
call. Yeah.
have advantage.
All right. Well, Sunny is scooping the day here.
So, Sunny only got a 13.
Well, Sunny shows a 21 here, so
I have a 21. That's me.
You must have had Sunny selected when you rolled
I
it.
do have Sunny currently selected. Sorry,
okay.
that's my bad.
So then
That's
you said Sunny had a 13.
Sunny got a 13. I got a 21.
Okay, let's try this.
I was so focused on my advantage.
All right, Mina, you have the initiative.
Sweet.
Even though you rolled a nat 20.
Showing the token a
tell it's
little
dead.
bigger, if you're able to.
Yeah, I have it set to always roll.
Oh, God.
with initiative. Which is-
May I
whatever.
suggest alchemist fire?
I have that. I
think
do
it's
have
gross.
one of those. Okay. Sure. I don't know if that's Mina. I don't know if that's the first thing that would come to mind for her. So I'm gonna plug this thing with a crossbow bolt and maybe alchemist fire as a round 2 option. So I'm gonna hunter's mark bonus action. Use my move action to get up onto the walkway, and actually I need to get a little closer to this thing because it's still a little too far away from me.
I bet your initiative didn't roll with advantage because you had Sunny selected.
I bet you're.
Is
right.
it
I bet
large,
you're
by the
right.
way?
It is large.
I'm actually gonna 5, 10,
It is in fact 10 by 10.
run over there. Sunny, you know what, buddy? Why don't you just? Well, it's not his turn yet. Shouting at him, Sunny, stay the fuck over there! Stay over there! And hunter's mark on the whatever this fucking thing is, and then she takes out a crossbow.
Any chance you've trained Sunny to, like, just do triage if anybody goes down?
No, it's not in his.
Gently take a good berry and drop it.
Exactly.
You could maybe administer a good berry. No, probably that'd be a stretch. All right, sorry, that's a 10.
That is a miss.
That's all.
And
I
to be
got.
clear, it hits. It just sort of seems to
Sure.
sink into its
Yeah,
mass
yeah.
without any real effect.
That's it.
All right. Well, it is moving up on Ash in a fucking hurry.
Good luck, Ash.
And Ash, what is your AC these days?
18 right now.
18. You were hit once. You take 16 damage and make a constitution.
Now we're
Make a athletics check. It is also grappling you.
an athletics check.
That's what the man said.
All right. You are. It is attempting to grab you, but is not successful yet. And with that, Docrin.
Yep. I'm gonna go back to my Thorn Whip.
Oh, appropriate.
I don't want to jump in that water, man. Does a 19 hit?
It does.
Thank God. So that's 3, and then it gets pulled towards me.
10 feet?
Technically 10 feet, but really 5, because that is what brings it into melee, I would guess.
Yep. All right. Anything else, Docrin?
Nope, still have my defensive field from last time around, so that'll be it.
All right. Winley.
My primary use of bonus actions right now is that, so...
I'm gonna cast Moonbeam.
Ooh.
Moonfire.
Exactly.
That's kind of a big guy.
So a Constitution. Don't think that was right. Hold on. I feel like that did not roll what it should have rolled.
Doctrine, why?
Why
Now it's
what?
in melee range with
Well,
me.
now it's in but now it's in melee range with me too.
You
Constitution
also have
saving
flanking.
throw.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's not what it should have done at all.
Yes,
Constitution saving throw.
Flanking with your vast amounts of
10.
melee attacks.
10? Okay, so my DC is 14, so 2d10.
It's okay, we're on the boss. God, I hope this is the boss anyway.
Yeah.
So there
We're
is
This is actually just a mini boss.
Oh no!
six
Boss.
radiant.
Okay.
Phase 1 of the boss fight, and that's going to turn.
Is this thing
It
a
has the
shape
reforms.
changer? I assume it is not.
No.
Okay. On each of my turns after I cast a spell, I can use an action to move it.
Well, folks, bad news. Apparently, the recording app gave up the ghost at 6 hours of gameplay. Yes, you heard me right, 6. We edited out some of the extras and dead air and whatnot. So unfortunately, the last 15 minutes of the game are going to have to rely on my exquisite narration skills. The party managed to slay the enormous flesh-mound monster, and with that, the house began to implode. Eager not to be crushed under falling stones, the party rushed back through the trapdoor into the hunting room on the first floor with a terrified Rotka in tow. As the house seemed about to entirely collapse, they managed to escape out the iron gates into daylight, albeit overcast and shady daylight. With the scenes of a town on the distant horizon and a new day ahead, we shall soon see what awaits our heroes in Barovia.